The story opens with a scene shrouded in darkness. Several men in black holding sharp blades with vicious eyes order each other to charge forward and continue their attack. Suddenly, one of the men in black is unexpectedly attacked. The man in black glances behind him, his pupils constricting in terror. He wanted to take it all for himself. 3 consecutive gunshots echo. A young man falls to the ground surrounded by the men in black who were sent flying by the bullets. The young man looks up at the person standing before him and speaks, "It's dog eat dog, all for money. I can give you all the money." The person standing before the young man is Lang Pong, who dreams of becoming a great hero who helps the weak and is admired by all. Looking at the terrified mother clutching her young child, the young man begs Lang Pong to spare them. Lang Pong stands tall, looking down at the young man at his feet. Half of his face is shrouded in shadow, his bright eyes staring intently at the person below. His dark, cold voice rings out, "Get up." But reality is cruel. Looking at Lang Pong now, his appearance is the complete opposite of his ideals. Turning back time to 13 years ago, a young boy standing behind a large tree watches a great hero perform a righteous deed, helping others and receiving their thanks. The boy then runs home, taking wobbly steps as he calls out for his father. The boy's voice is filled with certainty. "I want to be a great hero." Then a man's voice speaks up. "That's good too. The world is in chaos right now. Instead of learning business like me, you might as well wander the Jianghu." Sometime later, an announcement is made at the mansion gate. The master has arrived. The boy is brought to meet his master. "Lang Pong, this is Lao Gui. Study well under him." From then on, Lang Pong trained diligently every day, practicing his fists in the spring. He practiced his claw techniques in the summer, his punches in the autumn, and the flexibility and grace of his hands in the winter. Time passed until 1 year ago when Lang Pong respectfully reported, "Master, I have finished learning the final technique." Gui Lao's voice praised him. "Lang Pong, you are truly a prodigy in martial arts." He turned his back and spoke slowly. "You have learned all 300 of my divine techniques. I have nothing left to teach you now. But when you travel the Jianghu in the future, you must remember to avoid trouble. Do not use the martial arts I have taught you unless you have no other choice." Before he could understand the meaning behind those words, Gui Lao looked at him with a serious expression. "I was actually once the leader of the demonic sect. I grew weary of the Jianghu and went into seclusion here. Therefore, what I have taught you are all demonic arts. I fear you will get into trouble if you use them." Lang Pong, now 18 years old, was shocked and stunned by his words. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? How can I become a great hero now?" Gui Lao exclaimed, puffing on the pipe in his hand. As he explained, "I didn't want to at first, but your father offered such a high price, I didn't think much of it and agreed. The moment I met you, I knew you had the makings of someone from the demonic sect. See, you learned the demonic arts so quickly. Now becoming a great hero will be more exciting, won't it? Any great hero from an extraordinary background with a handsome appearance is too normal. You are the son of a rich merchant who has never known hardship. If you want to be a great hero, it is all up to you. Your path to becoming a hero will be fraught with difficulties." Hearing these words, Lang Pong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Returning to the present situation, Lang Pong looks at the young man at his feet and explains, "You have misunderstood." He offers a hand to help the young man up. "I was just passing by and decided to help." After hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and said their goodbyes. "Take care, Big Brother Lang Pong." The woman was still worried. An attack. "Big Brother scared me so much I almost wet my pants." Lang Pong burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged. "My name is Lang Pong, and I dream of becoming a great hero who commands respect in the Jianghu, but my dream path is still very rough." Just then, someone else ran to the main gate. "Lang Pong, are you crying again?" Lang Pong quickly replied, "No, I'm not." She placed her hands behind her head, walking leisurely behind Lang Pong, as she asked, "What exactly happened back in Dan Huyen? Why didn't you record it in your Jianghu record?" Walking ahead, he coldly replied with one word, "No." She continued to wonder, "Why? Is your Jianghu record just for decoration?" He lowered his eyes and mumbled, "Not everything needs to be recorded in there." Returning to the story from that time, young Lang Pong had been away from home for 3 days. At this moment, he was standing before the gate of Dan Huyen. Lang Pong took out a map observing his current location and destination. From there, he began to calculate that he was only a 3-day journey from Hoi Chao. "Once I get to Hoi Chao, I can register my own Jianghu record." His face was full of excitement. "That is when my path as a great hero will begin." The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Just as he finished folding the map, he looked down at his feet and saw a young boy looking up at him. A moment later, the boy darted off crying and screaming relentlessly, "This uncle wants to kill me!" The people around heard the child's voice and quickly fled in a panic. "A bandit is kidnapping a child, help me!" Mothers told their children not to make a sound. Lang Pong stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. He tried to clear his name. It's not me, let me explain." Night fell and a crescent moon hung high in the sky over an inn. Lang Pong lay in bed tucked tightly under the covers, wondering why. "I clearly didn't use any demonic arts, so why are people so afraid of me?" The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, tears welling up in his eyes. He pulled the blanket completely over his head. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Lang Pong quickly threw off the covers and got out of bed. "Who's there?" From the window, he saw a dark figure nimbly leap onto a roof and quickly depart. Seeing this, he thought to himself that the person was a thief. He hesitated, unsure if he should give chase, worried about what he would do if he couldn't win a fight. After thinking it over, he cast aside his worries, jumped out the window, and decided to pursue. The two of them chased each other across the rooftops in the silent night. His heavy feet landed firmly on the ground. Lang Pong quickly caught up. He looked up at the people he thought were his enemies. Before him was a group of people looking at him, shouting in unison, "Villain, we've finally lured you out." He faced the 7 people before him alone. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Lang Pong pointed to his own face, looking at them in confusion. One of them drew his sword and charged forward. Enough with the nonsense. The others behind him charged, at the same time surrender now. Lang Pong watched the group rushing towards him, standing frozen and stammering, unable to speak. Seeing the dangerous situation, he clenched his fist ready to strike and shouted, "Let me explain." And Dan, who was sitting high above, was a little surprised to see this scene. Lang Pong continuously unleashed the La Fat Tam Trao technique. Next, he used the Ku'u Luyen Hong Kong. Finally, he used the Fat Sun Bat Na Tam Kin. A moment later, they were all lying scattered on the ground. Lang Pong asked angrily, "Why on earth did you people come after me?" They replied in unison, "We were careless this time, but as for why we came for you, you know better than anyone." One of them took a piece of paper from his robe and said loudly, "The name is Jiang Duong Dai Dao." The others also took out wanted posters, but the faces and names on each one were different. Lang Pong looked at the papers in their hands, even more bewildered. The group looked again and also realized something was wrong, all of them completely confused. Finally, the group left with just one sentence. "So it was just a misunderstanding. Our apologies, farewell." The crescent moon above still shone in the quiet night. Lang Pong lay under the covers, trembling, crying, and sniffling. That was so unfair. The next morning, the sun shone high in the clear blue sky. Lang Pong walked down the road with swollen eyes, puffy from crying so much the day before. His eyes lit up as if he had seen a ray of hope. He looked up at the gates of Hoi Chao City before him, happy to have finally arrived. The chatter of people on the roadside reached his ears. "Did you hear that a master from the demonic sect appeared in Dan County a few days ago?" He felt worried he had been too conspicuous using the demonic sect's techniques the other day. "I have to think of a way." With that thought, he followed the crowd into the city. Lang Pong went to the Vo Lam Nugi Hoi, but there wasn't a single soul in the wide courtyard. His hurried steps came to a halt before the large yard. At the registration counter, everyone was surprised by the newcomer's appearance. Lang Pong, with his face covered by a hood, strode in confidently, a newly bought saber on his back. Though he looked imposing, he was extremely nervous inside. He took off his hood, his eyes wide, and said to the registrar, "I want to register for the Jiang Ho Luke to be listed as a righteous martial arts hero." The registrar looked at him and asked, turning over a new leaf, "Where's your old registration?" He replied, "No, this is my first time." The registrar's eyes scanned him from head to toe. After a moment of observation, he slammed his hand on the table. "Are you kidding me?" Lang Pong shouted back, "Who's kidding? Hurry up and give me the hero registration." He looked at the registration form before him and fell into deep thought. Looking it over, he had no idea how to fill it out. Lang Pong sat there chewing his pen and hesitating. It wasn't easy to get this hero registration, and telling the truth would get him beaten up. Finally, he made a decision. The only way was to make something up. The registrar's old eyes seriously examined his registration form. He asked a series of questions to confirm the facts. "No sect, no school, self-taught Lo Nu Kuyen," from a village master. "You're not from the demonic sect turning over a new leaf, are you?" Lang Pong nodded repeatedly, seriously affirming it was all true. The registrar's eyes stared intently at the paper. Finally, he pushed the paper toward him and said in a cold voice, "Take it. Here is your Jiang Ho Luke Bai." He immediately took the token with both hands. Leaving the registration area, Lang Pong still cherished the Jiang Ho Luke Bai in his hand. The other people who saw him couldn't stop gossiping. But he didn't care about the surrounding stares, focusing only on the Jiang Ho Luk Bai in his hand. Lang Pong felt like he was holding a shining treasure, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. He had finally set foot on the path of a great hero. He skipped along, happily humming a cheerful tune as he left the Vo Lam Ningi Hoi, his body seemingly covered in a layer of light. His joyous expression suddenly vanished when two large figures blocked his path. Before he could figure out what was happening, a fist flew straight at him. Lang Pong was filled with anger. "Who are you?" His hand touched the new saber he had bought, reminding himself not to use his demon arts. He absolutely could not reveal them. While he was still telling himself to hold back, another fist flew at his face. A series of merciless kicks followed, and since he wasn't using his demon arts, he had no strength to fight back. A moment later, Lang Pong collapsed in front of the two young men. The two spoke to each other in confusion. That's strange. Even a small fry from the demon sect shouldn't be this weak. The other didn't care. Whatever. With him, we've defeated 100 demon sect members, and our Jiang Ho Luke ranking has increased to Duheep rank 2. Just then, Lang Pong began circulating his demon arts to ease the pain. His body was enveloped in a dense demonic aura, making the two young men a little wary. Why did this kid suddenly become so creepy? All demon sect members are like this. The two of them saw his Jiang Ho Luke tablet fall out, and one of them picked it up to inspect it. The other one spoke up. "What's there to check? You can tell he's from the demon sect just by looking at him. If he's not, I'll eat it." He hadn't even finished speaking when he noticed the other guy's strange expression as he read the information on the Jiang Ho Luke tablet. Entry-level Night Hoi Chow branch, number 3919. Just then, the two acted as if nothing had happened and turned to leave. "What was that you said about eating something?" They paid no mind to him struggling on the ground. A senior sister suddenly appeared, putting her hands on her hips and asking in a puzzled tone, "Aren't you supposed to be very powerful? Why didn't you fight back?" She sensed that Lang Pong was intentionally hiding his true strength, so she taunted him. "Was La Pu Tam Trao not to your liking, or was Ku U Luyen Tui Kong beneath you?" He was in an awkward situation. He wanted to speak but couldn't form the words, so he denied everything and pretended not to know her. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say a few cryptic words that left Lang Pong completely bewildered. "It's a bit early for an important character like me to show up. We'll meet again." Curious onlookers gathered around him, gossiping, while Lang Pong tried to shout after her, "Don't tell anyone I know demon arts." Realizing the situation was not good, he immediately turned and left. Only he understood this pain. He ran for his life, crying his eyes out. Winning and losing is common in a warrior's life. A great hero must start over. Time passed quickly, and soon night had fallen. A leg appeared next to a black cat. It looked up curiously, then stood on its hind legs about to lash out at him. Lang Pong threatened coldly, "If you don't keep quiet, someone will come and take you away." The look on its face was incredibly suspicious. Lang Pong waved his hands defensively. "What's with that look on your face?" He felt so wronged that he burst into tears. "I've only been on this path for half a day, and life already seems so bleak. Even a cat is bullying me. I want to go home." The cat pounced on his hand. Fearing it would bite him, he quickly cried out, telling it not to. But when he reached out to pet its head, it became surprisingly docile. He sighed in defeat. "I can't survive in Hoi Chao anymore." A moment later, he remembered he had something important to do and quickly left. As Lang Pong walked down the road, he happened upon a group of people arguing loudly. "Over there," a girl said contemptuously, "what you think I can't escape even if I grew wings? Don't you have any new material?" Lang Pong quickly hid behind a large tree to observe the situation. The men on the other side agreed they should come up with a more creative line. She had no intention of listening to them and attacked directly. One of the men sneered, "Little sister, you need to know your place. Don't cause trouble." The man's words seemed to strike a nerve, causing her to bite her lip in anger. Her voice dropped as she enunciated each word. "You forced my hand." Just then, Lang Pong appeared, stopping the group of men. Let's go back 30 seconds when he was hiding behind the tree, debating whether he should intervene. 20 seconds left to decide. Lang Pong weighed attacking complete strangers against saving the person who knew his secret. 15 seconds left, and Lang Pong was still hugging his knees, lost in thought. She doesn't seem like a bad person. Do I really need to save her? 10 seconds left, he was still hesitating. I have no right to judge someone by their appearance. After weighing his options at the 4-second mark, he figured if he saved her, she would keep his secret and even be grateful to him. With 3 seconds left, he had made up his mind and picked up his hat. And in the final 2 seconds, Lang Pong put on his hat, smiling gleefully as he gave himself a title, Great Hero. With just 1 second to spare, it was the perfect time for a gallant hero to make a stylish entrance in front of Andan. That was everything that happened until he appeared, and they stopped. Lang Pong stood in a ready stance, recalling his master's words, "I have a technique, but I'm not sure if I should teach it to you. This technique is very insidious. It can even take a life in the blink of an eye." In a few fleeting seconds, Lang Pong's figure seemed to vanish like smoke, leaving no trace. A Tai Q Huan. He became like an invisible assassin, swiftly gliding past the group of men. Lang Pong launched an attack, striking the foot of the first unfortunate victim. He continuously aimed his attacks at his opponent's toes. The impact on their toe bones created a shattering sound. The men's pained screams echoed all around. Ong Dan, watching from the side, was bewildered, attacking their toes. Not only did she not thank him for saving her life, but she also angrily criticized Lang Pong's recent actions. How can such a cruel and insidious technique exist in this world? The wheels rolled slowly on the rocky road in the night. Lang Pong seemed a bit guilty. "We beat them up, and then we took their horse carriage. That's not very good." Ong Dan didn't seem to care much, casually replying, "What, I wasn't the one who beat them up." Then she added with a cheerful laugh, "Besides, they wanted to take my life, so taking their carriage is nothing." Lang Pong suddenly shouted and grabbed An Dan by the shoulders. He couldn't contain his anger. Who drives a horse with their eyes closed? The carriage continued to roll on, making a steady sound. Lang Pong didn't feel safe and told An Dan to move aside so he could drive himself. He asked very seriously, "Speaking of earlier, how did you know I practiced demonic arts? And about before, who were they really? And why were they causing trouble for you? This carriage doesn't seem like it belongs to ordinary bandits. I'm preparing to go to Tu Yen Hu Yen tomorrow to join the Tan Diep Hoi, so don't you cause any trouble for me." Ong Dan's expression went blank when she heard Tan Diep Hoi, which made Lang Pong curious. She didn't hesitate to tell him this was the Tan Diep Hoi's carriage. Lang Pong was thunderstruck, wanting to get rid of An Dan immediately. She screamed when she saw the carriage veering off course. Who drives a horse while looking behind them? The carriage immediately screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lang Pong got out of the carriage, wanting An Dan to explain this clearly. Seeing her remain silent for a long time, he began to lose his patience. Ong Dan stared at Lang Pong without a hint of fear. His blood was boiling, and his terrifying appearance made her decide to speak. The moonlight was very bright tonight, as if wanting to illuminate their figures clearly. Lang Pong pondered, "So you saw me in action in Tu Yen Hu Yen and decided to follow me. Is your name An Dan?" He suddenly found it absurd. "There's no such surname as An." She quickly retorted, "An is not my surname." Ong Dan's tone was arrogant. How could this young hero's identity be casually revealed to others? Lang Pong thought deeply. Not very old white hair, and carrying a jade sword in conflict with the orthodox Tan Diep Hoi. Who could it be? She was suddenly afraid that he would guess her identity. Lang Pong said with a confident expression, "It's congenital degradation of hair pigment cells, premature aging disease." After hearing that An Dan was stunned, completely unable to understand him, Lang Pong continued to press, "What about the Tan Diep Hoi? Why are you fighting with them?" She seemed to have no intention of telling him. Lang Pong was furious, wanting to find any way to get information from An Dan. With a mysterious expression, she slowly replied, "There is one thing I can tell you. Now that I'm following you, don't even think about getting away from me." The air around them suddenly became strangely quiet. Lang Pong could only shout helplessly. She suddenly put on a pitiful act like an innocent little girl being followed by a young man. Isn't that nice? Seeing An Dan approaching him, Lang Pong immediately rejected her. She pretended to be cute, looking at him with sparkling eyes like a little rabbit. He now transformed into a completely different person, a radiant aura appearing around him. The two words, "great hero," that she said made him ecstatic. Lang Pong asked An Dan to get on the carriage, and they moved forward. By now, the sky had brightened, and their carriage suddenly came to a stop. The warm sunlight signaled the beginning of a new day. Lang Pong shouted for An Dan to get out of the carriage. Still sleepy, she sat up, yawned, and asked, "Have we arrived at Tu Yen Hu Yen yet?" After a long moment with no answer, An Dan immediately got out of the carriage. She looked around, confused about where they were. An Dan fumbled inside her bag, looking for something. She took out a piece of paper and concentrated carefully, writing each word. Just as she finished writing, Lang Pong's annoyed voice rang out, "What nonsense are you thinking about? I want to seek refuge with the Tan Diep Hoi, and it'll be hard to explain if they see this carriage." Then he gave the horse a hard slap on its rear. It immediately galloped forward. An Dan and Lang Pong waved goodbye from behind. They also began to carry out the next phase of their plan. He earnestly warned her not to get discovered. In the distance, the figure of someone could be seen as if they had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Lang Pong was a little confused when he heard the noisy sounds from afar. Steward Ta spoke up neither too quickly nor too slowly to greet the two of them. He exuded a cold indifference. "I don't know what business you have in our Tu Yen Hu Yen, but if you have no business, please take a detour." Lang Pong couldn't hear clearly and asked An Dan, but she couldn't hear much better. Without hesitation, he quickly made a suggestion to the other man. "Could you come closer and speak more clearly?" After hearing this, Steward Ta also walked lightly towards them. Lang Pong felt awkward now that the man was standing right in front of him. He could easily see that Steward Ta's expression had turned to anger. Lang Pong was flustered. "So you are the steward of Tang Diep Hoi. My apologies, my apologies." The man didn't argue and replied, "Forget it. I already know that you people from the demonic path have no manners." Hearing this felt like a bolt from the blue to him, and his face went blank for a few seconds. Lang Pong helplessly retorted, looking extremely sad, "I never said I was from the demonic sect." Steward Ta ignored him. "We don't discriminate against the demonic sect. You want to join the Tan Diep Hoi, right? Our young lady is holding a recruitment today, and we're short on help. The demonic sect has no future anyway. Everyone here is just part of an ordinary sect." Lang Pong continued to proclaim his innocence, "But I'm not from the demonic sect." The man remained insistent. "You want to leave the darkness for the light, right? A person of the martial world must learn to face their past." Steward Ta cut him off. "No more buts. If you join our organization, you must do a good job, and you too can become a great hero like me." Lang Pong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the words, "great hero." The man looked at him thoughtfully with a confident expression. Steward Ta was full of enthusiasm, continuously urging Lang Pong to follow him. His expression now looked extremely dangerous. He gradually became fascinated with the two words "great hero" and kept repeating them. An Dan stood to the side, watching them with a bored expression. That group of people over there was rushing by, holding some sort of prominent signs and cheering. The young men were shouting energetically. The atmosphere was very lively. At this time on the fighting stage, the martial artists were fighting each other. One guy was in a defensive stance, his eyes sizing up the opponent, while the other was eager and ready for any fight. The wide-mouthed guy said with a contemptuous tone, "What a surprise, I never expected someone could push me this far." The high-forehead guy laughed in reply, "I also didn't expect to meet a master like you in such a remote place. But it seems you're at your limit. Come on, one final move." The wide-mouthed guy didn't hesitate to prepare to face him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a strong run-up and leaped into the air. The high-forehead guy also immediately pounced the two of them, attacking each other's weak points. After a moment of close combat, both were thrown far apart. The high-forehead guy rolled on the ground, seemingly out of strength. The cheering crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The wide-mouthed guy slowly stood up, exuding an air of victory. He said arrogantly, "You are truly an admirable opponent. I almost lost to you. I am naturally gifted. My mind is sharper than ordinary people." The high-forehead guy lay there crying, completely accepting of this result. Everyone in the stands cheered together, acknowledging the victory belonged to the wide-mouthed guy. Steward Ta also came forward to congratulate him. The wide-mouthed guy smiled shyly at his sweet words of praise. Steward Ta suddenly looked sad. To be honest, the sect master has been missing for over 3 months. The Tan Diep Society is currently without a leader. "Young hero, you are the young lady's husband, so the Tan Diep Society should be handed over to you." The wide-mouthed guy's face lit up, knowing he was about to become the head of a society. Steward Ta eagerly stated the condition, "As long as you provide 5,000 liang for the processing fee, we will handle the procedure to transfer the sect to you." His face went blank, losing all his earlier excitement. An Dan was helpless, not knowing what to say at this moment. A moment later, a guard rushed in to report that the wide-mouthed guy had run for his life. Steward Ta said calmly, "He wasn't suitable to be the leader anyway. Tonight's activity is our real way of making money." The frightened guard knelt down and revealed the shocking news. "But I heard that kid went to report to the officials." A look of contempt appeared on Steward Ta's face as he deliberately asked again. From inside the gate came his sighing voice, "What officials are there left in the world to report to?" At this moment, a familiar figure stood before the Yamen, unable to stop himself from cursing. The Tan Diep Society is a large sect famous for being the wealthiest in the Hoi Chao region. After the government office was abandoned, they became the sole protectors of the common people. Sect Master Liu Ho devoted all his efforts to clearing out the surrounding bandits, reducing the crime rate on the robbery routes outside the city. Thus, they gained the favor of the people of Hoi Chao, and by developing with Huyen Tuyen at its center, they quickly grew stronger in a short period, establishing numerous branches around the county town. But a tall tree catches the wind, and as the Tan Diep Society grew stronger, it was also accompanied by many negative rumors. For example, a saboteur of the Tan Diep Society like you. Don glanced at him annoyedly. You're already starting to speak up for them so soon. Yesterday's pyramid scheme tactics were so obvious, and that Steward Ta was giving such blatant hints. Besides, the two of us paid a total of 1,000 silver liang and only got this ugly set of clothes. Lang Pong laughed naively. Really? I think it's very nice, and 1,000 liang is just a small amount of money. Don gave him a helpless look, even if 1,000 liang is just a small amount. At this, he was startled. 1,000 liang is a small amount. Lang Pong confirmed with absolute certainty. He was the only son of the Ku family, and when he left home, his parents were afraid he would go hungry, so they gave him 1,000 gold notes and 10,000 silver notes for his living expenses. Don covered his face, stunned by the dazzling light of wealth radiating from him. Lang Pong was confused, isn't it? And why are you staring at me like that? Don smiled and thought to himself, heaven is indeed very fair. Seeing his expression, Lang Pong became even more confused. What are you smiling about? I heard that main characters in martial arts stories often encounter these marriage recruitment events. I'm sure I'll win this one. It feels like it was over before I even got to participate. Was I just dreaming too much? He was judging the person in the mirror with a look of annoyance. People can look alike, so what? Her expression suddenly changed, which reminded me of something. Lang Pong was confused, not knowing what was going on. His face was drenched in sweat as he hesitated, full of doubt. Isn't this to recruit a husband for the young lady? But the Tan Diep Hoi doesn't have any young lady. He heard all that, but still acted normally, only puzzled by her expression from a moment ago. Just then, someone shouted, "Newcomers gather in the main hall. Immediately, the steward has something important to announce." Everyone had already gathered, all eagerly awaiting the announcement. Steward Ta was already on the stage, looking quite imposing. He began his speech unhurriedly. I've called you all here today for two main reasons. First, of course, is about our Grand Assembly. Then a red banner with the words Mobilization Assembly was unfurled. Everyone who saw it began to cheer, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. No one could stop their excited and frenzied shouting. Steward Ta said gravely, as you all know, since our leader went missing, I have single-handedly made the Tan Diep Hoi stronger and stronger. But some ridiculous rumors have appeared in the martial world. They say our Tan Diep Hoi is a scam. Upon hearing this, everyone furiously objected, cursing nonstop. A representative stood up to quell the crowd's anger. Don't listen to their nonsense. We joined the Tan Diep Hoi, and before we wouldn't have dared to dream of owning a prized horse from the western regions to ride. But now we do. The eyes of the crowd below lit up. Their excitement was palpable. Another man appeared out of nowhere, arrogantly cutting in. He declared, I've been with the Tan Diep Hoi for less than 3 months, and look at what I'm wearing. It's all pure gold from the western regions. Not only that, but I also had my mother and nephew join, and now my whole family is living in wealth and prosperity. The cheering grew even louder at the mention of material wealth. Everyone cheered for the Tan Diep Hoi, placing their complete trust in it. Dan seemed to understand the situation, her expression fearful. The Tan Diep Hoi is harder to deal with than I thought. She was quite surprised to see Lang Pong joining in the commotion. Dan couldn't stop him and could only cover her face in helplessness. Steward Ta was now extremely pleased. He wasted no time moving on to the next matter. A few days ago, I finished my negotiations with the Muk Tien Escort Agency. We will be helping to escort their merchant caravan as it passes through. I'm sure you all understand how important this is. The specific arrangements will be handled by these two individuals. As he finished, Ho Hoi appeared with an incomparably cold demeanor. Bao Nguyen then also appeared before the crowd. Dan seemed to have noticed something and was stunned. Bao Nguyen suddenly stared at her as if he remembered who she was. Dan quickly covered her face, much to Lang Pong's confusion. Steward Ta hadn't finished his announcement and continued speaking. His eyes showed confidence. You two newcomers, you will also join tonight's operation to learn. Lang Pong couldn't hide his excitement, enthusiastically thanking Steward Ta for the opportunity. Dan next to him could only mumble curses under her breath. She tugged hard on Lang Pong's sleeve as if wanting to say something. He didn't understand what was happening and looked at Dan confused. She said, slightly irritated, You asked me before if I had a conflict with the Tan Diep Hoi, didn't you? Well, today you're definitely going to find out why. Steward Ta instructed cheerfully, All right, everyone, go prepare. We'll gather and set off at the hour of Z. Suddenly, someone called out to An Dan and Lang Pong from a distance. He got straight to the point and told them to change their clothes. Lang Pong glanced at them disinterestedly and asked, "Why are these clothes so black?" It was late at night, and the rattling of a cart could be heard on the outskirts of Tuyen Huyen. Luke Nguyen Luong carefully scanned his surroundings in the dim light. His sudden alarm confused the subordinate behind him. Nguyen Luong's expression changed, but he tried to sound calm. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid." The old man gently reassured him, "It's normal to be nervous on your first escort mission. The Mook Tien Tu Kuk will be counting on you to lead it one day." But Nguyen Luong couldn't shake his unease. "Why do I feel this way? Am I just being overly cautious?" The subordinate chuckled. "Relax, Nguyen Luong. We've already paid off all the bandits in this area. Besides, we have our brothers from the Tan Diep Hoi helping us." Ho Hoi gave a friendly and trustworthy-looking wave. He put an arm around Nguyen Luong's shoulder, talking non-stop to reassure him. His eyes were wary. "I just have a bad feeling about this." In the distance, something about the dense bushes made Nguyen Luong feel anxious. And just as he suspected, someone was lurking, watching his every move. This group remained silent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lang Pong hid behind a tree with An Dan completely terrified. He was on the verge of tears as he asked her what was going on. Seeing Lang Pong so flustered, An Dan snapped, "Can you stop crying? You're making me panic too." She sat beside him and whispered, "Do you believe me now that there's something wrong with the Tan Diep Hoi?" Lang Pong still couldn't accept the truth, crying, "So they're bandits." One of them overheard and yelled, "Bandits! We're not bandits! We're robbing the rich to help the poor." Hearing this, Nguyen Luong's subordinate cautiously glanced toward the bushes. He ordered everyone to draw their blades and prepare to defend themselves. The men gathered together ready for a fight. Anger showed on Nguyen Luong's face. His intuition had been right all along. Ho Hoi and his men spoke arrogantly. "This is a little earlier than we planned." He gave a mysterious, confident smile. Ho Hoi signaled his men to get ready. Then, without hesitation, he ordered them to charge. On the other side, Bao Nguyen led the charge as the men hiding in the bushes revealed themselves. A fierce battle broke out with the continuous sound of clashing swords. Bao Nguyen deftly parried a vicious sword strike from his opponent. Just then, Nguyen Luong's face went pale as he recognized something. He was stunned to see the Kui Tu Kich of Tam Lang Han Guch Sun Tu before him. The man replied coldly as he pressed his attack, "You know quite a bit, little master of the Muk Sun Tu Kuk." Nguyen Luong shouted a warning, "Men of the Tan Diep Hoi, be careful, these bandits are not ordinary." Ho Hoi quickly responded, keeping up his act. His demeanor changed as he ordered the large man to step forward. He obeyed, slowly advancing with two spiked maces. The large man had a very strange expression on his face. He threw the first mace with all his might. The weapon flew swiftly through the air toward its intended target. Nguyen Luong's eyes lit up at the sight of such powerful assistance, but he suddenly panicked as the hammer got closer to him. Nguyen Luong's subordinate let out a terrified scream, and suddenly a loud crash echoed. The iron hammer shattered into pieces, seemingly saving Nguyen Luong. Hu Hoi and the fat man couldn't help but be surprised. They watched helplessly as their weapons fell to the ground, completely shattered. He looked towards the other side of the forest and wondered, was that hidden weapon thrown by one of our own? Such powerful demonic energy, you can even see it with the naked eye. It must be the two people Steward Z mentioned. Lang Pong, seething with anger, spoke up. This great hero can no longer stand by and watch such a despicable act. Ong Dan's eyes widened as she saw the dense aura emanating from him. She couldn't help but comment, "Young Master Lang Pong, your fingers are as delicate as a girl's." Hu Hoi observed the surrounding wreckage, silently assessing the situation. He slowly turned his gaze to the forest. Such pure demonic energy, even if I can't see them. It seems Steward Z's worries were justified. In fact, Hu Hoi and Bao Nguyen had been thoroughly briefed beforehand. Steward Z said sternly, "The two newcomers are not simple. Bring them along tonight and be sure to probe for their trump cards." Bao Nguyen sneered, "That white-haired brat and the exceptionally ugly one." After hearing this, Hu Hoi was also eager to meet Lang Pong and his companion. Back in the present, he slowly walked forward with a smirk. "I wonder which senior from the demonic path has taken an interest in the minor affairs of our La Fong Tang." Ong Dan and the others began to tremble upon hearing this name. She was a bit surprised. "You know of the La Fong Tang," Lang Fong replied decisively. "Just hearing the name tells me they're not to be trifled with." Ong Dan said hastily, "The La Fong Tang are notorious bandits. They gathered many demonic experts and occupied the southwest 6 prefectures, committing all sorts of evil deeds." Her face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it, utterly terrified. She recounted thoughtfully, "I heard the leader of the Tan Diep Society went missing, and then people from La Pong Tang came here to investigate, resulting in a conflict with them." Lang Pong peeked out and assessed the situation. "I can't believe they dare to reveal they're from La Pong Tang." Now everyone from the escort agency was exhausted. Ong Dan and her group sat motionless, not daring to make a sound. Lang Pong was about to say something, but she quickly covered his mouth. Ong Dan carefully instructed, "Say exactly what I say and try not to make any noise." There was no movement from within the bushes. Suddenly, Lang Pong's trembling voice spoke up. "Actually, we didn't come here to cause trouble, but we heard that the La Pong Tang was doing well here, so we came to have a look. I didn't expect you Hu Hoi to be here personally. It seems this escort mission is worth quite a bit. Now that we know it's time for us to leave, we'll be on our way." Hu Hoi wouldn't let them leave so easily and immediately blocked their path. An Dan's group felt their hearts leap into their throats. He lowered his voice in a warning tone. "This is a secret of the La Pong Tang. If word gets out, it will ruin our plans." Hu Hoi continued to stall them while secretly signaling for the fat man to act. He understood the signal and immediately took out all the spiked hammers he was carrying. Hu Hoi's sinister laughter suddenly echoed. Only the dead can keep a secret. The fat henchman threw the hammers towards the dense forest with all his might. His movements were very skilled, launching the spiked hammers one after another. The tree trunk where An Dan and the others were hiding was no longer safe. Lang Pong pushed her head down firmly to protect her from injury. Suddenly, he threw a punch forward. Lang Pong unleashed an immense energy that shattered the fat man's weapons and sent broken trees flying into the air. Only then did An Dan dare to open his eyes and look around. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the large bush on the other side. Bao Nguyen suddenly leapt forward with very skillful footwork. He laughed triumphantly as if he had successfully cornered his prey. An Dan frantically shouted Lang Pong's name, telling him to be careful. Ong Dan's face turned deathly pale, worried about Lang Pong's situation. He heard her voice, and only then did he turn around in shock. Bao Nguyen charged at Lang Pong with his sharp weapons. He glared at his opponent, showing no mercy. Then Bao Nguyen violently struck a giant nail with a hammer. The nail shot out of its mold, flying towards Lang Pong. It was just moments away from piercing right through him. Lang Pong calmly tilted his head to the side, dodging the iron nail. He decisively caught it with his hand. Immediately, Lang Pong threw the nail back without hesitation. Bao Nguyen landed stunned by his action. He stood there frozen in disbelief. My secret weapon, he knocked it away with his bare hands. Looking over Lang Pong's expression was now terrifying. Ho Hoi grew anxious and called for his comrade to fall back. Bao Nguyen quickly obeyed, getting away from him. He kindly asked about his friend's condition. Bao Nguyen spoke, still resentful. "But that ugly guy's martial arts are incredible. With just one finger, he deflected my full-powered sneak attack. When he channels his energy, his face looks like a demon's. It's enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. That image is getting clearer and clearer in my head." After hearing his story, Ho Hoi couldn't help but be impressed. "No wonder you used 2 special nails before." Bao Nguyen continued to vent his anger, and it seemed like he knew I was going to ambush him from the start. He was so calm, completely expressionless. Lang Pong suddenly stood there in a daze, lost in thought. An Dan cheerfully turned to tease him. That was easy, wasn't it? Deflecting the Loi Kong Tak's sneak attack. Lang Pong had a frightened look on his face, not understanding what she was saying. He stammered as if he had just seen a ghost. "You scared me, my mind hadn't even had a chance to react." Seeing Lang Pong's expressions, An Dan felt exasperated. He started to speak weakly. "The Jiang Hu is truly too dangerous. I don't think I can take it anymore." Meanwhile, Ho Hoi used a negotiating tone. "We were just joking earlier, please don't be angry. How about we give you a 30% cut of this job as a sign of respect, senior?" As soon as he finished speaking, his demeanor changed, and he whispered to his soldiers, "Quick, get Manager Ta, we can't handle him." Ho Hoi broke out in a cold sweat. Only Manager Ta could possibly deal with a character like this. "Keep an eye on the people from Tu Kuk while I stall them." He immediately went into the thicket to find An Dan and the others. "Senior, why don't we come out and talk and let this junior offer an apology?" Lang Pong thought it was a great deal and smiled with satisfaction. Their attitude has softened, and they're even offering us things. Even the demonic sect knows how to be reasonable. Let's go out and talk. From behind, An Dan desperately tried to stop him. She couldn't help but curse at him for acting so foolishly. Meanwhile, Ho Hoi let out a sinister laugh. "It's so dark, and with just that flickering flame, can you even see the path?" He spat out some kind of substance, and the surroundings were instantly enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Andan and the others were shocked to realize they had fallen into Ho Hoi's vicious trap. Neither of them could stand the terrible stench. Lang Pong coughed violently, his face turning pale. He waved his hands frantically in the air. Why is it pitch black like this? I can't see a thing. Andan quickly figured out it was black powder. That Ho Hoi isn't completely brainless. Now that no one can see, he'll have the upper hand. He replied scornfully, I can't see during the day, but I never said I was blind. It's just that my eyes are naturally too sensitive to light. I just took advantage of the darkness to scatter some more fluorescent powder. Only then could I barely see with these unlucky eyes of mine. So what if he's the big boss of the demonic sect? Just put him in the dark. I can still cut him down as I please. As he finished speaking, Ho Hoi charged with his blade to attack Andan and the others. In some miraculous way, Ling Feng's fist accidentally hit his face. Ho Hoi flipped a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. He looked very confused, completely unaware that he had just hit the man. He was feeling utterly helpless against that cloud of powder. By now, the powder had mostly dissipated, and Ling Feng wondered, where did everyone go? Why didn't they attack? Is it over already? He shockingly recounted to Andan, something just hit my hand. She immediately ignored him and asked about Ho Hoi. The man spat out blood, too ashamed to turn back and look at the two of them. The bizarre image of Ling Feng appeared vividly in Ho Hoi's mind. Steward Ta appeared now hypocritically scolding the man, as a master of the demonic path is bullying a junior becoming of you. He immediately ordered the others to back down. Steward Ta's voice was full of sarcasm. You're all just a bunch of trash anyway. Sect Master Bang took off his neck scarf and confessed, I originally planned to take the two Kook's goods and then kill all of you. Since you're here, this will be easier to handle. Now the scar on his neck was fully revealed. Seeing this, Andan guessed that scar on his neck could he be. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, Sect Master Bang inquired, is this little sister not going to say anything? Stop pretending I know you recognize this scar. You really can't hide the expression on your face. As the young lady of the Dak Tien Kok, is it possible you haven't heard? Of me, the Shich Daokui, he asked leisurely while holding his weapon. Realizing she'd been found out, Andan sighed in frustration. White hair is such a hassle. It makes me too easy to recognize, she remarked as she took off her hat. But I never expected that the mysterious coward of the martial world would be working for La Duong Pong. I heard you take people's heads without even needing a clear look at their faces. Being so chatty really is the style of La Duong Pong. Sect Master Bang wasn't angered by the veiled insult and just smiled. When it comes to running your mouth, you're quite skilled yourself. Just then, Ling Feng's annoyed voice rang out. Hey, what have you two been talking about this whole time? Are you gossiping? He yelled while throwing punches and kicks randomly. I haven't understood a single thing you've been saying. Hearing this, Sect Master Bang turned to look at Ling Feng, speechless at the sight. Even his teammate Andan could only stare at Ling Feng in silence. After a moment, Sect Master Bang broke the silence. I don't know where you from Dak Tien Kok found this fool, but he's certainly interesting. She then retorted, even someone of your stature has shown up, so of course my new assistant is no ordinary person. Meanwhile, he was very unhappy that the two of them were talking back and forth, completely ignoring him. Finally, Ling Feng shouted in frustration, Hey, are you going to keep treating me like I'm invisible? Aren't you done talking? Sect Master Bang calmly assessed. It seems this master is eager to fight. Defeating Ho Hoi in a single blow, he must be a top-tier expert. Andan immediately advised in a persuasive tone, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle many of his moves either, Sect Master Bang. You should think carefully before you act. Ling Feng finally managed to get a word in. Before I left, my mom was worried that people in the martial world fight too much, but it turns out you guys only have mouth fights. Hearing that, she scolded him furiously, Can you just be quiet for a moment? Using your words is also a way of navigating the martial world. Do you understand now? Faced with Andan's anger, he was so intimidated that he started to stammer. Upon hearing that, Sect Master Bang on the other side understood everything. His mom. Andan quickly noticed this, whipping her head around to look at him in shock. Now it was Andan's turn to be intimidated. She coughed awkwardly, then Andan hesitantly suggested, See that? That's how a true master is simple and unpredictable. If you know what's good for you, leave now, and I will spare you. The sect master heard her words as if they were a joke, and simply replied nonchalantly, Oh, really? This expert is indeed exceptionally skilled. I'm not sure I could win against him, but I've heard that people from Dak Tien Kok have strange meridians that prevent them from practicing martial arts. Then, as he spoke, he launched an attack. In that case, this will be easy. As soon as he spoke, the attack shot forward with lightning speed. Ong Dan immediately covered her face and cried out in despair, "It's all over." She found it strange when the expected pain never came. Just then, Lang Pong shouted a warning from behind. Just as An Dan glanced back, she saw the attack rushing in from behind. Bright red blood sprayed everywhere the weapon had fulfilled its purpose of wounding the opponent. In the nick of time, Lang Pong appeared to block the blow for her. Seeing this, An Dan cried out his name in a panic. The pain never reached her, but she was horrified by the sight that suddenly appeared before her eyes. Lang Pong's face twisted in agony as he was struck by Ta Quan Su's blow, but he quickly countered, sending the weapon flying right back at its owner. He immediately turned to ask, "Are you hurt badly?" He replied, trying to hide the pain, "It's nothing, I got used to this during training," but she immediately called him out. "You're clearly tearing up." Lang Pong then remarked, "This flying dagger is strange. I couldn't completely neutralize it with the techniques my master taught me." Witnessing this, Ta Quan Su thought in astonishment, "What? My Don Dao Dao can slice through a head like tofu, yet it only gave him a superficial wound." As the weapon returned, he snatched it from the air and snorted in frustration. But a moment later, Ta Quan Su cheered up, thinking, "No matter, I have my own clever tricks." A second later, he chuckled and said, "Your internal energy is indeed profound to be able to withstand a blow from my Don Dao Dao. Why don't you join my La Fong Duong and help me achieve great things?" Hearing that, An Dan exclaimed happily, "Look, he's backing down." Then she turned to Lang Pong and said, "Let me tell you something. You actually have the strongest internal energy of anyone I've ever met, much stronger than that coward Ta Quan Su." After a moment, Lang Pong slowly asked, "Am I really strong?" He spun around joyfully, his eyes sparkling, and asked again, "So it's true?" Suddenly, Ta Quan Su doesn't seem so scary anymore. Lang Pong immediately got into an attack stance and declared loudly, "This great hero is coming for you." Having said that, he leapt forward without the slightest hesitation. Even Ta Quan Su was taken aback by Lang Pong's speed. He's so fast. But this is all going according to my plan. This guy is a real idiot. Waiting until he was close, he said, "You're in such a hurry to charge forward. Do you not care if she lives or dies?" As he said this, his hand made a move, and after revealing his true intentions, he launched his weapon. Seeing this, Lang Pong had a startling thought. "Don't tell me." Meanwhile, An Dan was still clueless and even cheered him on enthusiastically, "Go Lang Pong." Meanwhile, Ta Quan Su said with a smug look, "You didn't really think my last attack was just a random strike, did you? Kid, the martial world isn't a place where fights are won based on skill alone." Lang Pong glanced at the scene behind him and could only say one thing, "Despicable." Cursing him for being a scoundrel, he quickly turned around. Then Lang Pong used all his strength to dash back the way he came. Ong Dan was very confused when she saw him suddenly rushing back. Just as she challenged, "If you have the guts, fight me, one-on-one," Ta Quan Su Lang Pong arrived just in time to block the blow for her with his hand. He only realized it now. Across from him, Ta Quan Su calmly said, "One-on-one, how could I possibly be a match for a monster like you? But it's 2 against 1. After saying that, he retracted his weapon. After that, Lang Pong was repeatedly hit by Ta Quan Su's vicious attacks. They flew at an incredible speed, making it impossible for him to dodge, so he could only stand there and take the hits. Now, Ta Quan Su said excitedly, "I am more than enough on my own." Just then, he cried out in pain, "Undan, this is bad. The more I circulate my energy to heal, the faster the blood flows. And my internal energy is draining quickly. I feel like I'm about to collapse." Hearing this, she turned to examine the wound. Could the throwing dagger be poisoned? Lang Pong denied it. "That's probably not it. Master said I've mastered the Ku Thien Hoa Doc Dai Fap, making me forever immune to all poisons." An Dan was curious after hearing that, wondering what kind of great art that was. Seeing the two of them chatting away, Ta Quan Su on the other side asked with dissatisfaction, "Still have time to chat, wondering why the wound won't stop bleeding, aren't you? Well then, you can go to the underworld and think about it there." As he finished speaking, he attacked again. Seeing this, he warned, "Be careful, it's coming again." Immediately after, it appeared right before her eyes, startling An Dan. When did it fly over? The tip of Ta Quan Su's blade wounded his opponent once again. Meanwhile, Lang Pong helplessly wondered, "Why can't I sense any killing intent at all? Master clearly said that one must sense killing intent to avoid hidden weapons. Could Master be a liar?" Hearing this, An Dan cleared his master's name. "Your master didn't lie to you, but he's targeting me, so of course you couldn't sense it. Also, She glanced down and cautiously reminded Lang Pong try to bear with it for a moment. A second later, he cried out in pain. "Why did you cut my wound? It hurts so much." Dan replied casually, "I'm just checking to see if it's poisoned." He clutched his wound and complained, "Do you have any idea how much that hurts?" A moment later, Dan suddenly spoke, "It's Tu Dao Tan." Hearing this, Ta Quan Su wondered to himself, how could this be? How did she figure it out? Despite his thoughts, he still spoke with contempt. "So what, you figured it out? Take my secret with you and tell it to the king of hell." Right after that, Dan exclaimed, "I see it. There's more than one string." "You coward, I've figured out all your secrets. Now I just have to tell Lang Pong." Before she could finish speaking, his agonizing scream echoed. Seeing Lang Pong get hit by him again, Dan anxiously called his name. Lang Pong struggled to speak. "I feel empty inside." Hearing this, she lamented, "This is bad. Lang Pong, don't collapse if you go down. We're both finished." Just as Ta Quan Su was taunting them, running away. "Don't even think about it." A panicked voice shouted, "We're in trouble. Stop them quickly." But it was too late as the sound of horse hooves was already approaching. Nguyen Luong rode up and urged them, "My two benefactors, get on the horses quickly." Then he and his subordinate grabbed Dan and Lang Pong by the hand. A second later, they whisked the two away, escaping from Ta Quan Su. He stood silently watching the four of them leave. For a moment, Ta Quan Su stood there, dumbfounded, as if he didn't know what to do. Immediately after, his anger erupted, and Ta Quan Su, seething with killing intent, cursed useless trash. He turned and yelled at his subordinates, "All of you are useless. You couldn't even properly guard a few tied-up escorts. I just said they wouldn't escape, and you all made me lose face." Seeing them still standing there, Ta Quan Su grew even more irritated. "What are you standing there for? Go after them." Hearing this, the guards replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Then Steward Ta began to give instructions. "There are more of them." He said calmly, "The Tu Kook and the demonic sect are secretly transporting goods. Hunt down the 4 vagrants, dead or alive, and post wanted posters all over the southwest region for me." The scene changes to another place, and a new day begins. A mixture of sounds could be heard, some people cursing, "Damn fortune teller, get out of the way," while others were hawking their goods. Besides that, there were whispers and chatter from the people as they looked at the notice board. They took turns exclaiming, "How shameless, how could they do something like this?" The very thought is frightening. On it was a wanted poster for the villain who stole 4 cats, which were tribute items from the western regions belonging to the government. Meanwhile, 2 masked people spoke. "No one has probably seen it yet. We tore it down as soon as it was posted." The other person advised young master, "We should hurry back to the Tu Kook. With the Tan Diep Hoi's status in the southwest, it will soon become difficult for us to move around. Furthermore, the La Phong Duong is vicious and never leaves survivors. The Tu Kook will be implicated too, so we must hurry." After hearing that, the other person was slowly convinced and replied hesitantly, "I understand. But before we leave, we must say goodbye to those 2. Soon they arrived at an inn where a waiter warmly asked, "Are you 2 esteemed guests here to rest or to stay overnight?" The 2 replied curtly, "We're looking for someone." A moment later, a voice called out from outside Dan's room, "Our 2 benefactors." Without a second thought, she immediately opened the door to let them in. The 2 spoke in unison, "Benefactors, we've come to bid you 2 farewell." Dan saw them and snapped, "Who are you people? Get out now." She only calmed down after they explained they were the ones from the Tu Kook yesterday. Dan looked at their completely different appearances and exclaimed, "I couldn't even remember what you looked like. Your disguises are truly flawless. I'm so impressed." Nguyen Luong's subordinate heard this and replied with a laugh, "The elders in my family also say I have a knack for disguise." She didn't expect him to react that way, so she just replied, "All right, as long as you're happy." She glanced at the person lying motionless on the bed and said, "His internal energy is depleted, so he hasn't woken up. Sit down, let's talk more." After hearing this, he tactfully declined. "There's no need to sit. We're about to leave. You 2 should also leave this place quickly. You can't stay here for too long. This is the bounty notice issued by the Tan Diep Hoi seeking the 4 of us, dead or alive. They've blamed the escort robbery on us too, and with the Tan Diep Hoi's reputation, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Seeing it, Dan couldn't help but exclaim, "The drawing is so realistic." He added, "We've already dealt with all the wanted posters in the city, so you 2 should take this chance to leave quickly." Dan replied confidently, "Don't worry, we won't make any rash moves." Just as she was about to say goodbye to Nguyen Luong's subordinate, he took out a nameplate for her to see. Dan immediately turned to the person beside her and said, "Well then, Brother Luke, we'll meet again." Nguyen Luong replied casually, "Young heroine, please thank great hero Lang Fong for both of us." Meanwhile, she was still marveling at his disguise skills. After speaking, he added, "This is a token from my Luke family. You might need it in the future." Not long after, Lang Pong woke up muttering the words "great hero." Seeing this, An Dan asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lang Pong replied happily, "The people from the Tu Kook just called me a great hero." Hearing that, she said, "They've been gone for a while. They asked me to make sure to thank you and said they never expected to find a good person in the demonic sect." Hearing her words, Lang Pong sighed sadly. So it was just a dream. Right after An Dan cheerfully corrected him, it wasn't a dream. She tossed the token that Nguyen Luong had given her up and down. The token slowly fell down. Ang Dan caught it, and they continued on to another place. Lang Pong remarked in a low voice, "It's a good thing you hid our belongings outside the city. Otherwise, even the saber my master gave me would be gone." An Dan replied calmly, "You had so many valuables, of course they had to be hidden." Then he asked again, "But how did I lose to Steward Ta back then? Didn't you say you already knew everything?" An Dan sighed deeply and replied, "We were both tricked by that old fox." Hearing her say that, Lang Pong was completely stunned. "I'm explaining that the throwing knives you saw were just a smokescreen. There were also many reflective knives, each connected by an extremely thin thread to the ring in his hand. His target was always me, so you couldn't feel his killing intent. If you wanted to protect me, you would have had to use your two most agile arms to block them. He just needed to pull slightly, and all the knives would change their trajectory. By then, your move would have been held too long, and your whole body would be full of openings. Also, you weren't actually poisoned back then. That thing is called Tu Dao Bo De Cao. It's a type of medicine that improves blood and qi circulation. But that's only if you ingest it. If applied externally, it will absorb internal energy to enhance blood and qi flow. It's a rare remedy used to restore long-dead limbs, blocking internal energy, but its effects will wear off in half an incense stick's time. No matter how strong your internal energy is, it will be drained quickly by this stuff." Lang Pong's head was buzzing as he listened. It was so complicated he didn't understand a thing, but it sounded very impressive. Then An Dan replied casually, "Anyway, just remember this. When you're out in the world, your brain is more important than your martial arts. I don't expect you to understand anything else." After hearing that, he could only manage a grunt. After a few steps, Lang Pong curiously asked again, "But where are we going now?" An Dan pointed forward and said, "We're here, take a look." She introduced, "This is my home." Lang Pong let out a hum, looking quite surprised. An Dan stood proudly before the door and said, "What do you think impressive, right? Don't just stand there gawking. Let's go in." Lang Pong wondered, isn't this door a bit plain? While Lang Pong was gaping in amazement, she suddenly spoke, "Doc Tien Kok, anyone who wants to die can come in and try." He looked around and asked, "Your Doc Tien Kok is really big. There must be a lot of people, right?" An Dan leaned against the door and casually replied, "There are quite a few. If you count my mother, there are 2 of us," she said while holding up 2 fingers. Lang Pong didn't expect such an answer from An Dan, and after hearing it, he was stunned and asked again, What was that?" While Lang Pong was still lost in his confusion, An Dan called out for her mother in an affectionate tone. She opened one door after another, searching for her mother. Even the bathroom wasn't spared from An Dan's search. Not stopping there, she also led Lang Pong to look for her mother in the garden. While she was busy searching for her mother, Lang Pong was enthusiastically marveling at the size of the house. By the time An Dan went inside and shouted for her mother, he was still endlessly impressed. Finally, she said helplessly, "Where on earth did that old woman run off to? Oh well, I don't care about that damn old woman anymore. I'm going to change my clothes this night. Suit is really dirty, stinky, and ugly too. You wait here for a bit. There probably aren't any clothes you can wear here. We'll have to wait for my mom to come back and figure something out." Hearing her say that, Lang Pong just replied faintly, "Oh, okay." Then he focused on observing the house again. Even after sitting down, Lang Pong was still exclaiming in awe. He sat properly, but his head kept moving to admire the scenery around the house. Just then, while Lang Pong was in the middle of his admiration, someone appeared. He thought it was An Dan and was very puzzled. How can you be so fast? Right after the person appeared, Lang Pong had to let out another gasp of awe. He looked at the person in front of him with endless curiosity. "You just changed your clothes, but you look so different, right?" Hearing this, Lin Lan turned to look at Lang Pong. Meanwhile, he still didn't realize he had mistaken the person and even praised enthusiastically, "It's amazing, right? My mother said that a woman's makeup is like a disguise art, but seeing it with my own eyes is still so magical. You're clearly the same person, but your aura is completely different. How about you teach me this makeup skill too? This face of mine often gets me into trouble outside." Hearing that, Lin Lan wrapped her arm around him and agreed. She even promised I'll come and teach you, which made Lang Pong endlessly shy. Then Lin Lan suggested, let's go somewhere else and talk slowly. There are still many things I want to ask you. He agreed immediately without a second thought. Hearing this, Lin Lan took Lang Pong by the hand and said gently, let's go. He suddenly felt emotional, wondering how just changing clothes could make a person seem so different. I was a bit slow to react, and just then An Dan stepped out. That was when Lang Pong discovered the truth. The girl immediately rolled up her sleeves, muttering curses. You damn old hag! Seeing this, Lin Lan shouted, daughter, let me explain. After a while, the three of them calmly sat down. An Dan introduced her. This is my mother, Ma Lin Lan, the master of Dak Tien Kok. Right after she spoke up, little brother, don't I look nothing like someone who already has a child? Lang Pong answered honestly, that's right. I thought An Dan had gotten prettier. Lin Lan was delighted to hear this. Oh my, this little brother really knows what to say. I'm only about 18 or 19 myself. Unexpectedly, he then added lightly, but auntie, shouldn't you touch up your makeup? At that moment, Lin Lan's pride completely crumbled. Seeing this, An Dan urged him quick call her big sister. My mother's maiden heart is shattered. Hearing this, Lang Pong really did call her big sister twice. She then returned to normal and replied with a laugh, you even called me little big sister. Little brother, how did you know to speak the truth? A moment later, An Dan suddenly wondered, but mother, haven't you noticed something is wrong? Lin Lan asked back, what is it? She immediately explained, the air in Dak Tien Kok is full of poison. Anyone who trespasses and inhales it won't even last for half an incense stick's time, but look at him. Meanwhile, Lang Pong, completely unaware of their conversation, just sat there smiling foolishly. Seeing this, Lin Lan also began to worry. Could it be that the poison has made this child foolish? She immediately denied it. No, he's always been like this. The Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Fap, he has mastered the Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Pap. Neither male nor female, neither human nor ghost, only such a being can master the long-lost Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Pap of our Dak Tien Kok. After hearing this, Lin Lan was stunned and blurted out, what? In disbelief, she asked again, have you confirmed it? She replied firmly, I have. I've tasted his blood, so there's no way I could be wrong. Hearing this, Lin Lan feigned alarm and said, you've even confirmed it with his blood. Has your relationship already progressed to this level? An Dan heard this and raised her voice to remind her, you're focusing on the wrong thing, mother. With that, the two started to wrestle playfully. A moment later, Lin Lan couldn't take it anymore and apologized to her. After composing herself, she asked, now where were we? Was it about your relationship? An Dan reminded her helplessly, it was the Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Pap. After hearing that, she nodded and said, that's right. With that, Lin Lan did a complete 180 and said, little brother, can you tell me how you learned the Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Pap? Lang Pong immediately answered, I'll tell you, but you two have to stop being so noisy. My father hired a master to teach me all my techniques. My master said the requirements for this Ho Dak Dai Fap are extremely strange, being neither male nor female. He also said that a child under 9 years old is considered neither male nor female. The neither human nor ghost part is very ambiguous. My master didn't explain it clearly, but it might refer to a situation where a living person's body contains a type of corpse chi. So my master had me learn the Thap Nido Dien Tu Am Sat Tran, so the yin chi in my body wouldn't dissipate, making me count as half human, half ghost. My master was afraid the yin chi would affect my development, so he had me practice the Dai Duong Sat, but he was still worried the killing intent would be too strong and weaken my body, so he told me to train in the Kui Mon La Han Kim Than of the Mat Tong. At that time, my father specially prepared 99 white oxen from the Te Vuk as offerings. The people in town couldn't finish eating them even after half a month, and the kids from the next village got really jealous. There was grilled beef, tendon, steamed beef, feet, stewed beef brisket, boiled beef, spicy beef tripe, smoked beef tongue, and marinated beef seared in a hot pan. Hearing this, both of them couldn't help but shout, "You're getting off topic." Only then did Lang Pong realize, oh right, I got carried away and made my mouth water again. After that, I mastered the Ku Tien Hoa Dak Dai Fap, but after mastering it, my meridians shrank, and I couldn't circulate my internal energy. After listening, Lin Lan nodded in agreement. That's right. The meridians of the Dak Tien were disconnected, which is why he created this technique to shrink the meridians. Outsiders who practice it, even though their shrunk meridians prevent them from cultivating, can still achieve the Dak Tien's immunity to all poisons. Back then, An Dan's father was a divine doctor of his generation and thought he could be with me by relying on his medical skills. But somehow that medical book was also a poison, and over the long years it circulated through him again and again. Finally, she concluded sorrowfully, if the grand art hadn't been lost, he could have lived. This made An Dan unable to stop herself from turning and calling out mother. Unexpectedly, a second later, Lin Lan lamented, "It's not easy to find a man, and in the end, I poisoned him to death." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "So that's what you're upset about?" She didn't answer An Dan, but turned to ask Lang Pong, little brother, "If you've practiced the Hodak Dai Pap, why do you still have such abundant internal energy?" He answered honestly, Master said it was a small matter, that the shortcomings of a cultivation technique could just be supplemented by another. So I practiced the Suyen Lu Doan Truong Dao, my meridians widened, but my dantian scattered instead of gathering energy. After that was the Doa Fatsun Nu Wai Kin, my dantian became solid, but my bones and tendons stiffened. Then there was the Te Hai Sha Dao Jahan Kuyen, my tendons and bones became flexible, but my limbs were a bit weak. So I learned Te Man Fong's Engu Da Kap Mo Kong. My lower limbs became as hard as rock, but I had to consume the 5 poisons. Finally, Lin Lan couldn't take it anymore and interrupted him. "Wait a minute, is your master some kind of demonic arts wholesaler? These are all foundational treasures of famous demonic sects." Hearing that An Dan became curious too. "That's right, just who in the world is your master?" Lang Pong answered casually, "I'm not sure my father spent 500,000 taels to invite him from town." Hearing this, Lin Lan broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe her ears. Seeing this, An Dan added, "That's right. I forgot to tell you how rich his family is, Mom." Right after that, she waved her over for a moment. An Dan asked innocently, "What is it?" Lin Lan spoke shyly, "Your taste in men isn't half bad. He has billions in assets and peerless martial arts you could." Hearing that she quickly denied it, "We don't have that kind of relationship." She replied calmly, "That's not what I meant. I meant you might be getting a new father." An Dan was stunned for a moment after hearing that, unable to process the information Lin Lan had just given her. A moment later, she blurted out in shock, "What?" Even Lang Pong didn't expect her to say something like that. An Dan completely ignored her after that. She sat in a corner silently, not saying another word as she was too shocked. A moment later, Lang Pong hesitantly spoke up, "Big sis, is this?" An Dan immediately snapped, "What do you mean, big sis, call me auntie?" Seeing her annoyance, Lin Lan called out softly, pleading Mom. But An Dan replied bluntly, "What do you mean, Mom? If you have something to say, then don't." After composing herself, An Dan took a deep breath and spoke. "Let's continue with the main topic. The two of you are not allowed to speak to each other without permission." Hearing this, Lang Pong asked in confusion why. She immediately glanced at him and answered hesitantly, "It's because, to save our newly budding friendship in the martial world." He thought it made sense and agreed. Lang Pong and An Dan roughly talked about what happened after they met. Finally, she concluded by saying that after Lang Pong woke up, they returned to Dak Tien Kok. He excitedly added that this was because An Dan still thought the Tan Diep Hoi was a righteous sect. Then she also wondered, "Mom, how did you know the Tan Diep Hoi had issues?" and told me to investigate. Lin Lan replied without changing her posture, "This story began 2 months ago." Seeing this, An Dan told her, "Put your hands down before you talk." She immediately complied. Lin Lan calmly explained, "Our Dak Tien Kok has been able to stand strong not just because of the poisonous miasma in the valley, but also because of a secret art not passed to outsiders, the Tiet Men. Severe and difficult to treat injuries, incurable long-term illnesses, even someone on their last breath can be saved. The price is someone willing to sacrifice their life and a sufficiently large service fee." 2 months ago, the sect master of Tan Diep Hoi came to me alone with his critically ill daughter seeking my help. I knew Sect Master Lu was a righteous man, so I wanted to save his daughter without requiring a life sacrifice. At that time, I suggested that great hero Lu first use my Tiktok Dan. He kept begging, "Please save my daughter. I beg you to use my life." Lin Lan recounted sadly, but Miss Lu's injuries were too severe. Her pulse was gone by the time she arrived, so we could only use Tiet Men. Before Sect Master Lu died, he told me that the assailant was the new manager from the Martial Arts Association. The new manager had already replaced everyone in the Tan Diep Hoi. Hearing this, both of them couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "The Martial Arts Association." Lang Pong then asked the Martial Arts Association that handles the Martial World Registry. Seeing that, she advised him, "It's best if you throw that little token away." Although this hasn't been confirmed, there have been many rumors recently. The Martial Arts Association uses the Martial World Registry to gather information on martial artists, and they use this information to control public opinion in the martial world. Hearing that, he started to get suspicious and replied, "So that's it." "Is that so?" Lang Pong's voice was full of dejection. Just then, Lin Lan spoke again compared to this. I'm more worried about the La Fong Duong. Before she could finish her sentence, Lang Pong rushed forward. At the same time, a sharp arrow came flying. The moment he caught the arrow, Lin Lan finished her sentence about silencing everyone. Right after that, she loudly introduced An Dan's younger sister is named Man Chao. Lang Pong caught the arrow and immediately crushed it. Seeing this, An Dan exclaimed, La Fong Duong has chased us all the way to our doorstep. Meanwhile, full of spirit, he asked, Miss, are you all right? Seeing this, she furiously shouted, That's enough. If they dared to chase us here, they must have come prepared. Luckily, without the antidote pill, they can't get in. Lang Pong, what do we do next? He immediately replied seriously, You all don't have martial arts, so stay back for now. Let me deal with them. With that said, he removed all the bandages from his body. Lang Pong, full of vigor, declared, It's time to test the results of my decades of hard training. Seeing this, she cautiously called his name. But then An Dan thought, This time I won't be by your side to get in the way, and you don't have to worry about ordinary people seeing your demonic arts. Finally, she concluded, Go all out and deal with them. Hearing her say that, Lang Pong happily agreed. As he finished speaking, he channeled his energy, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. Lang Pong took a few steps, then stopped preparing to launch himself forward. Less than a second later, he shot off like the wind. Seeing this, Lin Lan wondered, Is this Qinggong? An Dan replied confidently, This level of Qinggong is nothing for him. Mother, you haven't seen him truly make a move yet. This man will surely become a great dragon that will stir up the entire world. After she finished, the two fell silent. After a moment, Lin Lan hesitantly began Mother and him. Hearing this, she firmly asserted The scene shifts to the outside of Dak Tien Kok. A man sitting on a treetop spoke up. Lord, we've attacked dozens of places, but there's been no reaction. Did that girl really flee back to Dak Tien Kok? This Dak Tien Kok is just as extraordinary as they say. Is it really impossible to enter? Le Xuan Hoa replied coldly, If you want to go in, go by yourself. The last of our men who went in there, you were probably grazing on the grass from their graves. Not only was he not afraid, he even commented, No wonder it smelled so fragrant. Another subordinate from La Fong Duong heard this and scoffed pervert. But is this information reliable? Are we just going to wait like this? Just then, Bok Dong spoke up. The information from the Vo Lam Association is probably not wrong. Besides, this is an order from that esteemed lord, our La Fong Duong cannot disobey. As he finished, someone shouted, There's movement, something is flying over here. It looks like a person. Xuan Hoa asked in surprise, He can fly here using Qinggong. It seems the person the boss mentioned is indeed a great master. He ordered, Everyone stay put. This is no friendly visitor. Luckily, masters care about face, so we'll use polite words to send him away. After a pause, he spoke again, and then, before he could finish, Lang Pong's voice suddenly rang out, And then what? Seeing Xuan Hoa remain silent, he prompted keep talking. Before he could say anything, Bok Dong cut in, Of course. We attack when his guard is down. With that, he charged towards Lang Pong. Seeing this, Xuan Hoa cursed Bok Dong, You're too reckless. But he retorted, Once I take his head, you won't think I'm reckless anymore. The moment he finished speaking, Bok Dong summoned his weapon and prepared to fight. On the other side, Lang Pong also took a ready stance to face the battle. His eyes glinted with an incredibly powerful killing intent. Before his opponents could even make a move, Lang Pong casually drew his sword. Then Lang Pong effortlessly executed a couple more basic moves. And just like that, he had blocked the attack from Bok Dong's group. The two were both annoyed and surprised. How did you even notice that? The remaining man was also stunned, while Xuan Hoa, watching from the side, felt his hands itching to join in. He couldn't help but be amazed. That saber. Less than 5 seconds later, Bok Dong's group was single-handedly defeated by him. The man in the treetop saw this, jumped down, and asked, Lord, what should we do now? Xuan Hoa pondered for a moment, and then replied, What should we do? Of course we kill them. As he finished speaking, he drew his sword, while his subordinates held their breath in anticipation. Xuan Hoa then executed a few basic moves. Afterward, he casually spun his sword as if nothing had happened. Once finished, he sheathed his sword as usual and quickly ran up to Lang Pong. At the exact moment Xuan Hoa sheathed his sword, his subordinates collapsed. It turns out he had just attacked his own men. This left Lang Pong, who had watched from start to finish, completely baffled. Suddenly, Xuan Hoa dropped to his knees before him and clasped his hands. Witnessing this scene, Lang Pong felt even more confused. The young man happily introduced himself. I am the third-generation disciple of Van Tuong Vien Le Xuan Hoa. Le Xuan Hoa paused for a beat, then declared powerfully, I pay my respects to the sect leader, Martial Uncle. This one sentence made Lang Pong feel like he was spinning around in outer space. His mind just went completely blank. The two men, stunned, shouted sect leader. Zhuan Hoa, sitting comfortably on a chair, explained, "There's no mistake. People in the martial world might not know this saber, but we could never misidentify it. This saber is the symbol of the sect leader. You must be the direct disciple of the old sect leader. If you want to investigate Lafong Duong, I'll tell you everything I know." Lafong Duong is working for the Hip Hoi Vo Lam. More than half of the sects are like this. Their main goal is to infiltrate the entire nation, taking advantage of the government's weakness to take over prefectures and counties for their own profit. Right now, aside from hunting down those who slip through the net, they're attacking all the sects that refuse to submit. Sung Sun just fell, and Thieu Lam will be next. An hour later, Zhuan Hoa was still enthusiastically narrating. Then the wife of the Lapong Duong leader ran off with the second-in-command of Hak Fong Tri. People in the hall say it's actually because the leader prefers men. In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. The ancients were the same way. Hearing this, Lin Lan and An Dang said in unison, "You're being quite detailed." Scene change, Lang Pong is now standing above, waving to Lei Zhuan Hoa. He reminded Zhuan, "Hoa, take care of yourself. You've offended Lafong Duong. Will you be all right on your own?" Le Zhuan Hoa replied happily, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader martial uncle. Don't worry, we people of Van Tuong Mon have no problem protecting ourselves." Hearing the answer he wanted, Lang Pong happily agreed. After some final words, he set off humming some tune as he went. Le Zhuan Hoa thought to himself, "I can't believe our Van Tuong Mon still has other members. And he's the sect leader, no less. It seems our Van Tuong Mon has a hope of being rebuilt." At this moment, he felt a little hesitant. He just didn't know how I should help the sect leader martial uncle in the future. Just as he finished that thought, a hidden weapon attacked from behind, but Le Zhuan Hoa quickly dodged it. As he finished muttering, he reached behind his back to draw his sword. After drawing his sword, Le Zhuan Hoa hurriedly slashed at the thing in front of him. That thing also launched an attack on him, but luckily, he was able to block it. Le Zhuan Hoa didn't hesitate, continuously swinging his sword towards the object. His sword strikes descended upon the object like a violent storm of power. He maneuvered the sword into the object's crevice. Then he forcefully split it into two pieces. Once done, Le Zhuan Hoa lowered his head to rest for a moment. He said with a disdainful tone, "A rat." Before he could celebrate for long, someone immediately attacked him from behind. Seeing Le Zhuan Hoa's collapsed figure, the man from La Fong Duong behind him sneered contemptuously. "Called the Van Tuong Mon or something. Right, his skills are truly not bad. He's just a bit foolish. Did he really think he could become the master after just a few days?" Bok Dong spoke up. "I have to admit, those kids from the Hip Hoi Vo Lam are quite capable. Just based on Peng Tan Chu's description of the saber, they identified some Van Tuong Mon, a sect I've never heard of, and actually managed to find one of its members. Tampering with the saber fooled him. What an idiot, he didn't even bother to strike a second time to make sure of the kill, although he still managed to take out one of our men." Another person from La Fong Duong chimed in. "He was just a worthless grunt, so tricking that expert into going to Shaolin to take the blame for us was well worth it." Bok Dong agreed this kid overheard quite a lot at Dak Tien Kok. Let him report back whatever he can. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tach Dai Hiep suddenly spoke. "Once the deed is done, I flick my sleeves and depart, hiding my identity and fame." Someone asked curiously, "Thach Dai Hiep, what are you doing?" Thach Dai Hiep replied evasively, "Nothing. I'm just seeing a friend off." Scene change, An Dan was folding clothes and sighing in frustration. She thought about how she had been home for less than a day and already had to leave again. Just then, Lang Pong said, "Actually, you don't need to come along since you don't know any martial arts. Shaolin must be saved, but it's enough for me to go alone. I'm very happy that I could meet a good person like you on my first venture into the Jianghu." As he finished, Lang Pong started to make a promise. "In the future, we will." But before he could finish, Dan moved closer and let out a defiant huff. She asked irritably, "What do you mean, are you looking down on me? Do you think I'll be a hindrance just because I don't know martial arts?" Hearing An Dan's tirade, Lang Pong became flustered. "Hey, that's not what I meant." Still, An Dan said peevishly, "Fine, if you don't want me to go, I won't. I'd rather stay here and be comfortable anyway. On the other hand, with that simple mind of yours, you'll probably get tricked and sold by someone out there. That would be quite shameful, wouldn't it? Great hero Lang Pong. I'm done packing. Go out there and suffer by yourself, you ungrateful thing. Where's my pouch?" The pouch was gone, but Lang Pong immediately replied, "I have it right here." Hearing this, An Dan whipped around to look at him. Lang Pong said naively, "I think you're right. My mind isn't that sharp, so it's best to leave the most valuable thing with you." You have to keep it safe for me. It's my entire fortune." After hearing him, she fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, Andan finally let out a cool hum. She was pleased, but pretended to be indifferent, replying, "Fine, I'll reluctantly agree." Then Andan said, "Give me back the pouch first." Lang Pong immediately held it up higher and replied childishly, "Come and get it yourself." Just then, Lin Lan appeared. "Lang Pong, see if these clothes fit you. It wasn't easy for me to find a set of men's clothing." Their movements froze in midair, and just like that, she had seen the entire scene between them. At first, Lin Lan was confused, but once it registered, she switched into full gossip mode. Scene change, Ma Lin Lan asked young Master Lang Fong, "I've had these clothes altered for you, try them on, and see if they fit." He replied happily, "They fit perfectly, you have great taste, sister." She corrected him seriously. "Call me sister." Lang Fong wondered, "I don't think this dagger is mine." "Is it?" Ma Lin Lan explained. "This is specifically for your self-defense. It's a Ko Vuong Kiem set with Andans." Hearing this, Ma Andan cried out in protest, "Mom, are you giving the Tu Ko Vuong to an outsider?" Ma Lin Lan replied calmly, "Would you even be able to use it? The Ko Vuong Kiem you have is just a decoration, isn't it? Besides, is Lang Pong really considered an outsider?" She looked on, exasperated by her mother fawning over the man. Ko Lang Fong was very excited at this moment. "This dagger is really powerful, isn't it?" Adan heard this and agreed. "This is a pair of weapons made from the rare Ko Vuong Ngok stone. Its hardness is not important. The main thing is that the specially processed Ko Vuong Ngok is extremely poisonous." Before she could finish her sentence, he had already touched the tip of the sword. Seeing the blood flowing from his fingertip, he screamed, "Extremely poisonous, you say?" "I cut my finger. I'm going to die from the poison." Adan reminded him, "My friend, aren't you supposed to be immune to all poisons?" Only then did Lang Pong remember, and he said cheerfully, "Oh, that's right." Looking at his foolish appearance, she said in exasperation, "I'm afraid you're an idiot." But Ma Lin Lan was the opposite. Her eyes lit up as she praised him. How adorable. Ma Lin Lan, who was laughing happily, suddenly froze. She wondered, "But Lang Pong, why do you have a book tied to your hand all of a sudden? Are you that fond of studying?" He raised his hand and asked, "You mean this Hooko tap?" Hearing this, the mother and daughter asked again in confusion. Ko Lang Fong replied, "The rope just happened to come loose. Let me give you a little demonstration." "What should I use? I have an idea." "Is it all right if I damage this table? I can buy a new one." Ma Lin Lan agreed, "That's fine." Having gotten their approval, he raised his hand to perform. Streams of power from Lang Pong's hand flew towards the table like invisible blades. It caused the table to crack and shatter into countless pieces. Seeing his technique, Adan and her mother couldn't help but be astonished. She exclaimed, "Those are hidden weapons. That level of destruction is terrifying." What tap could it be? The one ranked first among tens of thousands of hidden weapons, the Hua Diu Tao Tu Kim Giam. Is yours the Hoko tap that went missing 40 years ago? As he retied the book, he admitted, "My master said he picked this up on the side of the road when he was young. He wasn't interested in it, so he tossed it to me, saying I could flip through it for fun if I was bored." After tying the book, Ko Lang Fong placed his hand on his robe, and after that I learned it. Hearing him say this, Adan and her mother were so shocked they froze like statues. "You learned it just by flipping through it for fun." Lang Pong continued excitedly, "That's right. My master also told me to find the other volume, the Dieu Thudu." Ma Lin Lan reminded him, "The Dieu Thudu is easy to find, but very difficult to obtain." He was curious and asked why. She explained, "Because everyone in the world knows where the other volume is. It's with the great hero who resists the treacherous official, Dam Kong Kong. It is also in the hands of the Flower Shadow Sword, Dang Van Fong Dam Kong Kong's adopted son. Now that is a true great hero." The scene changes to the temple where Lu Tran is the abbot. Several people were lying exhausted on the steps. One was so tired, he dropped his weapon and just rolled back and forth on the stairs. The monks in the temple were also in defensive stances ready to fight. Liu Tran spoke up. "As expected, they still made a move against us." His expression at this moment seemed somewhat wary. "Well done, Martial Arts Association." Then Liu Tran shouted, "Well done, Doa Fat Son." After hearing this, Liu Kong replied, "Senior brother Liu Tran, you're being stubborn, aren't you?" Liu Tam interjected at this moment, "We are fellow Buddhist cultivators. Why must we tire ourselves by turning on each other over worldly matters?" Dong Yu didn't say much and simply smashed a jar to pieces. "Enough with the useless talk. One swing from my mace will send them straight to Nirvana." Then he hugged his mace and jumped up. Dong U's wicked laughter echoed through the area, looking incredibly ferocious. For some reason, his mace slammed onto the ground with a thud. Dong-yu also felt something was a bit off and froze. He wondered, "Why have you all backed away? How embarrassing, I drank a little too much. My vision is a bit wobbly." A monk from the other side couldn't hold it in and yelled, "You're taking the bullying too far. How dare you look down on our Shaolin temple? Taste my staff." As soon as he finished speaking, the monk rushed toward Dong-yu. The monk's attack was simply not worth his attention. Before either side could react, Ling Feng rushed in from out of nowhere. He landed a fatal blow on the monk and yelled, "Stop! Today I absolutely will not let you have your way." He then pointed at the monks in the temple and said loudly. At this point, Ling Feng suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Then he turned to look at the stunned Dong-yu, and Ling Feng wondered, why are both sides monks? Meanwhile, Ma An-dan was still struggling to climb the stairs. She was exhausted, panting heavily. Ong-dan yelled, "Ling Feng, you damn fool. You don't even know how to use lightness skill." As she said this, she suddenly froze in shock. Dong-yu held her bag in his hand. "Little miss, your bag is really heavy. You must have a lot of good things in here." Seeing this, Ma An-dan demanded, "How dare you touch my sword?" He asked back, "What's wrong? Is a little touch going to kill me?" As expected, he was beaten by Ma An-dan until he foamed at the mouth. She took her sword back from Dong-yu. "You have no manners touching people's things without permission. Now you regret it, don't you?" "Don't worry. Skin contact won't kill you. The poison is secreted through the skin. You'll just be bedridden for 2 or 3 weeks." At this point, An-dan suddenly paused, thinking about something. Then she continued, "Or maybe 2 or 3 months, or a year, something like 3 to 5 years." Elsewhere, Dong-yu's mace was still swinging ceaselessly. He was now so tired that he was drenched in sweat. But the attacks from all sides gave Dong-yu no rest. Liu Kong now wore a look of intense determination. The broom swung toward Dong-yu as if it wanted to devour him whole. Liu Chen also wore an equally tense expression. Liu Xin, on the other hand, was incredibly calm, revealing only a rather strange smile. As for Ling Feng, he was completely astonished. At that moment, Ma An-dan was wearily dragging herself up the stairs. Hearing the commotion above, she wondered, are they fighting that fiercely? To be able to fight like that against that idiot? They really must be something. An-dan now said with some concern, "We're not running into some kind of trouble, are we?" When she saw the scene above, her mind was filled with question marks, because Liu Chen was waving his broom at both Dong-yu and Liu Kong. Meanwhile, Liu Xin was sitting to one side reading Ling Feng's palm. "Your career path seems a bit rough," he asked anxiously. "Is there any way to fix it?" She shouted in frustration, "What are you people doing?" Ling Feng looked up happily and replied, "An-dan, you're here." He boasted excitedly, "The great master is reading my palm." Liu Tam asked in confusion, "Why are you up here? Didn't you run into that small-eyed monk?" Ong-dan tossed the sword towards him. "I met him. He's lying down below, take it." Liu Tam instinctively reached out and caught the sword. She pushed him forward. "Get over here and do what you're supposed to for me. Fight those two from the Martial Arts Association." Long Fong hesitated. "Please let me explain." "Look, they're all monks. This is an internal affair of the Buddhist sect." An-dan was firm. "With a brain like yours, you shouldn't even try to think. Just do as I say." And ta-da, we have our second victim. Ma An-dan spoke up. "It's quiz time. First question, what kind of martial art does Lang Pong use?" Cao Lang Fong quickly answered, "I know it's the Ma Jiao, then Kong." She held up a second finger. "Correct. Now for the second question. So what's Liu Kong's martial art?" He answered immediately, "The Doa Fat Sun Akningiep Thu." An-dan then asked, "And what about Dong-yu's martial art? Do you know it?" He quickly replied, "The Doa Fat Sun San Hui Kan." Lang Pong's mood seemed to lift. "That's right, I know them all. It was pretty easy to learn during the summer when I was 12. He happily made a fist and raised it. "The answer is yes, I know." Ma An-dan cheered happily. "Correct again. Next is the third question." Then she pointed towards Liu Kong and Dong-yu. "In short, what are the identities of these two?" Cao Lang Fong put 2 fingers to his temple. "Wait a moment. Let me think fast." He slapped his hand down as if he'd remembered the answer. "They're members of the Ma Jiao from Doa Fat Sun." As soon as Lang Pong finished speaking, An-dan flew up and kicked him. "Then what are you standing there for? Go take care of them." He quickly accepted the order. "I'm on it." Seeing the situation was not good, Liu Kong turned to look at Cao Lang Pong. He growled, "Not going to stay put quietly? Then I'll have to take you with me." Dong-yu charged forward with his mace. "Let's deal with him first." He easily dodged the guy's pouncing attack. Setting up your stance so early shows your ignorance. Your next 3 moves have already been seen through. Lang Pong just stepped past him lightly and poked his back with a staff. The Doa Fat Sun San Hu Kan is basically training to be a living target for others to mess with. He thought in confusion. What did I just say? Liu Kong immediately got into an attack stance. Suddenly, he froze, staring blankly ahead. Liu Kong was so angry he cursed through gritted teeth. What is this situation? His face darkened, filled with killing intent, a bunch of useless trash. Do I have to do everything myself? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Kong rushed towards Cao Lang Pong. I'll deal with you first. Seeing this, his eyes lit up with excitement. Because he was using a cloning technique, but he still managed to dodge Liu Kong's move. Lang Pong said, just copying the moves and only learning the final one from the sutra leaves many openings. You train your arms but not your waist. Once an expert dodges, you have no chance of survival, leaving yourself wide open to be cut down. He hit the ground before he could even process his shock. Looking at his handiwork, Cao Lang Pong couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. What Master taught me is so effective. I suddenly remembered the people Master lectured about. Liu Tran exclaimed in surprise. He took care of 2 rule-breaking monks from Doa Fat Sun in just 2 moves. Ma On Dan was just as shocked. No matter how many times I see this guy fight, it's always surprising. I feel like you might actually be the best in the world, he replied modestly. No, not at all. I just suddenly remembered that when my master taught me the Doa Fat Sun Tam Kin, I had already encountered the weaknesses of these guys back when I was 12. Moreover, once I realized they were using Doa Fat Sun techniques, I could predict their next 10 moves. She wondered, what kind of immortal is your master to be able to train a monster like you? Liu Tran interjected, excuse me for interrupting you two. Although you two have saved Shaolin, for which I am very grateful, Shaolin and the Ma Jiao have never associated with each other. I wonder what your intentions are. Ong Dan burst out laughing. They think you're the leader of the Ma Jiao again. Hearing them talk, Cao Lang Fong was speechless for a moment. He hesitantly explained, Great Master, I think you've misunderstood actually. Before he could finish, Liu Tran cut in. Although I am bound by the monastic rules of Buddhism, I am not an old-fashioned person. The line between good and evil is blurred now, with the Ma Jiao coming to the rescue of our Tu Lam. That's not so strange. Just tell me what the conspiracy is. Lang Pong was dissatisfied. Am I the only one who feels like the master doesn't want to listen to us at all? He maintained his position and continued. There's no need to beat around the bush. For our Buddhist sect, accepting alms is a matter of fate, not taking unearned favors from others. He tried to reason. Master, you should listen to what I have to say. Liu Tran didn't understand why he was so angry for no reason. His cheek twitched slightly at that moment as the man's anger had not yet subsided. Without another word, Liu Tran decisively threw a finger strike at him. Seeing the situation was not good, Cao Lang Pong quickly used his sword to block the man's move. Liu Tran's finger strike seemed to have a mind of its own as it shot straight towards him. Lang Pong stared grimly at the sword that had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing her, his expression changed instantly, looking much less approachable. She opened her mouth to praise him. Your reflexes are very quick. As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked him again with her spear. There was a small bell attached to the spear. The 2 weapons were pointed at each other, separated by the mace. Cao Lang Pong spoke first, asking her, Who are you? She didn't answer and just yanked her spear back, which made him cry out. Even so, Lang Pong quickly dodged an attack aimed at his side. Without another word, he simply pinned her weapon under his arm. Of course, she refused to give up and quickly used her strength to pull the weapon free. She just gave a contemptuous smile and moved along with the spear. Her long, slender legs shot forward in a flash. She tried with all her might to leap high into the air to attack Cao Lang Pong from above. But it was a wasted effort, as her attack only struck the innocent ground. Not giving up, she soared high again to attack him from behind. Lang Pong sensed it and cautiously turned to look behind him. For some unknown reason, she let out a gleeful laugh. Only then did she reveal her face and remark, a little interesting. Suddenly, she used her strength to leap high again. She pointed the tip of her weapon at Cao Lang Pong. She intended to kick him in the face, but Lang Pong easily blocked it. His foot held firm, bracing against the blow. Cao Lang Pong then gently retreated a little. Her spear once again missed its target. After gaining his footing, he pushed her back with a single motion. She still looked extremely determined to defeat Lang Pong. Just as before, he easily defeated every attack from his opponent. The weapon fell to the ground once more. She also regained her composure and landed slowly. She appeared calm as she twirled the spear in her hand. I originally thought you were just some small fry who heard news from the Martial Arts Association and came to seek some profit. I didn't expect to run into someone who uses the Qian Qin of my Doa Fat Sun. Senior brother Liu Tran, how did you learn to associate with this kind of Ma Jiao, member of unknown origin? Cao Lang Fong tried to explain again. That's not it. Brother Liu Tran is too loud and speaks arrogantly. This humble monk, a 7th-generation sweeper of Thieu Lam, is more than enough to deal with you. Lang Pong pleaded, "Can you just let me say one thing?" He replied, "If you want to know what this Ma Jiao person's intentions are, go ask him yourself." He continued, "Are you finally going to let me speak? Listen to me, I'm actually—" She replied curtly, "Not interested." She cut in, "This is a Thieu Lam matter. If you want to ask questions, ask him yourself. I'm not interested in the affairs of Thieu Lam, the Heap Hoi Vo Lam, or the world. There's only one thing I'm interested in. Seeing your brother, it turns out this woman has feelings for this Liu Tran. Lang Pong seemed to realize it too, so you don't want to talk to me either." Of course, Liu Tran wasn't interested in her intentions. "Lan Can, if I had known you were this kind of demoness, I should never have let you stay at the temple. Master passed the Buddhist teachings to you, yet you've walked the wrong path." She explained, "I broke my vows because of you, senior brother." Not backing down, he continued, "Nonsense. You've clearly fallen for the lies of Doa Fat Son." She persisted, "You stubborn old man. Do you really think you can achieve enlightenment by sweeping floors at Thieu Lam? Don't be so naive." Ma On Dan comforted him, "Don't be sulky, I'll talk to you." A dejected Lang Pong sat in the corner and just said her name. The other two continued to bicker endlessly. After a long while, Lang Pong and Ma On Dan were also invited inside. Liu Tran sat seriously chanting scriptures. "You two, this humble Buddhist temple has little to offer you. If you don't mind, please rest on these cattail cushions." He wondered, "Great Master, why did you let the people from Doa Fat Son go just now? They want to destroy Thieu Lam. Isn't this like releasing a tiger back into the mountains?" Liu Tran slowly explained, "This is the Thieu Lam temple, not the Dai Li Tu, so we cannot imprison them here." Lang Pong asked back, "But you can't just let them go like that." He explained, "Otherwise, should I kill one if one comes and kill two, if two come like you people from the demonic path? On the other hand, you two still haven't answered my question. What are two people from the demonic path doing at my Thieu Lam?" Lang Pong couldn't hold it in and yelled, "I wanted to tell you and that none from the start, but neither of you would listen." A chilling, killing intent radiated from his back. "So now you decide to ask." Lang Pong's anger was like a storm wanting to sweep everything away. Ong Dan exclaimed, "Such powerful energy even standing behind him. I can feel a chill run down my spine." "Lang Pong, what are you doing?" He explained, "I got agitated just now and unleashed all my internal energy." Seeing Liu Tran frozen stiff, Lang Pong called out softly, "Great Master." Seeing him collapse, they both called out in unison, "Great Master." She wondered, "So does this mean we're the ones who will destroy Thieu Lam?" He asked blankly, "What do we do now?" Ma On Dan proposed a plan. "This is beyond my ability to handle. If nothing unexpected happens, our only option is to run." He worried, "Is my path as a great hero officially over?" She offered another idea. "How about we go seek refuge with the Heap Hoi Vo Lam?" Hearing this, Lang Pong replied, "That actually sounds like a good idea." The two of them stood there dumbfounded again, not knowing what to do next. Seeing this wasn't working, On Dan came up with a better idea. "Anyway, let's wake the Great Master up first, and then we'll play it by ear. He can't beat you anyway." The two of them then tried their best to wake Liu Tran. "Great Master, are you all right?" The two of them called out in unison, "Great Master." He finally woke up with a bewildered look on his face. Master Liu Tran recoiled in alarm. He asked agitatedly, "What happened? I fainted." "What just happened?" The two of them were also quite surprised by Liu Tran's reaction. He then activated his memory, rebooting his mind. Lang Pong took the opportunity to make something up. "Great Master, it seems you were hit by a hidden technique from Doa Fat Son earlier." Ma On Dan played along. "Just now, the hidden energy must have acted up. You were caught off guard and fainted." Liu Tran didn't seem entirely convinced, but he still replied, "Is that so? It seems this Doa Fat Son has some skills after all." The two of them happily high-fived for having tricked him. Lang Pong spoke up. "Now let's start explaining why we're here. As for the reason everyone already knows from watching the previous part." Liu Tran also realized, "So you came from Dak Tien Kok. It seems I truly have wronged you. Model. Although Thieu Lam does not approve of Dak Tien Kok's methods of saving people, I know very well the kind of people you are. Besides, I suspect the Heap Hoi Vo Lam intentionally let you come here. The Heap Hoi Vo Lam schemes run deeper than you can imagine. I'm afraid they want you to take the blame for destroying Thieu Lam before they eliminate you." Lang Pong wondered then, why not keep the people from Doa Fat Son and question them about the Heap Hoi Vo Lam? Hearing his question, Liu Tran asked back in confusion, "What is there to ask? Thieu Lam asked too many questions and knew too much. The Lahan Kim Kwang of Thieu Lam Thap Tang Bin at the Imperial Court, and also that junior brother of mine, the current abbot of Thieu Lam." They were all harmed in order to silence us and to imprison us here for over 3 years. Liu Tran continued, for the two of you from Dak Tien Kok to lend a hand in these chaotic times is truly not easy at all, but with the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam's current power, it absolutely cannot be controlled by just 1 or 2 masters. His words struck An Dan and Lang Pong, leaving them frozen in place. He continued his story when the current emperor ascended the throne. At 7 years old, he suddenly fell ill at 12. At that time, enemies on all 4 borders raised their armies simultaneously. In the Central Plains, Than Quan Dang Ta seized both court and military power. The western regions, the southern border, the northern barbarians, plus the Japanese pirates causing chaos in the southeast. The court was soon hollowed out, cutting off expenses everywhere. Seeing that the situation was not good, these local officials all took their money and fled. With the government gone, thieves and bandits ran rampant without fear, and screams were heard everywhere. It's both pitiful and laughable to say the officials were like vicious tigers. But only after these tigers of Chan Sun were gone did people realize how terrifying the wolves were. Lang Pong thought for a moment and then said, "But the wolves in my hometown don't seem to be affected." Liu Tran frowned and guessed, judging by your accent, you come from the Huyen Tuyen area. Lang Pong smiled and confirmed 40 miles in the southern suburbs of Huyen Tuyen in a place called Cao Gia. He closed his eyes tightly and frowned. Then that's not strange at all. Liu Tran explained, when one thing wanes, another waxes. When the government is weak, the Jianghu thrives. The Tan Diep Hoi you mention is the new local authority in Huyen Tuyen. I never expected that even the Tan Diep Hoi, such a renowned sect, would also. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 young monks appeared behind Lang Pong, carrying a chest as they left Tu Lam. Lang Pong noticed something was wrong and quickly turned to look at Liu Tran. Watching the young monks leave with their belongings, he asked, "Are all these people leaving Tu Lam?" Liu Tran calmly confirmed they should leave. "It's fortunate that you injured the monks of Doa Fat's son with that demoness's personality. She will definitely retreat with her people without informing the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam." He continued his story. "A few months ago, I received a secret letter delivered by a sword messenger. Alliance leader Jia Cat Fong wishes to protect the righteous sects that have not yet taken refuge with the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam, and also wants to join forces to resist the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam." Lang Pong asked worriedly. He hesitated for a long while. "So you're just going to abandon Tu Lam's 100-year-old temple like this?" Liu Tran frowned and gazed into the distance, his expression full of thought with a hint of melancholy as he spoke of the 100-year-old temple. He kept muttering Lang Pong's question under his breath. Liu Tran's hand gently stroked the wall as he asked in return, "A 100-year-old temple, or even 1,000 years, so what?" His voice began to choke up a little. "Everything is lost now. What's the use of keeping these few dozen old temple buildings?" Lang Pong felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Liu Tran's heartfelt words. Just as he was feeling moved, An Dan shouted his name from behind, making Lang Pong jump out of his skin. Seeing his reaction, she teased him, "Are you a thief or something, getting scared like that?" Being teased, Lang Pong angrily furrowed his brows and glared at An Dan. She pointed at the monks behind them to change the subject. "What about me? What are these monks doing? Are they planning to escape?" Lang Pong sighed in anger. His annoyance was clear. "You've completely ruined the atmosphere." Ma An Dan asked Lang Pong as she walked, "What about us then?" She wondered, "Tu Lam has already fled. Where will we go next?" He replied softly, "I don't know either. The Hiep Hoi Vo Lam is more dangerous than I imagined." Then Lang Pong imitated An Dan by putting his hands behind his head, completely puzzled. "You seem to really like this pose. Is it that comfortable?" At this moment, Liu Tran hesitantly began to speak. "You 2 benefactors, if you wouldn't mind." He looked up and continued, "You could come with Tu Lam." But before he could finish, Liu Tran saw the 2 of them making a strange pose. Only after a moment did Lang Pong notice and ask what he had said. Liu Tran was too exasperated to repeat himself, only asking them to pretend he hadn't said anything. After a long while, as it was getting late, Liu Tran coughed a few times and cleared his throat, about to say something. He stood up and said solemnly, "You 2 patrons, if you wish to deal with the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam, it would be better to go to Vong Kiem City with Tu Lam." Liu Tran looked at Ma An Dan and continued the medical arts of Dak Tien Kok. After speaking, he glanced at him with world-renowned demonic arts as unpredictable as gods and ghosts. Seeing the 2 of them still joking and laughing carefreely, he hesitated, unable to speak. They are both rare talents in the martial world. Annoyed and impatient, Liu Tran closed his eyes to control his emotions. He was determined not to be defeated by anger and hatred. After a long while, the sun had set behind the mountain peak, and dusk had fallen. Andan and Lang Pong were resting when she wondered, why are those monks taking so long? He explained the Thieu Lam disciples are too conspicuous, they have to disguise themselves a bit. Ma Andan asked mischievously, are they going to wear wigs and makeup? As she imagined it, she seriously considered that it might actually be true. Seeing that Andan was acting a bit strange, Lang Pong didn't understand what was going on when she immediately replied, that's right, you weren't there at the time, so you didn't see. Ma Andan spoke vaguely, making him curious about what happened. When the monks arrive later, don't get scared. Under the twilight of the setting sun, a flock of birds flew lazily in the sky. From the distance came the urgent sound of galloping horses. She instinctively turned around thinking they had finally arrived. Lang Pong also turned his head to look, and the sight startled him so much that he cried out in surprise. Andan also hadn't expected them to be so ridiculously flamboyant. Her face now held an expression as if she had no words left to say. Looking closely, they saw that the horsemen had disguised themselves by wearing incredibly bizarre masks. In another development, Ma Andan asked Lang Pong if he had any plans for the future. He replied that he did, but hadn't thought of them yet. She suggested they spend a week planning, and Lang Pong immediately agreed. The very next day, the sky was covered in snow and the wind blew cold. It was just dawn when Andan had to set out. Hoofprints were etched into the white blanket of snow because it was too cold with the harsh winter winds blowing relentlessly. She had caught a cold, and the cold wind made her sneeze violently and continuously. In the horse-drawn carriage, the Thieu Lam masters along with Lang Pong and Andan were setting off. She screamed in helplessness. Why did it turn into winter? Andan scolded the Thieu Lam members sitting behind her. I gave you all disguises. Can't you even take off a coat to repay me? Then she turned to nag Lang Pong. How is it that you aren't cold at all? Lang Pong had to explain, I just happen to know the 8 types of demonic cultivation of the Hao Cap Hoa Fan Than. Hearing his answer made Andan even more annoyed, is having strong internal energy that great. At that moment, filled with irritation, she turned to look straight at the face of Liu Tran, who was wearing a strange mask. Feeling uncomfortable, he inquired, is something the matter, little patron? Andan replied in an angry tone, every single one of you is infuriating. She said loudly, Liu Tran's head is crooked. He calmly replied, no wonder it's so dark in front of me. Suddenly, a voice called out ordering Lang Pong's group to stop for an inspection. Lang Pong was startled and quickly pulled his hat down to avoid showing his face. The other Thieu Lam members became vigilant, a bit flustered, as they hadn't anticipated this. In front of them now was a squad of the KMYV. One man stepped forward and asked, where are they from and what are they doing? Why are your hats pulled down so low? A Thieu Lam member on horseback hesitated, stammering as he prepared to answer. But before he could finish his sentence, a KMYV shouted, get off your horses to talk. A man behind him reminded him to be careful with Lang Pong's group because they looked a bit strange. All the Thieu Lam members followed the order and dismounted one by one. The KMYV stepped closer to interrogate them. You know that everyone from the Jianghu will be arrested now, right? Speak, who are you? He used the hilt of his sword to roughly push the hat on a Thieu Lam member's head. It caused the hat to be knocked right off. He squinted his eyes, full of suspicion and doubt. The terrified Thieu Lam member stammered, my lords, this humble person is just fleeing to the capital. The others also took off their hats one by one. The Jianghu bandits are everywhere now. We really can't survive anymore. The KMYV guard suddenly placed the hilt of his sword on the Thieu Lam monk's shoulder. Then he pushed his head aside. Immediately after, he stared behind him with a scrutinizing gaze. He demanded that the people in the carriage show their faces and come forward. Andan nervously covered her face with her hat. Great master, what do we do now? This wig is barely holding on. Should we just attack them? Liu Tran firmly objected. He explained right now that Eunuch Dang wants to hunt down and kill everyone in the martial arts world. Our Thieu Lam sect is in a better position. At least they won't kill us outright. But if benefactor Lang Pong is exposed, he will surely be hunted to his death. Who knows how many of their men are hidden in this snow? I'm afraid that even young master Lang Pong. Before Liu Tran could finish, Andan interrupted. Then what should we do? If we're discovered, we'll still have to fight, right? It's better to make the first move. Hearing Andan's words, Liu Tran hesitated, seeming uncertain. Suddenly she shouted towards Lang Pong, where are you? I'm done with this. Andan said confidently, the moment Lang Pong makes his move, you all need to retreat immediately. Don't worry about the two of us. I may not have martial arts, but I'm not someone these KMYV can handle. She glanced at Lang Pong and said, "And as for Lang Fong, they won't be able to defeat him with numbers alone." At that moment, the KMYV squad noticed Lang Pong standing at the rear. The KMYV guard suspected something was off about that man. He ordered his brothers to get ready, then took a defensive stance and spoke. "You, the strongest one over there, slowly put your hands behind your back." Lang Pong moved his hands behind him, secretly drawing the sword from his back. He slowly raised his hand to the brim of his hat. But in the next instant, Lang Pong's hat was sent flying by something. It was then that Lang Pong realized someone had attacked him from behind. Another guard in the KMYV squad realized in alarm that it was Dong Van Pong. Lang Pong was still shocked that he had completely failed to notice Van Pong's approach. Before anyone could process what was happening, he lunged forward. In a flash, Van Pong attacked the KMYV guard with his sword, yelling at him to shut his mouth. Both his sword and his body were split in two by that single slash. The guard had no time to react. Van Pong coldly declared, "I don't speak to castrated dogs." He arrogantly stated, "However, cutting a few of you down might be a little fun." Then Van Pong threw his sword hard, and it shot like a dart toward the remaining KMYV guards. The sword didn't strike anyone, instead landing right in the middle of 3 guards. Ong Dan, watching from the side, sneered. For all his arrogant talk, his throw was off. But then something seemed off about the sword. Thin threads were attached to its hilt, barely visible, unless you looked closely. One of the KMYV guards noticed something was wrong and yelled for the others to be careful and hit the ground. Dong Van Pong quickly manipulated the threads connecting his wrist to the sword. Instantly, the sword began spinning like a propeller. Wherever the blade went, blood splattered and groans were heard. Blood sprayed out, mixing with the swirling snow and wind. A lucky KMYV guard who had dropped down in time only had his hat sliced. Van Pong glared at him with killing intent as he retrieved his sword. Then he dashed with all his might toward that KMYV guard. Seeing that the situation was dire, the guard yelled, "Young master." But Van Pong paid him no mind and decisively thrust his sword down into him. The sword ran him through, spraying blood everywhere, but he calmly said, "Too noisy." Seeing the situation and realizing his team was at a disadvantage, a commander ordered the entire KMYV squad to retreat. He hurriedly urged everyone to fall back quickly, and so the entire squad turned and fled as everyone watched on. Just when it seemed to be over, Van Pong refused to let them go, swinging his arm forward forcefully. A KMYV guard was immediately pierced through the chest by a throwing dart. Standing behind, Lang Pong recognized the technique as the Hoa An Kiem. Even An Dan was stunned by Van Pong's power. Liu Tran could only clasp his hands and chant, "What a sin, what a sin." But Dong Van Pong showed no emotion. He just frowned with a stern and grim expression. At this moment, Lang Pong spoke up and asked, "Are you the great hero Dong Van Pong?" In response to Lang Pong's question, Dong Van Pong didn't answer and just stared at him silently. Lang Pong gave a forced smile and asked again, "You are the great hero Van Pong, right? Thank you so much for saving us, but you didn't have to be so merciless." Van Pong cut him off and arrogantly asked, "And what are you?" He looked at him with sharp, murderous eyes. "I was just killing a few dogs along the way. Is it the place of a stinking Jianghu insect like you to point fingers?" An Dan couldn't stand his outrageous words and spoke up to defend Lang Pong. Hearing Van Pong's heartless words, Lang Pong was petrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ong Dan got agitated. "Damn it, my temper." She was about to make a move when someone stopped her, telling her to calm down. But An Dan became even angrier. "Calm my ass, what kind of great hero is this?" Liu Tran tried his best to persuade her. "Young benefactor, please don't be agitated. Benefactor Van Pong is indeed a great hero." He took off his mask and explained, "It's rumored that his parents died unjustly because of a Jianghu dispute, so he sees people from the Jianghu as a poison that brings disaster to the world." Never mind, let this old man talk to him. The reputation of Tier Lam should still count for something. It seemed like the advice was working, but Liu Tran didn't expect that it would have no effect on An Dan at all. She probably didn't even hear a word. While Liu Tran was trying to persuade An Dan, the situation between Lang Pong and Van Pong was also quite tense. Lang Pong asked, "What do you mean by that?" Van Pong pointed directly at him and replied, "Don't you understand? I'm talking about stinking Jianghu insects." He declared, "If His Majesty hadn't ordered us to treat Jianghu people well, I would have cut you all down." Lang Pong was still confused after hearing this and asked again awkwardly. Then suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Ong Dan had run over to them with a furious expression, calling him a stinky brat. She aggressively pointed right at Van Pong's face. "Don't you know how to talk? Do you really think you saved us?" Growing more heated, she continued to criticize him. Damn it, calling you a great hero, you're more like a pig's trotter. Lang Pong tried to stop her, but to no avail. Andan snapped. Why are you pulling me? You're siding with an outsider over your own people, is that it? Taking advantage of her lowered guard, Van Fong suddenly drew his sword and attacked straight towards Andan, taking her by complete surprise. But Lang Pong managed to block the blade with his hand. He began to get angry, warning with a serious face. Don't you go too far. Van Fong was a little surprised. He glanced at Lang Pong's hand and sneered. How interesting. So this is why you were hiding your hand behind your back. He said sarcastically, to think the Hoa Thao tap, which has been missing for so many years, is in the hands of a nobody like you. At that moment, Lu Tran ran up from behind in the nick of time. Benefactors, please don't get agitated. Van Fong was quite surprised to see Liu Tran here. Why is Tu Lam sneaking into the capital like this? Could the rumors be true that the Tu Lam warrior monks are seeking refuge with the eunuchs? Hearing his mocking and sarcastic words, Liu Tran couldn't control his emotions either. His face turned red as he exclaimed, What? Liu Tran reminded Van Fong not to joke like that. Our Tu Lam warrior monks are known for their loyalty and bravery. How could they take refuge with treacherous villains? He said with a resolute expression, This must be some kind of misunderstanding, right? Van Fong calmly sheathed his sword and continued, There's no misunderstanding. The Thap Tang Bin are all in the north right now fighting to the death for that grand eunuch. He turned his head slightly and continued, I've crossed blades with them a few times. They are indeed very skilled. It's a pity that a respected Buddhist sect has to act as someone's lackeys. It's just that when those bald-headed monks put on the KMYV uniforms, they don't look half bad. Hearing these words from Van Fong, Liu Tran finally understood. He was quite shocked by this truth. Lang Pong and An Dan reminded him from behind, Great Master, what do you mean by oh? Liu Tran quickly covered for himself, Oh Amitabha. Van Fong walked over, pulled the dagger from the KMYV guard's body, and said, It's not just you monks clinging to the eunuch's coattails. There are plenty of Taoists and beggars too, and some martial arts association, always causing trouble all day long. There were a few stubborn ones who wanted to fight the old eunuch, for example, that Kiem Min was chased all the way to Jiangnan to hide, and Kiem Tan has also become a den for the Kam Yivi. Lang Pong was surprised to hear that Kiem Min was not here. Van Fong arrogantly asked, Could it be that you all came here to follow Kiem Min? If so, I advise you to just go and suck up to the eunuch instead. His words grew harsher. Even if you're a dog, you have to choose your master. Lord Thuong Uyen will decide if a weakling like Kiem Min is worthy. He doesn't need eyesores like you. An Dan couldn't stand it anymore and urged Lang Pong to fight him, but he just replied, Let it go. Van Fong continued to mock them condescendingly. You should be thankful I've said this much to you. If I wasn't relying on the eunuch, I wouldn't have an excuse to cut you down. All of you get lost. An Dan was furious and insisted that Lang Pong deal with him. Just then, Lu Tran spoke up, cutting them off. Please wait, benefactor, this old monk has a question. He raised his voice and asked, Where exactly in the north are the monk soldiers of my Shaolin? Hearing Lu Tran's question, both An Dan and Lang Pong turned to look at him in complete surprise. Lu Tran explained awkwardly, It's not because of that, it's just that I wanted to ask clearly in person. Van Fong turned back and answered, Go 1,000 miles north to the court's northern garrison. He glanced at An Dan and Lang Pong and sneered, Are you two also going to work for the eunuch? The next time we meet, I'll cut you down for your bounty. An Dan was extremely annoyed. She criticized how foul his mouth was. Then she turned and continued to plead with Lang Pong to fight him. Lang Pong gently replied, Let's just drop it. He's already gone. She didn't care and yelled, Why are you such a coward? Lu Tran from behind cut in between them. He suddenly announced, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to accompany you two any further. Lu Tran took the opportunity to steal the Kam YV's clothes for a disguise. This concerns the honor of Shaolin and the whereabouts of the missing disciples. I think I must go to the northern garrison to ask clearly. He skillfully transformed, and after finishing his disguise, he turned to ask them how he looked. Lang Pong and An Dan praised Lu Tran in unison for looking great, but that wasn't what he meant. Lu Tran was talking about them going their separate ways. He reminded them seriously, Don't get the wrong idea. This is a necessary disguise. You just saw how strictly they were investigating. Then Lu Tran adjusted his hat and quickly declared, You two continue investigating the Martial Arts Association. You can keep heading to Jiangnan to find Kiem Min. With that, he and his disciple bid them farewell. We will meet again. Lang Pong enthusiastically waved goodbye to Lu Tran. An Dan suspiciously whispered to him, Why do I get the feeling that old man is very wicked? But Lang Pong was as kind as ever. Let it go. Don't say it. He's already gone. At that moment, An Dan suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. She screamed when she discovered their horses had disappeared at some point. An Dan shrieked in helpless frustration. All my money was on the saddle. By the time they realized everything, there was only an empty space before them. An Dan began to feel so cold, she could turn to ice, being provoked by that Van Fong earlier had made her forget about the cold. Lang Pong gallantly took off his coat and gave it to her to keep warm. An Dan shivered and said, "What good is that thin coat of yours?" She looked towards the capital city ahead and continued, "The Kam Waive are probably in Kiem Tan." An Dan regained her confident demeanor. "Let's go. We'll find them and borrow a couple of coats." A while later, the two of them arrived at the old Kiem Tan, where the Kam Wive were stationed. It was bustling with noise and crowded with people. In front was the main hall, busy receiving common folk. A guest asked with confusion, "Are there any more procedures?" Vu Kui replied with a professional smile, "That's all. Next, you can go over there to receive your clothes." She also announced, "You can directly receive half a month's salary. This is an extra gift from the eunuch." Suddenly, Vu Kui saw someone that rather surprised her. She immediately clasped her hands and bowed Lord Baihu. The other two guests also hurriedly bowed. The people who appeared before them at that moment were none other than An Dan and Lang Pong, but in a different appearance, thoroughly disguised. However, Lang Pong looked extremely tense with sweat pouring down his face. He nervously whispered to An Dan, "Who in the world did we strip these clothes off of?" At the same time, the two Kam YV they had robbed were outside hugging each other and freezing. At this moment, Lang Pong was introducing himself in his mind. "My name is Ku Lang Pong." With a cold exterior and sharp eyes, Before he could even finish his thought, three men were already standing in front of Lang Pong, cupping their fists and bowing as they addressed him as Sir. Lang Pong was so flustered by the situation that he froze humorously, thinking to himself, can't a guy even finish his own internal monologue? One of the Kam YV spoke up. "We were told that the Centurion Lord was coming to oversee our work." He said cheerfully, "Why didn't you give us a heads up that you were coming? We subordinates could have prepared a little." A flustered Lang Pong stammered in reply, Right. I didn't say anything beforehand." That Kam YV suddenly ordered his men to sing a song for him, but Lang Pong immediately refused. But this group was even more ridiculous. Our Lord doesn't like such flattery. This humble subordinate was foolish to think of preparing such an old-fashioned way to curry favor with you. We will punish ourselves with 10 slaps. As soon as the words were spoken, the group began slapping their own faces without holding back, leaving Lang Pong completely stunned. Lang Pong planned to find an excuse to leave if there was nothing else. But that clueless Kam YV pleaded, "This humble one will be bold and say, although your arrival means more work and many new orders to be issued, you must be tired from your long journey. We have not been good hosts, so please, my lord, and get some rest soon." Lang Pong hesitantly mumbled something to get it over with, and then the group finally took their leave. After they left, Lang Pong breathed a sigh of relief. He'd managed to bluff his way through it before being exposed, but where did that An Dan run off to? Meanwhile, the Kam YV weren't simpletons. They thought they had passed a test from a difficult superior, and someone even excitedly suggested the group go out for drinks. But nothing was ever easy. Just when Lang Pong thought he had successfully deceived them, he was caught that very evening. Now he had to face the letter before him, a report on the martial artists in the capital and surrounding areas, and a plan of over 300 words on how to capture the rebels. Lang Pong was frustrated, having no idea where An Dan had disappeared to. The Kam YV's loud call of "my lord" twice startled him out of his thoughts, sending a cold sweat down his back. He reported to Lang Pong, "As you probably already know, my lord, we were ordered to pursue and capture the martial artists causing trouble in the capital. Those people are extremely cunning. We were at our wits' end, which is why we requested for you two to come here." He continued with a stern gaze. Furthermore, this morning, young Master Van Fong suddenly appeared. Not only did he rescue the cornered martial artists, but he also cruelly killed 4 of our brothers from the Dong Shuang. We've been told we can't touch young Master Van Fong, but the other martial artists must be captured. Please, my lord, instruct us on the plan of action. Lang Pong felt a pang of guilt flustered by his request. He was so tense he was sweating buckets. Lang Pong wondered to himself, am I supposed to capture myself? Suddenly, a loud voice broke the atmosphere in the room. "Dang Van Fong, has that brat come to cause trouble again?" The Kam YV turned around with suspicious looks. "What did you say your name was?" "Young Master Van Fong." Dan walked in with a cold and mysterious air, continuing, "Isn't he that foul-mouthed brat who follows some Prince Shuang? It's just us KMYV brothers here. Why do we need to be so formal when addressing a junior?" She glanced around the room and said, "I've heard. You know the whereabouts of Dang Van Fong, so this will be easy to handle. The people from this morning were just small fries. The ones you've been chasing are the real big tigers." Connecting Dang Van Fong's movements from 3 days ago and today, his next destination can only be the old temple 10 miles out. She ordered them inform the brothers. "Tonight we raid the old temple. We'll catch all those rotten insects from the martial world in one fell swoop." The entire study fell silent. Everyone stared at her with expressions full of doubt and suspicion. But it wasn't long before a couple of the KMYV understood her intention and clapped, praising her brilliant idea. At that moment, Lang Pong could only helplessly call Dan's name in his mind. He worriedly asked himself, "Have we just made a bunch of enemies?" In another turn of events, the real Centurion Lord was trying to survive in the freezing winter weather. Night fell, but Lang Pong's calls still echoed through the city. He asked anxiously and curiously, "What are you planning now? Are we really going to help the KMYV harm our fellow martial artists?" Dan said calmly, "Look how anxious you are. Don't worry. Did you think I was just out having fun all day since you didn't see me around?" She glanced at him and explained, "I spent the whole day running all over the capital city, asking the KMYV questions." She took a coin from her pouch and showed it to him. "This was found while pursuing that martial artist. Take a look." Lang Pong stared skeptically at the character engraved on the coin. He hesitantly guessed, "Is that the character for sword? Could it be someone from the Kiem Min?" Dan prompted him, "Look at the other side of the coin." The other side was engraved with the characters Min Chu Len. In that instant, Lang Pong realized with a shock, "Is the leader of the Kiem Min among them?" Annoyed by his naivety, Dan retorted, "Are you an idiot? Why would the alliance leader carry the Min Chu Len with him? But having this means he's definitely not a minor figure. If we rescue him and go find the Kiem Min together, we'll gain more allies." She calmed Lang Pong down. "If we don't do this, the two of us broke and lost might find that the dynasty has already changed by the time we reach the Kiem Min." Lang Pong was convinced. Her reasoning was so sound, he couldn't argue with it. Suddenly, Dan asked him how he felt about Dang Van Fong. Lang Pong thought for a moment and answered seriously, "His skills aren't bad, and though he's a bit vicious, he doesn't seem like a bad person." Surprisingly, he asked her in return, "But what you really want to ask is my opinion of the person behind him, Shuang Vuong, right?" Dan offered him some praise for someone who can learn so many ultimate techniques. "You're certainly not a fool." Praised by her, Lang Pong's face went blank as he gave a goofy smile, which she couldn't help but react to. Lang Pong became serious again and told her, "Ever since I was young, I've heard good things about this Zhuang Vuong for more than 10 years. He has loved the people as his own children. That probably isn't fake." Dan added, "If that was all, I wouldn't have asked you, would I?" Lang Pong nodded in understanding. He looked into the distance and got straight to the point. "Shuang Vuong has always had a good relationship with the Wu Lin Association. Before I just thought it was a good gesture from Shuang Vuong towards the martial world, but now it seems it's not that simple." Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Dan quickly reassured him, "Lang Pong, you don't need to overthink it. If it's related to the Wu Lin Association, you'll eventually come into contact with it." She looked away, her face seemingly even more thoughtful than Lang Pong's right now. "The only important thing is to drag that punk Dang Van Fong out and give him a good thrashing." Dan said something that made Lang Pong unable to understand what she was saying at all. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Vo Vu Kui loudly announced to them that it was time to depart. Snow covered the entire path of a mansion at the foot of a mountain. Crows cawed in the sub-zero weather. The tree branches were covered in a thick layer of snow. All the leaves had fallen and were buried beneath it. Suddenly, a heroic footstep trod upon the snowy ground. Many KMYV were focused on their work, unfazed by the weather. In the middle of the courtyard, a group of people were sitting by a fire warming themselves. The KMYV were now everywhere, some standing on rooftops. A few stood at the main gate, their steps on the snow as light as air. There were also 1 or 2 people in the corners by the walls. The snow continued to fall, and the group continued their work. 2 people, 1 large and 1 small, stood side by side observing. The 2 stood there silently. Then a voice spoke up worthy of the KMYV, truly professional. A subordinate came to report to the 2 of them, "Sirs, everything is arranged." He looked up, his face showing clear delight. Please give the execution order that you two created. Then came some kind of magic spell with all Sino Vietnamese words. Ku Thien Phien Gan Ha Van Kin Hoa Tu Toa Gia Kan Te Kon Vai Koi Ta Sao Dam Tu Thuk Hoi Kai Bat Hoang Dan Tam Thai Dan Luk Hop Ku Trung Ho Lin Ho Lin Ho Lin Lin Lan Tu Chich Katrich Trich the India Nan Natoa Doen Toi Kung Vai Kontak Chien. The two masked sirs had no idea what it meant. The smaller sir got so angry, he lost his temper, cursing a few times. Elsewhere, two people sat opposite each other and sneezed at the same time. One of them, wearing only a loincloth, hugged himself and asked, "What is this? We're already this miserable, and someone is still cursing us." His friend, whose nose was running from the cold, answered calmly, "You're overthinking it. We're just cold." The other shivered as he put a piece of wood into the fire, endlessly wondering we were suddenly robbed and couldn't get to Kiem. Then I wonder if there's a problem at the garrison. His friend was always comforting and reassuring. There's no problem. We already gave them the tactical outline. Tomorrow after sunrise, when it's a bit warmer, we'll head over immediately. The two of them sneezed continuously. One was filled with worry and anxiety. I'm just worried that without us there to oversee things, something might go wrong. The other was always optimistic. It's fine. It's fine. The scene changes to a bleak place. Footprints are imprinted in the snow along with the bodies of the Cam Y Vey. They were lying flat on the ground, frozen stiff by the cold. The large expert suddenly asked, "Why did you suddenly make a move?" He turned back his voice like a shout. Who could remember such a long passcode? If we couldn't answer, we would definitely be exposed. For all we know, they were using it to test us. Then the large expert mumbled some incomprehensible words. What was so hard to remember? Wasn't it just Ku Thien Phien Gan Ha Van Kin Hoa Tu Toa Gia Kan Te Kon Vai Koi Ta Sao Dam Tu Thuk Hoi Kai Bat Hoang Dan Tam Thi Dan Luk Hop Ku Trung Ho Lin Ho Lin Ho Lin Lin Tu Chichka Chich the India Nen Netwa Doen Tui Kung Vai Kontak Chien. He was left speechless by the scene before him. Then he went mad, punching him in the arm and saying, "You could have said so earlier. Why didn't you ask sooner?" The two took off their masks, revealing Cao Lang Pong and Ma An Dan. He explained, "Luckily, I held back and didn't deliver a killing blow. We've grown attached after living together, but what should we do next?" Ma An Dan had a confused look on her face. "What do you mean? What should we do? Haven't we already found the people from Kia Min? If we can explain, then we explain. If we can't, we go back to Kia Min and explain there." But she could also understand. But honestly, for you to defeat all of them in such a short time without a killing blow and without being detected, it's hard to believe, even seeing it with my own eyes. Cao Lang Pong said confidently it was a small matter. Suddenly, someone was sobbing in the distance. Upon hearing it, they both turned to see. Vo Vu Kui was hugging her face and crying her eyes out. Ma An Dan called out worriedly, "Tu Kui, aren't you supposed to be in logistics?" Her eyes widened in panic as she called out, "My lord." Vo Vu Kui wailed loudly, asking why. The woman kept running to comfort her. "Little Kui, please don't cry." The crying was so loud it could be heard even in the separate courtyard. The sound startled Jia Cat Hang, who was sitting on the steps. He wondered curiously, guessing if a ghost was causing trouble. Outside, the snow was still falling heavily. Life always brings certain things with it. Choices happen unexpectedly. From there, changes occur, earth-shattering. A lush ancient tree cast its cool shade on the people below. A 15-year-old Vo Vu Kui with her slender figure stood there. With sparkling eyes and a slightly pouting voice, she asked, "Senior brother, do you want to join the Cam Y Vey?" Vo Vu Kui's fragile voice was on the verge of tears. "If senior brother wants to go, then I will too." Back in the present, under the blanket of white snow, Cao Lang Pong said without a second thought, "She's cowering in the corner." From afar, Ma An Dan's voice came back. "It looks like it." She pointed elsewhere and said, "Lang Pong, maybe we should go on ahead. I'm not very good at handling this sort of thing." But he felt that wasn't right. "We can't just leave like this. We have a responsibility after all." Ma An Dan glanced over with a weary look. "What's it got to do with me? You're the one who did everything just now. I was just putting on an act." Vo Vu Kui screamed again. No, she could only sigh. It's starting again. It's starting all over again. A blurry memory flashed before her eyes. I have to stay in the Cam Y Vey. Vo Vu Kui standing before a treacherous sea of flames, avenging her senior brother with her own hands. Her heart was now completely filled with vengeful flames. Vo Vu Kui's eyes grew dark as she recalled it. Staying in the Cam Y Vey wasn't enough. Her wide, round eyes stared ahead. But if it's those two... In the distance, two people fought chaotically. Little Kui was clearly led astray by you. What has it got to do with me? She shook her head repeatedly, trying to banish a thought. I can't waver to get my revenge skill is more important than intellect. Vo Vuqi mustered her courage and yelled, "You two lords, I..." Suddenly, someone in the darkness slapped her. The slap left her left cheek completely sunken. That one move was enough to make Vo Vuqi fall face first into the snow. Jia Cat Hang muttered, "So it wasn't a ghost." A servant from the estate ran over to stop him. "Young Alliance Master, you're randomly hitting people with your peachwood sword again." He frowned and said in a scolding tone, "How many times have I told you there are no such things as ghosts in this world?" A moment later, Jia Cat Hang was sitting beside Cao Long Pong, chatting. "Did you infiltrate the KMYV to rescue us? You two are truly both brave and resourceful." He replied modestly, "Rescue. Just tie those KMYV up and leave them in the temple. There's no need to take lives." Jia Cat Hang praised him enthusiastically, as expected of a master from the Ma Jiao, so magnanimous and merciful, with such an extraordinary presence, truly brave and wise. He propped one leg up and slung an arm around Lang Fong. "You may be from that bullshit righteous sect, but you're 100 times better than those bullshitters in the Kia Min over there." However, his subordinate representing the righteous path looked displeased. "Young Alliance Master, please watch your words and actions." Watching him talk, Ma On Dan had to reassess. This kid is something else. Then she thought to herself, it makes sense what normal person would hit a woman in the face with a peachwood sword. Vo Vuqi's eyes suddenly lit up as she grabbed Jia Cat Hang's hand exactly. Those so-called righteous heroes are all just scumbags who harmed my senior brother. Her eyes now brighter than a full moon shone. It would be better if every single one of those bullshit righteous people in the world dropped dead. He too quite liked this side of Vo Vuqi, a kindred spirit. Wait until I take over the Kia Min. I'll kill off everyone in the righteous sects. The two held hands like newly sworn siblings. The righteous martial world was doomed. Ma On Dan asked with a deadpan expression, "Have we met a single normal person on this entire trip? And is that your fault or mine?" Cao Long Fong simply replied, "It's mostly because of you." She turned back to look at Cao Long Fong's clueless expression, a million questions popping into her head. Then Ma On Dan went crazy, punching him repeatedly. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not serious?" Cao Long Fong remained playful. "I didn't say anything. You're the one overthinking it." She grinned and judged, "You look foolish all day, but it turns out you're quite cunning." And so the two of them joked around in the courtyard, giggling, "Come here and let me hit you," while everyone was having their own fun. There was one person who seemed not very comfortable. The man was a bit annoyed, who doesn't have a wife. He held a brush pen, carefully writing each line to send to his dear wife. Soon it would be the Lunar New Year, and the short letter was prepared to be sent by bird. His thoughts were flowing exceptionally freely today. He released the bird a bit roughly, so it was a little angry. Logically speaking, it was supposed to be a day for family reunions and happy gatherings. The first order of the new year had to be delivered. Everything was going smoothly, but there would always be people striving for their own positions. Everyone was playing happily or had left their homes for some other reason. People gathered around the fire to keep warm. Official business came up suddenly, and trouble arrived uninvited. Vo Vuqi's smile was bright and happy, even embarrassed having no home to return to. In the end, nothing could stop a single sentence. Ma On Dan placed a hand on his shoulder and called out Lang Pong. She gave a very innocent smile. "Happy New Year." Cao Long Fong blurted out cluelessly, "Happy New Year, everyone." But Ma On Dan immediately raised her hand in alarm to stop him saying no. Everyone walked in a line down the cold road. Jia Cat Hang's eyes grew heavy with sleep. "Sister On Dan, do we really need to travel through the night like this?" Ma On Dan, walking ahead, offered a well-intentioned reminder. Young people shouldn't always be thinking about being lazy. If you return to Kia Min early, you can achieve your life goals sooner. She glanced sideways at him. Besides, the KMYV is the state's enforcement agency. Knocking these guys out can at most be considered a temporary job. When the real people arrive tomorrow, we won't be able to protect those who get in your way. By the way, Vo Vuqi, right to Qui. She hadn't been paying much attention until now, and only after a moment did Vo Vuqi speak up. "These people are like my senior brother. They temporarily joined the KMYV to make a living. The real KMYV are all high-ranking officers." Her voice was tinged with sadness. "To put it bluntly, we're just a bunch of cannon fodder under the command of the eunuch." She remembered her relatives from the past. That's why when they encountered the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam robbing the court's supplies, her senior brother died. Ma On Dan and Jia Cat Hang said in unison, "It's the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam again." The two of them turned to look at each other, not expecting to be on the same wavelength. He crossed his arms and sighed a few times. The reason we were locked up is because we were tricked by the Hip Hoi Vo Lam into attending some kind of martial world unity banquet. That's why the brothers we brought were all artists. How could they compare to the Kam Wai Vei? Jia Cat Hang glanced at the others, wanting to ask their opinion. I thought the Hip Hoi Vo Lam was on the same side as the old eunuch, but it seems that's not the case. What about you guys? Ma On Dan wasn't afraid of anything. I can take them all on. I happened to find out that the Hip Hoi Vo Lam has its investigation methods and learned that Lang Pong and I were directly targeted by them. So let's just risk it all. Who's afraid of who? Then she thought of her own wish. Lang Pong, he wants me to become a great hero, and I think I want that too. It's just that the Hip Hoi Vo Lam is a stumbling block. Hearing that, Jia Cat Hang's eyes widened a bit. A great hero, then his material circumstances are going to be difficult. He pointed it out to Ma On Dan to make her understand better. Also, aren't you two in trouble? The Hip Hoi Vo Lam is full of hidden masters. But she dismissed it lightly. It's not that big of a deal. Ma On Dan's gaze on him was incredibly sharp. Do you know what? The second obstacle to Lang Pong becoming a great hero is... Jia Cat Hang became cluelessly innocent. What else? His face still isn't good enough. But I haven't seen him since a while ago. Where did he go? Then he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. A speck of light was about to fall on Jia Cat Hang's face. It was like a shooting star landing straight on the ground near where he stood. It was just a small thing, but it scared him pale. The person in the ball of fire gave directions. 50 miles from here. There's a small town. It seems you can buy horses there. The smoke billowed, obscuring the view. I originally wanted to buy some food and new clothes, but then I remembered all the money is with Master Liu Chan. You all have worked hard. Hurry up a bit. We can definitely get there by tomorrow. Cao Long Pong didn't think much of it and said cheerfully, "Let's go now." Ma On Dan crossed her arms as if she had him figured out. You weren't cool for even 3 seconds. But aren't you afraid of others knowing about your demonic arts? Jia Cat Hang felt confused and asked again. So many thoughts raced through Jia Cat Hang's mind. A master of demonic arts, my demonic sect leader. Things can't be this righteous. The great demonic power who looked down on the mortal world and went into seclusion, the tyrannical demon lord who likes to act chivalrously, the demonic overlord who turned from evil for love. I've been reborn as the great demon lord. At this moment he was startled. Oh no, I let my guard down for a moment and forgot to hide my demonic arts. He stood there in deep thought, looking towards Cao Long Pong for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed that it was absolutely wonderful. Ma On Dan and Cao Long Pong spoke in unison, confused. Jia Cat Hang grabbed him and pleaded cheerfully, "Please take me as your disciple." He pleaded like a child demanding a toy. My greatest wish in this life is to roam the demonic path. Please accept me. Cao Long Pong, so scared he was in tears, tried to push him away. But my ideal is to be a great hero. We have no future. He cried out, "Andan, come, help me." Jia Cat Hang clung to him, refusing to let go. Master, this disciple loves you. Ma Andan stood aside, ignoring them. Matters of the heart must be resolved by oneself. Out of options, Cao Long Fong could only threaten. If you come any closer, I will strike, I really will. But he wasn't afraid at all. Great hero, please accept me. But as soon as he heard the words, great hero, he happily asked back, what was that? Cao Long Fong gripped his shoulders and said again. He repeated his earlier words, I love you. But Cao Long Fong didn't care about that anymore. Not that line, never mind, let's do the disciple ceremony. Jia Cat Hang got his wish and replied cheerfully, yes, master. He politely performed the full ritual master above. Please accept this disciple's bow. Ma Andan from a distance crossed her arms helplessly as the percentage of idiots increased to 66%. And those two are like a couple of kids, a master and a great hero. She spoke up to end the chaos. No more noise. It's time to get on the road. The two of them enthusiastically agreed. Then Ma Andan felt something was not quite right. Why do I feel like I'm supposed to hit someone? Lang Fong has messed up my mind. In the end, she put it out of her mind. Oh well, I won't think about it anymore. Meanwhile, Dong Van Fong stood before the deserted entrance of the manor. His head was full of questions. Where are the people from Kiem Min? The intelligence was wrong. Whispers followed Dang Van Fong calling his name. Those who saw him called out in excitement. He walked into the manor. A welcoming voice rang out. You must be tired, sir. He grunted in reply and entered the manor. He continued to walk deeper into the manor. Van Fong bowed respectfully. Vuong Jia, this subordinate, has returned. His expression turned serious. I have an important matter to report. After saying these words, his anxious face was covered in sweat from the urgency. Still holding his bow and hearing no reply, Van Fong called out to the Vuong Jia once more. Suddenly, a hand appeared and patted his shoulder. Van Fong anxiously glanced doubtfully behind him. He saw Swang Vuong, his face drenched in sweat, constantly panting for breath. He suddenly opened his eyes, wide, stared intently, and called his name. He gripped both sides of his robes, his face scrunched up his forehead, covered in dark lines. "You're pretty fast on your feet, you brat. This prince went to the city gate to give you a surprise, but you brat didn't even look back. You ran straight back to the Vuong Fu. Are you trying to embarrass me?" He yelled, his face red with anger. "I chased you for 10 streets and still couldn't catch up. Are you trying to run me to death so you can become the Vuong Jia?" he said resentfully. Van Fong calmly replied, "I clearly walked here." Hearing this, he grew even angrier and roared, "Say that again, are my legs short?" Van Fong replied flatly, "I won't say it." Although he was kneeling at this moment, given the ideal height of the Vuong Jia in front of him, he was already standing as tall as him. And here I was, this prince, trying to sympathize with your long and tiring journey. His 2 hands were still clutching the other's robes. He remembered how he had painstakingly arranged the effect of flower petals flying in the wind, while Van Fong had leisurely entered the city, calmly walking right past the spot. He felt even more furious. "I specially bought flowers from Tae Vuk and spent half a day preparing this surprise, only for you to ruin it like this. You will compensate me." Van Fong, his expression unchanging, called out softly, "Vuong Jia. You are also a reasonable Vuong Jia. Can you agree with this subordinate not to get red in the face over such a childish matter? It's so undignified, isn't it?" Seeing Swang Vuong's contemplative expression, Van Fong gestured to make a pinky promise with him. He got angry again and shouted loudly, "I'm already 50 years old. Are you treating me like a child?" Van Fong immediately changed his mind and didn't make the pinky promise. Inside the manor, gentle sunlight illuminated the entire room. A gentle wisp of fragrant smoke from an incense burner wafted through the residence. He linked pinkies with Van Fong and said seriously, "A pinky promise unbreakable for 100 years. Van Fong agreed and sealed it with him. Swang Vuong remembered the important matter and asked, "Did you discover anything on this trip?" Dang Van Fong clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Reporting to you, Vuong Jia, on this trip." He then sighed and cut him off. "It's just the 2 of us here. There's no need to be so formal." Van Fong obeyed and took off his hat. "The people from the Martial Arts Association are indeed doing reckless things behind your highness's back." He sat on a chair to report while Vuong Shuang stood seriously on a chair to listen. Van Fong continued, "Outwardly, the Martial Arts Association received your highness's favor to regulate the martial world for you, keeping its conflicts from disturbing the people's lives. But in secret, they've been bribing people from various sects, seeking to control the entire martial world and shamelessly plunder its wealth." Vuong Shuang felt a little worried. If it were truly just about plundering wealth, it would be fine, but he feared these wolves had ambitions far beyond money. Van Fong replied, "The current situation might be even more serious than your highness fears. I only discovered this by chance, while monitoring the movements of the Dong Shuang and the Kam Wai Wei." He frowned and listed them. "Sung San Nga Mi Hoa Sun and the Tu Dao sect are all finished. Vo Dang and Duong Mon have been sealed within their mountain gates with nowhere to seek help. This is the information we got from those who escaped these major sects and sought refuge with the eunuchs or your highness." As for other matters, Van Fong hesitated slightly, then continued, "I heard some intelligence from the Kam Wai Wei spies, though I don't know if it's true or false. It said that Kong Dong and Toan Chan, along with some demonic cults, have taken refuge with the Martial Arts Association, while some demonic cults and smaller clans that refused to submit were directly wiped out, their mountain gates razed with no survivors." Hearing Van Fong's report, Vuong Shuang silently stroked his beard in contemplation. He frowned and asked, "The demonic cults that refused to be disciplined were killed directly. This martial arts association must be composed of either top experts or an army. The head of the Martial Arts Association, who befriended me 2 years ago, is already dead. Who on earth is the master behind them now?" Van Fong replied, "Speaking of which, your subordinate has heard rumors these past few months that the Martial Arts Association may not have a master at all, but is led by a council." He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes downcast, and said, "This is troublesome. This means it's fundamentally impossible to weed them out completely. I never thought that my initial effort to regulate the martial world would end up raising such a monster." Van Fong suddenly shot to his feet, cupping his hands and speaking with conviction. "Your Highness's heart is for the people. You need not blame yourself." Vuong Shuang squinted and looked up at him, reminding him in a cold voice, "Can you not stand up so suddenly? My neck is going to get hurt." Van Fong obeyed and immediately sat back down on the chair, leveling his height, with the old man standing on the chair in front of him. He began, "Your Highness, I have one more thing to report. On my way back, I met people from the southern Tu Lam who were traveling in disguise to seek refuge in the capital. Vuong Shuang analyzed, the experts of the southern Thieu Lam went to defend the border years ago, so the Martial Arts Association certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. But it's good that they managed to escape. The Thieu Lam has done a great service to our great Min dynasty. They cannot be lost just like that." Van Fong said urgently, "That's not the main point. The key is the two people who rescued the Thieu Lam members." The old man asked quizzically, "Just two insignificant people were able to force back the Martial Arts Association." Van Fong affirmed, "That's right. Although I never saw them fight directly, the small amount of internal energy revealed by the strong man among them showed that he is a very powerful master of demonic arts." Vuong Shuang found this a bit interesting. A master of demonic arts saving people from Thieu Lam. How interesting. If he doesn't have an ulterior motive, then he must be a good person. Van Fong said with certainty, "In your subordinate's judgment, he is undoubtedly a good person." The old man then said, "You're running your mouth again." He stood up abruptly and said excitedly, "If this person could be of use to your highness, it would surely be a blessing for the people." Vuong Shuang reminded him in a cold voice, "Don't stand up so suddenly. Forget it. Since you're already up, come with me. I'll take you to meet someone." Light from the outside door shone inside into a place enveloped by an invisible chill. A pair of feet appeared on the steps, slowly descending one by one. Seeing him, voices of greeting rose from all around. A guard spoke up. "Why are you entering the prison alone, sir?" Hearing the word alone, Van Fong was a bit confused and looked behind him for Vuong Shuang. At that moment, a voice called from afar, "Your Highness, what's wrong with him?" Vuong Shuang had just arrived, leaning on the wall, bent over and panting. "Van Fong, wait for me." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the old man grumpily instructed Dang Van Fong, "From now on, you can only take small steps inside the residence." Although he was a bit dissatisfied, he didn't show it and still obeyed. The door in front of them opened. Vuong Shuang told the guard he was going to check on the person inside. The two entered the prison. Van Fong didn't know this person. Vuong Shuang provided him with information. He was pulled from the west side ferry dock. His internal energy is very strong. He's held on until now with one breath. When he was found, he kept mumbling something about the head of the Martial Arts Association. I thought we might be able to get some information out of him, but his origin is unknown. So I arranged for him to recover from his injuries in the prison first. As he spoke, their gazes shifted to the person lying still before them. Also, take a look at that. Those are the shackles that were on him. The old man reached out and put a hand on Van Fong's shoulder, craning his neck to try and see his face. Do they look familiar? Looking at the shackles on the table, a voice rang out, "The glazed chains of the Yen Tu Hoi. If one is the slightest bit careless, the glazed axle will lock forever, making it impossible to open." Vuong Shuang confirmed it took our locksmiths a very long time to open them. The Yen Tu Hoi is an intelligence organization founded back then by Lo Hu Qua, who is also the founder of the Martial Arts Association, specializing in handling unclear matters. Vuong Shuang looked at the pale face that matched the hair color of the person still unconscious before them and deduced this glazed lock is of no ordinary value. If he hadn't truly provoked the Martial Arts Association, I'm afraid it wouldn't have come to this. One Dong Shuang is tiring enough. Now this Martial Arts Association is even more unsettling than the Dong Shuang. What is this? Van Fong asked, picking up a white object. Vuong Shuang guessed this person was wearing this when he was pulled from the water. It might belong to some sect or be part of a custom. He observed it and remarked, "This thing has a strange shape. One look, and you can tell it doesn't belong to any reputable righteous sect." He stood by the bed looking at the strange object in his hand and offered an opinion. "Should we tie him up? What if he wakes up and hurts someone?" "There's no need. The physician said his injuries are very severe, and he was submerged in water for a long time." Vuong Shuang paused for a moment, then added, "It's not even certain if he will wake up. Even if he does, he probably won't be able to move." Van Fong spoke up to remind him, "As I see it, this person probably won't be of any use. My lord, you should stop picking people up." The old man disagreed. "You've followed me for so long, can't you learn to have a bit of compassion? Besides, if I hadn't picked you up, you would have starved to death outside." Van Fong lowered his eyes as if recalling the past and replied with certainty, "I wouldn't have died. When I ran away from home back then, there were at least more than 20 eunuchs following me," he said meaningfully. "Even now, I can still occasionally feel that someone is watching me nearby." Vuong Shuang said cheerfully, "That proves the eunuch still cares a great deal about you. Hearing this, Van Fong let out a curse. He sneered. "He definitely wants to get intelligence about you, my lord, from me. I know that old eunuch all too well." The focus shifted back to the unconscious person, but when exactly will this guy wake up? Our manor can't afford to keep him forever. Vuong Shuang replied with a smile. "Let's wait a few more days. I cannot bear to see someone in peril and not help." He crossed his arms and walked towards the door. "Let's go, tell me about the person you met. If he is truly a martial arts expert with a good heart, it would be great if he could work for me." Elsewhere, Cao Longfong looked at the clothes in his hands with regret. "Do we really have to throw this away? I think the Cam YV uniform is pretty good. It feels like a bit of a waste." Ma An-dan stated firmly, "Of course we have to throw it away." She explained, "The authorities and the martial arts world are very sensitive right now. Wearing the uniform of a Bok Ho is too conspicuous, unless you're looking for a fight." He replied honestly, "Forget about fighting. I just feel a little awkward using young Master Jia Cat's money to buy clothes." She teased, "Does the great young master also worry about money sometimes? Why do I feel like you've been so jumpy ever since your money was lost at that old monk's place?" Lang Pong spoke his mind. "It's the first time in my life I have no money on me. I feel a little helpless. Is money really that important?" The answer he received was, "The poor would know." From a distance, Jia Cat Hang called out to Cao Lang Pong, twice master. Waving his hand cheerfully, he said, "We're not far from Ngo Chao City. The new city of Kia Min is right there." La Lin asked in a low voice, "Are you really taking him on as a disciple?" Waving back at Cat Hang, Lang Fong replied, "Just playing along with his plan? We need the Kia Min anyway." Cat Hang announced loudly, "Master, it's just another 10 miles past this mountain." They had arrived at Huyen Kia Mountain. Rumor has it that years ago, the sword hero Vo Tavi and Than Chi Te Trong dueled here. Vo Tavi died on the spot, and Te Trong also fell into the deep abyss. La Lin sneered. "With a bogus story like this is it, one of those where there's a cold pond at the bottom, and Te Trong is living there in seclusion." He continued the story with great enthusiasm. Then a young hero falls into the abyss and is saved by the senior. He even inherits his power and a peerless divine technique, and with his lifelong good fortune, he might also save the senior's granddaughter. My father used to tell me these kinds of stories. Those old-timers from the righteous sects love them. They spend all day acting like storytellers instead of practicing their skills. With his hands on his hips, he said loudly, "Let's go. Let's see for ourselves if the old man's story is true or not." In the dim darkness, he heard someone's voice, Lam Tu, give him the medicine to drink. She then said, "Father, this person seems to be waking up." His vision blurred. As he opened his eyes, the image of a girl gradually came into focus as she smiled and said, "Young master, you're awake." Seeing this, Lam Tu's father also spoke, "Young brother, how are you feeling? Try circulating your energy for 1 cycle to see if your meridians are damaged." He immediately pulled off the blanket, sat up, and replied, "Senior Thanchi, this junior's meridians are clear and fine." Then he laughed heartily and said, "Let's quickly start the martial arts transmission." Lam Tu's father laughed proudly and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." Back at Huyen Kiem Mountain at Tu Don Nai, everyone was chatting animatedly. Jia Cat Hang pointed ahead and said, "Master, ahead is the place where Than Chi fell. From this point on, the path is not easy to walk, but if you just make one leap, master, you can get over there." Everyone was stunned by his words. So when the group arrived, his master asked with a dumbfounded look, "What is this situation?" Cat Hang, slightly surprised, looked behind him and asked, "What do you mean?" He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, why are there so many people here?" Andan, who already had an idea, asked, "Has this place become a scenic spot?" A person stepped out from within and said hastily, "We have newcomers. Friends, are you all here to learn from the Don Tu Than Chi as well?" With that, the man walked over and explained, "It's been a long time since we had any newcomers come over here for a moment." Seeing how enthusiastic this senior brother was, Cat Hong wondered if he was a tour guide. The senior brother immediately began to count, 1, 2, 3, 4. "So many of you all want to go down below." But Cat Hang's group didn't understand what he was saying, so they all just stared blankly. Cat Hang quickly waved his hands and said, "No, only one person is going down to see." He quickly pointed towards Cao Long Pong and said, "My master will be going down." Hearing what Cat Hang said, the senior brother started to sweat and quickly replied, "A big brother from the demonic cult is here too. I'm afraid the senior won't agree, but it should be fine. First, just take this. It's worth a try." As he spoke, he handed a neatly folded white piece of paper to Cat Hang's group. Cat Hang took it without knowing what it was, and then he asked, "What is this?" The man replied quickly, "It's a number ticket." All three of them in Cat Hang's group asked in unison, "A number ticket." Seeing their surprise, the man asked, "You don't know. At Udonai, there is a senior Thanchi. If you fall down and get saved, you can learn a divine technique, the heart cultivation method and the finger technique of the divine art. You can memorize it in 7 days to be considered initiated, and after that, you can improve on your own. We are all unaffiliated practitioners without a sect. A training ground like this is our only chance in the world to learn a divine art." He gave a friendly smile and warned, "It's cold now, so it's the off-season. Everyone be careful." A loud, tragic scream rang out, causing the 12 people present to freeze on the spot. Lang Pong wondered in confusion, "Line up. This is so troublesome. Let's just go. This Than Chi isn't even as strong as my Dung Huyat Chi." He agreed, saying, "That's right." The man hurriedly followed, asking cheerfully, "Master, can we start learning Dung Huyat Chi tomorrow?" The gentleman who had overheard their conversation turned pale and stammered, "Dung Huyat Chi, Mo Dung Lien Hak." The person beside him shook his head vigorously and replied, "You idiot. If Mo Dung Lien Hak were still alive, he would be 500 years old by now." At the bottom of the abyss, two female voices whispered to each other, "Daughter, what do you think of this young man?" The daughter replied, "He's not even as good as the previous one. Let him finish learning and then leave." Her mother agreed, "All right, let's do that." The sun was scorching sand covered the road, and someone's footsteps hurried along. Those feet accelerated, rushing forward. On the wall, a guard spotted someone approaching and ran out to ask, "Who goes there?" The person below replied while rushing like an arrow, "Hero Truong of Vodang. The Vodang sect Truong Huk Duong." With that, he leaped onto the city gate. Huk Duong nimbly jumped inside. As soon as he landed, Huk Duong collapsed on the ground. People ran about in a panic, shouting, "Hero Truong is injured." Despite his injuries, Huk Duong struggled to say, "Quickly tell Alliance leader Jia Cat the Martial Arts Association is coming." He had just finished speaking when a monk flew up from below the wall and said, "There's no need to trouble the young benefactor with the report." Jiak Min said with a fierce expression, "Hero Truong, you must be tired from your long journey. Let this humble monk send you on your way." He then used his martial arts, continuously striking down several of Alliance leader Jia Cat's subordinates. As Jiak Min held down the subordinates' heads with a vicious look, he said, "This humble monk will go see him personally." With that, he swung his fist towards the subordinates. Just then, a sword shot towards him from a distance, and a familiar voice rang out, "No need to rush, Grandmaster." Alliance leader Jia Cat's sword stabbed straight into Jiak Min's hand, but his internal energy was so immense, he quickly repelled it. He replied readily, "Alliance leader Jia Cat's internal energy has improved again. This humble monk is truly impressed." As Alliance leader Jia Cat leaped into the city, he casually retrieved his sword. Then he quickly gripped the sword tightly in his hand. With a bit of force, he leaped straight towards Jiak Min. The man quickly retreated and landed lightly on the edge of the city wall. Alliance leader Jia Cat, standing on the other side of the wall, called out Grandmaster Jiak Min. He declared majestically, "Grandmaster, you are a monk. Why must you be so ruthless towards the juniors of the martial world?" He lowered his head and continued, "Shouldn't a Buddhist show compassion?" Jiak Min replied without any hint of being flustered, "Amitabha Buddha." Hero Truong was lost and unrepentant, so this humble monk wishes to personally absolve him of his sins. How is that not compassionate, benefactor Jia Cat? His expression suddenly darkened. He clenched his teeth and threatened, "You'd better be prepared right." Alliance leader Jia Cat raised his sword and yelled, "You vile monk, you're spouting nonsense." He continued furiously, "Baldi Jiak Min, you were the one who ruthlessly struck down Nga Mi. Now even Vodang has fallen into your trap. Do you really intend to destroy my Kia Min all by yourself? That's too arrogant." Several agile figures suddenly appeared beside Jiak Min. He said smugly, "Nam Tu Lam has been entrusted by the Martial Arts Association to eliminate the corrupt elements of the martial world. This old monk will have to use his full strength. I've heard that the Kiem Min is full of masters, and Alliance leader Jia Cat's DM Tui Kiem is especially unpredictable." With his powerful forces behind him, Jiak Min stepped forward and said, "This humble monk is certainly not a reckless person, but considering there are women and children in the city, accidents are unavoidable in a chaotic battle. How about you and I have a match as representatives? What do you say?" Hearing this, Alliance leader Jia Cat asked, "A match? You want to see what I'm capable of, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward and yelled, "Then watch me closely." With his nimble skills, he moved gracefully through the air. Seeing the display, he sneered and said as light as a goose feather, moving like a swimming fish, approaching like a dandelion. What a graceful diem tui kiem. Alliance leader Jia Cat thought to himself, how shallow. Then he swung his sword towards Jiak Min. Just as Jiak Min requested, Alliance leader Jia Cat demonstrated an incredibly fluid sword form. The man was greatly amused, snorting a feint. He quickly dodged all of Alliance leader Jia Cat's strikes, muttering, how interesting. While Jiak Min was distracted, he launched a swift counterattack that completely surprised the man. Jiak Min defended instinctively. He cursed in annoyance, another feint. Alliance leader Jia Cat shouted an opening. With that, he struck with lightning speed again. The man asked smugly, is that all you've got, Alliance leader Jia Cat? Jiak Min quickly met his move and said, I just need to lock down your sword, is that it? But he was quickly humbled for his own arrogance. Because it was the same move, but he still couldn't counter it. He exclaimed in surprise, is it still a feint? Then Jia Cat Min Chu performed a few other moves, leaving Jiak Min stunned diem tui kiem. It truly lives up to its reputation. Jia Cat Min Chu was enjoying the fight, and he didn't forget to taunt him. You couldn't defend against that one, could you? Despite the taunt, Jiak Min was unfazed. He just twirled his hand and said with a grin from ear to ear, well, that won't do. Seeing the way he moved his hand, Jia Cat Min Chu immediately realized, is that diem tui kiem? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword made of water flew straight at him. Luckily, Jia Cat Min Chu had quick reflexes and dodged in time, otherwise he would have met his ancestors. After creating a safe distance from Jiak Min, he asked, how do you know my diem tui kiem? He raised his hand in a pious gesture and said, this humble monk does not know diem tui kiem. These words from Jiak Min left him a bit confused. After regaining his composure, Jia Cat Min Chu spoke. It seems the rumors were true. You've mastered Kan Kan Dai Nadi. He replied smugly, this humble monk helped the Hip Hoi Vo Lam destroy the Ma Jiao, and indeed obtained a copy of Kan Kan Dai Nadi. I haven't mastered it, but by paying a certain price, I was truly able to grasp 50 to 60% of it. Hearing this, Jia Cat Min Chu said, no wonder you young people seem to have gone mad. It turns out practicing demonic arts has driven you insane. He maintained the pious demeanor of a monk and replied calmly, Buddha and demon are both just worldly labels. This humble monk doesn't concern himself with such matters. As long as my Tiu Lam can vanquish evil and defend the righteous path, it doesn't matter if it's demonic or Buddhist. It's all for the greater good. Jiak Min's words made his brows furrow. Demonic monk, you're speaking utter nonsense. How can you defend the righteous path if you can't even tell the difference between Buddha and demon? Ever since your master was killed by your 3 punches, the Nam Tiu Lam has ceased to exist in the martial world. Master Kong Tien Fap Su cultivated his entire life, yet remained obstinately unenlightened, wanting to become an enemy of the Hip Hoi Vo Lam. Yet Jiak Min said this humble monk had no choice but to help the master attain sudden enlightenment. Ignoring his words, he replied, demonic monk, waste no more words. I know I'm no match for you, but don't you dream of destroying our Kia Min so easily. Having said that, Jia Cat Min Chu took a defensive stance as a few drops of water gently fell onto his sword. Seeing the situation was dire, Jia Cat Min Chu gave the order, Kiem Min, listen to my command, take the women and children and scatter, I will stay behind to hold them off. As for him, Jia Cat Min Chu continuously shattered the water swords from Jiak Min. Seeing the water swords had no effect, he switched to a physical attack as Jiak Min raised his fist and charged at Jia Cat Min Chu. Their techniques quickly collided, creating a flash of lightning. The destructive power of the attack grew, making the light even brighter. A blinding light enveloped the entire area. But at that critical moment, a hand caught Jiak Min's fist firmly in its palm. Jiak Min's face showed extreme surprise as his fist was caught. But strangely, Jia Cat Min Chu was also extremely surprised. It turned out to be because Lang Pong had appeared with a serious expression, and the one who caught Jiak Min wasn't Jia Cat Min Chu but Lang Pong. Any later, and he really would have been defeated. Jia Cat Min Chu, without changing his posture, immediately clarified, actually I was fine. Only Jiak Min was furious. Who the hell are you to meddle in the affairs of Tiu Lam? Hearing this, Lang Pong asked back Tiu Lam. Seeing the man in front of him casually asking questions, Jiak Min yelled, you're seeking death. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his fist hard at him. Jiak Min used Dai Luke Kim Kwang Chi to counterattack Lang Pong. With his extraordinary agility, he quickly dodged it while also calling Jiak Min a great master. He channeled all his internal energy into his fingers, preparing to strike. Jiak Min swung his hand immediately, and Lang Pong used his agile body to dodge, taking the opportunity to introduce himself, I am. Meanwhile, Jiak Min kept trying to grab him but failed every time, so he shouted in anger, "Why are you as slippery as an eel?" Lang Pong wasn't offended at being called an eel. Instead, he very politely called Jiak Min his friend. Then in a steady voice he said what he was thinking. Why won't the people of Tu Lam listen to reason? Even while talking to Jiak Min, young Lang Pong didn't forget his task of fighting the large man. He quickly performed Kan Kon Dai Nadi, and Jiak Min shouted in surprise, "Is this Kan Kon Dai Nadi?" Jia Cat Min Chu, witnessing everything from the side, couldn't help but wonder aloud, do his martial arts come with their own background scenery? Jiak Min leaped up constantly muttering, "This isn't like what's written in the secret manual." This time, Lang Pong looked more serious as he gathered all his power into the palms of his hands dot model. Jiap Min saw Lang Pong's strange actions and asked, "Are you practicing martial arts or cultivation?" But it seems like it's all for show, all bark and no bite. But he wasn't in a hurry and calmly replied, "Don't you know Kan Kon Dai Nadi as well? Now is not the time for idle chat." With that, he channeled all the force from his palm forward, Dai Luk Kim Kwang Chi. Seeing this, Jiap Min erected a defensive shield around himself and said angrily, "You dare use my own martial arts to defeat me? Kan Kon Dai Nadi is not that powerful." However, Jiap Min never expected that he had underestimated his opponent. His shield was instantly shattered by Cao Lang Pong's Dai Luk Kim Kwang Chi. His internal energy did not stop there, but continued to form a hand as if to crush Jiap Min. At this moment, he panicked and shouted, "This is not Dai Luk Kim Kwang Chi." Jia Cat Min Chu couldn't close his mouth and stammered, "Was that a magic trick just now?" At this moment, Jiap Min thought to himself, speaking of Kan Kon Dai Nadi was fortunate enough to encounter it in a wealthy household in Jiangnam, secretly copying and obtaining the first 5 levels of the divine art. It was brought to the Trung Nguyen from the Taevuk by the Nat Nguyet Tan Jiao and guarded by the successive leaders of the Min Jiao. This divine art is truly magnificent. It is truly the supreme martial art. If one could learn just 30 to 40% of it, one could turn the world upside down and use the weak to defeat the strong. When fighting others, successfully channeling it allows you to reverse the enemy's moves. You can even mimic the enemy's internal energy to strike them with their own hand. And the power is no different from the enemy's move, allowing you to stand in an unbeatable position. Jiap Min, now struck by his own technique, roared in anger and cursed. "Different, my foot." With that, he used all his strength to send the people around him flying. Jiap Min got into a defensive stance and boasted, "Am I really that formidable?" An Dan suddenly appeared right behind Jiap Min. She teased, Cao Lang Fong is very strong today." Over here, Cat Hang's eyes lit up as he said, "It's decided the first lesson will be to learn Kan Kon Dai Na Di Vu Ki." Standing next to him was not only stunned, but his facial muscles were also frozen. At this moment, Jia Cat Min Chu spoke. "Hanger, you're back. Could this be Cao Lang? Fong thought to himself, he should be calling me Great Hero." Then right at that moment, Jia Cat Min Chu said again, "Could this be the demonic sect master you invited?" These words from Jia Cat Min Chu made tears of sorrow stream down Lang Pong's face. Over here, Jiap Min was so angry steam was coming out of his head. He laughed loudly and said, "To think that my Kan Kon Dai Nadi would encounter the original version. It seems I'll have to show some of my real skills." Hearing this, his underling asked Abbott, "Could it be? You want to use that technique?" someone asked fearfully. Those men suddenly became very strange. Everyone was in a hurry. "The grounds of the Tang Kin Kak haven't been swept yet. I'll go back first. I also have to return to Ngok Sun Temple. Farewell, brothers. My baldness is cured. I'm not going to be a monk anymore." The strange actions of these little monks left Cat Hang's group confused about what was happening. An Dan twirled the sword in her hand a few times and said, "Wait a minute. What kind of technique is it that scares you all so much?" As she spoke, she poked the little monks' stomachs with her sword hilt. The monks couldn't take it and confessed that it was the Kui Fat Luke Tam Kin. After hearing what she wanted to hear, An Dan sheathed her sword and sighed. "This old man is so cruel to himself." The little monk clutched his stomach angrily and shouted, "If you're going to ask, then just ask, why did you have to hit me?" An Dan calmly replied, "Hitting you is one thing, but the main thing is that it's also poisoned. Sorry." These words directly sent the young man to his grave. Over here, Jiap Min was bringing his 2 hands together and channeling his energy for something. The 2 pieces of armor covering his arms immediately shattered. Jiap Min continued, "Patron, your martial arts are superb, and your internal energy is even more profound. This humble monk knows he is powerless to enlighten you. But if I were to accompany you to the Western Paradise..." He frantically tore off his Kasaya robe and said, "Wouldn't that be a fortuitous bond?" Demon Buddha thinking this, he laughed like a madman. On this side, Kao Lang Pong also quickly performed the Kwai Fat Luk Tam Kin. Seeing that he also knew the Kwai Fat Luk Tam Kin left Jiap Min dumbfounded. Luk Tam Kin, how is that possible? Jia Cat Min Chu couldn't believe his eyes, pinching his own cheek and cursing a few times. An Dan calmly asked Brother Long, "Fong, are there any other evil arts you don't know?" Cat Hang agreed. As expected, I should still start with Kan Kon Dai Nadi. Vuke next to them was still the same, still empty, and completely empty. An Dan said, "The Ren and Du meridians are reversed, causing true chi to flow backward. When channeling it, your internal energy is not weak. Your external force is endless. You can't distinguish between friend or foe, and you won't stop until you die. But after your true chi is depleted, your meridians will rupture, and your internal energy will be completely lost, requiring careful recuperation for over a year to see improvement." Lang Pong probably knows some evil art from his sect that can block the side effects of this technique. I'm not even surprised anymore. But to ruin new clothes, why was that necessary? You rotten brat, have you forgotten that we're poor now? When will you change your spoiled rich kid habits? And it just had to be when facing a monk. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Lang Pong replied with gusto, "I know about that too, but do you know how to do it without tearing your clothes?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud damn echoed through the air. Hearing it, Lang Pong was a bit startled, turning his head to ask An Dan, "What was that?" She shook her head vigorously. It just slipped out. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to him, Jiap Min rushed forward to fight Lang Pong. Seeing Jiap Min go berserk, he became fearful. This is bad. Was I distracted? But it was all just a feint from him. Right after he spoke, before Jiap Min could even do anything, Lang Pong's fist was already in front of his face. What was bound to happen happened. A punch with the force of 2 weights flew straight into Jiap Min's face. He even remarked, "Not too shabby, right?" After taking that punch, Jiap Min flew miles away and landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Jiap Min struggled to get up, Lang Pong was already behind him. Lang Pong's hand was already in position, ready for the next strike. Then he lightly touched Jiap Min's back. The man's movements were nimble, so he quickly dodged. In fact, he seized the initiative, even placing one foot on Lang Pong's shoulder. But because his leg was stretched too far, he exposed his abdomen. Lang Pong naturally seized the opportunity, striking his stomach with a single poke. Seeing this, An Dan muttered to herself, "Strange. Lang Pong should be much stronger than this. There's no way this old monk can trade blows with him like that." Cat Hang crossed his arms and said, "Master, you were clearly aiming for the Men Mon and Ku Kuyet points. Why did you hit Huyen Ku and Kien Li instead? Are you trying to help the old monk with his health?" She immediately said, "Huyen Ku and Kien Li, could it be the Nam Dok Nai Mak?" Using similar internal energy to open the Nam Dok Nai Mak, so that's what it is. Lang Pong saw that the old monk was certain to die. It seems he wants to save him. Ankh Dan clicked her tongue. This guy is such a busybody. Cat Hang, however, shouted excitedly, "How moving! This is the allure of the demonic path." Meanwhile, Vu Kui was trembling and felt completely empty, just utterly empty. As the dust cloud slowly settled, the figures of the 2 fighters gradually came into view. Lang Pong didn't pause for long, continuing to strike Jiap Min's vital points repeatedly. He was hit so hard, it felt like his teeth were about to fall out. Lang Pong followed up with a powerful kick to his stomach. At this point, Jiap Min probably just wished for a quick end. Lang Pong used the Not Duong Chi to attack Jiap Min's head. The man's entire body convulsed around his finger. The 3 onlookers found the scene both horrifying and comical, but also felt a bit of pity for Jiap Min. The scream was so loud it nearly burst the eardrums of the 3 spectators. An Dan covered her face and said, "If you're going to be like that, you might as well just finish him off." But that would be too. Before she could finish, she noticed something. The old monk's appearance was starting to return to normal. Could it be? Meanwhile, Lang Pong was still busy stomping hard on the man's back. Jiap Min could only lie on the ground and endure it. Lang Pong began to speak according to legend. "Are you returning the Fu Quien to me?" After the attack, he leaped away. He landed safely while in the distance, Jiap Min fell to the ground with a loud thud amidst a cloud of dust. Lang Pong turned his head to look back at the man. Snot was running from the man's nose in 2 streams, and he kept crying out in what looked like extreme pain. Lang Pong said, looking stunned, "I think I might have used too much force." With that thought, he raised his hand and said, "This is a bit awkward. Does any friend here happen to know the Not Duong Chi?" Cat Hang laughed and said, "Master, not everyone is as incredible as you are. How could anyone possibly know a legendary divine art like that?" But before he could finish his sentence, the two women beside him eagerly raised their hands and replied in unison, "We do." Ong Dan said cheerfully, "The Dak Tien has collected all kinds of medical texts for healing people, but we have no internal energy, only theoretical knowledge." With that, she turned to Wu Kui and asked Tiu Kui, "How did you come to possess such profound martial arts?" Wu Kui, sweating profusely, stammered this. Then she touched her chin and said, Actually I... She kept stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Her hesitation only made the other two more annoyed. This is so frustrating. What is it? Just say it. Wu Kui's face looked a little frantic, as if she wanted to say something with great resolve. And so Wu Kui decided to reveal everything. The truth is, But before she could finish, Jiak Min's scream cut through the air, stopping everyone in their tracks. He immediately shouted, "This is bad, master. The Kan Kon Dai Nadi was fine, but combined with the side effects of the Luke Tam Kin, he can't hold on any longer. We must immediately use the Not Duong Chi to seal all of his major acupuncture points." Wu Kui stammered, "But my internal energy is weak. I can only use the Bat Pham Chi Luke once I can't seal them." So he instructed, "Do it with me. After I amplify it with Kan Kon Dai Nadi, I'll transfer it to the master." She immediately formed a hand seal. "All right?" After pointing her finger, Wu Kui added a word of caution. "Be careful." Once again, she shouted, "Hot Duong Chi." But with just one touch, he was confused. "What are you doing?" She gasped. "I'm completely out of internal energy." Lang Pong then stepped up. "You've worked hard, leave the rest to me." So this is the so-called Not Duong Chi. I feel like a great hero, but it's strange to use a martial art that is harmless to the body. Not Duong Chi. Then he pointed lightly, but unexpectedly it created a terrifying force. In reality, only Wu Kui was not used to it, while those who were familiar with it were not the least bit flustered. As for Jiak Min, a rich stream of powerful energy entered his body. In an instant, the entire flow of internal energy passed through his body. He seemed to be swallowed by a white light into space. After a moment, a heavy panting sound came from his body. An Dan and Jia Cat Hang enjoyed it thoroughly, as if watching a performance. Only Wu Qi looked like she was about to faint. Then Lang Pong smiled and asked, "How are you feeling?" The man replied weakly, "What happened to me?" The scene changes to the Chu Cat estate, where someone by the pavilion said, "This way, master. These are special times. We only have a little tea and some dry rations left in the estate. Please don't take offense." He replied very humbly, "You jest benefactor. Monks do not eat after noon. A pot of water is enough for this humble one." This humble monk was once bewitched by someone and committed an unforgivable crime. Whatever you benefactors wish to ask, this humble monk will do his best to answer. Immediately, An Dan patted Lang Pong's shoulder, praising him as if he were some kind of Superman. He stammered and cut in, "I didn't think it would have such a strong healing effect either." The story was summarized as follows. Jiak Min said he had been bewitched into cultivating the Kan Kon Dai Nadi, after which he suffered a Chai deviation, and his mind fell into chaos. After asking about the time, Jiak Min realized it had been over a year, and he was instantly filled with terror. His memory was hazy. He only recalled being taken by his disciples to a place in the northwest where some strange people performed a spell on him, making him easier to command. In that case, I fear the Nam Thieu Lam has long been infiltrated by the Hep Hoi Vo Lam, and other sects are likely in the same predicament. Furthermore, even though Jiak Min was under control, he still remembered a few things. He recounted thoughtfully, "I originally thought the Hep Hoi Vo Lam was only after money, or at most greedy for power in the martial world. But it's far more than that. The things they've done this past year are enough to make one shudder. The Hip Hoi Vo Lam threatens or gathers a large number of masters like myself, but these masters are merely strategic tools for them." The more he spoke, the clearer things became. "I was once taken to Mong Ko to assassinate their leaders and generals. The Hip Hoi Vo Lam use their heads to threaten other tribes, forcing them to submit, or else they would face disaster. During this time, they used every unscrupulous means to recruit talented individuals from various places. Aside from a few practitioners of esoteric arts, the rest were sent to attack cities and seize land. At this point, I'm afraid the Hip Hoi Vo Lam will stop at nothing. Just as you said, the borders are now constantly sending urgent reports. I fear that behind these external enemies are internal traitors. Andan was the first to speak. If that's the case, this is fundamentally not something we can interfere in. If I had known about this earlier, I would have just hidden in my valley and never come out. Alliance leader Jia Cat asked seriously, "This matter cannot be left unresolved. Are you acquainted with Zhuang Vuong?" As if by telepathy, Lang Pong and An Dan both exclaimed Zhuang Vuong. He tried to rack his brain. He seemed to have heard someone mention that name before. Remembering an old conversation, he exclaimed happily. The man named Deng Van Feng mentioned him. Seeing them angrily cursing that foul-mouthed man, Alliance leader Jia Cat inquired, "You know young Master Deng?" Lang Pong replied calmly, "We had the fortune of meeting him once." Meanwhile, Andan and Jia Cat Hang exclaimed with interest. After venting our anger together, it seems heroes think alike. Getting back on track. Lang Pong honestly said that while Van Fong is still investigating the Vo Lam Association, you could tell from his words that King Shuang is probably having a hard time dealing with the Dong Shuang. He nodded and said, "Indeed, but King Shuang has exchanged letters with me, saying he fears the Dong Shuang is the one behind the Vo Lam Association." Vo Vuqi reacted immediately impossible. Looking at her, he asked awkwardly, "Who is this young lady, and why would she say such a thing?" Embarrassed, she put on a forced professional smile. Then she began to introduce herself. "I am Vo Vuqi, an attendant following the two great heroes Lang Pong and An Dan." An Dan frowned and pressed her, and before that, Vo Vuqi mumbled her reply. A member of the Kam Yvi unsatisfied, An Dan urged her on. She started sweating and continued, "The junior sister of the Dien Thu Bang Li Latrang." Of course, An Dan kept questioning her, and before that, Vo Vuqi's voice became strained. I'm afraid if I say it, you'll think I'm crazy." Ang Dan shouted impatiently, "Spit it out." Her face turned red. "I am." Finally, Vo Vuqi struck a dramatic strange pose. "I am a celestial being." The atmosphere immediately froze because of her. After that, all four of them started to suppress the laughter that was about to burst out. Vo Vuqi yelled in frustration, "I knew you'd be like this if I told the truth." Just then, Jiak Min called out gently, "Young benefactor, Hu Jiao Vo Loai." Though a bit confused, she responded in kind, "Van Tien Lai Tru." He smiled and continued asking, "Young benefactor Vo, is your home Bong Lai Island, correct?" Vo Vuqi immediately brightened up. "How do you know about my family great master?" Those words also seemed to make An Dan thoughtful. "Hu Jiao Vo Loai Van Tien Lai Tru." Finally, it felt like a jolt of electricity went through her brain. Reacting instinctively, she pointed at Vo Vuqi. Then she uttered a name, Triet Zhao. "She's a celestial being, a living celestial being." The situation immediately turned into an interview. "Can you fly? Are you thousands of years old? Are you animals who cultivated into human form? If you become human, do you lay eggs? Can I have 2 eggs?" To stop things from getting out of hand, Vo Vuqi had to speak up. "Actually, Triet Zhao is not what everyone imagines, and the reason I was able to come to the Central Plains is also related to the Vo Lam Association." Only 3 people looked serious, thinking about their connection, while An Dan and Jiak Hung had slightly strange expressions. Then Vo Vuqi slowly continued, "It was to make up for what I hid before. I will tell you everything I've been hiding." Then the story unfolded as she told it. "It was probably 10 years ago the last time I saw my parents. On Bong Lai Immortal Island in Bich Dukung. 10 years ago she was already on the verge of tears. Brasilia called her daughter's name with a heavy heart, but Vo Vuqi wailed, "I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you two." She remembered clearly, "My mother came from a place called France and was a famous physician." As Brasilia explained through her tears, "Your father and I both have important things to do." Regarding her father, she recounted the following. He was once the head of Vo Dang, but had to leave the sect after making a mistake. To make a living, he boarded my mother's ship and became an escort chief. Along with Brasilia, he instructed his daughter, "When you get to the Central Plains, my family will take care of you. Remember to study and train hard." Vo Vuqi always remembered the origin of their past. Due to a shipwreck, only 10 people survived. She discovered an old Taoist temple named Bish Dukung and established the Triet Zhao there. Everything that followed is quite easy to understand. Relying on my father's martial arts and my mother's Western medicine, more and more people brought resources to seek our help. The newly formed Triet Zhao was in a prosperous phase, becoming the immortal palace rumored in the Jianghu. We were also said to be celestial beings until the Vo Lam Association arrived. Vo Vuqi painfully pushed her hair back. A few days before we parted, people from the Vo Lam Association arrived. At that time, I happened to be looking for my toys on the floor, and I overheard them talking to my parents. Vo Than Nu frowned and asked, "There are countless healers in this world, so why us?" Brasilia added, "We just want to save people. We have no interest in your great cause. Please leave." Ung Long gave them a sinister smile. These days, the martial world is full of thieves and robbers, and quack doctors and brute martial artists are a dime a dozen. But how can they possibly compare to you two? One is the head of Vodang, and also the eldest son of the Vo family, a wealthy martial arts clan. And then there's the Holy Saintess Brasilia of the Central European Church with the best medical skills in the empire. Seeing Brasilia get angry that her identity was exposed, Ung Long tried to placate her. "Don't be so tense. I just happen to have a few friends who are quick with information. Also, your younger brother, Mr. Gabriel, asked this humble one to let you know he is safe." After hearing that, she was devastated. A once gentle person was forced to scream, "Don't you dare hurt my brother. What are you trying to do?" Vo Than Nu also looked at them sternly. "I can give you all the secret formulas. Take what you need and leave quickly." Ung Long replied leisurely, "I am merely inviting you two to plot for the world. How can those things possibly compare? As long as you two leave with me today, I guarantee it." Then he glared into the distance. Vo Vu Kui subconsciously wanted to hold her breath. That Ung Long said in a sing-song voice, "No one has to die today." After hearing the story, everyone was stunned. The first to comment was Jiak Min. The Martial Arts Association truly has eyes and ears everywhere. Vo Vu Kui replied coolly, but the Vo family, fearing they were resented for taking me in, sent me away to wander until today. Alliance Master Jia Cat said urgently, "Miss Tu Kui, can you describe the appearance of Mr. Ung Long and the people with him?" Hearing this, she was a bit flustered. "It's been a long time, so I don't remember. Besides, I was hiding under a table and couldn't see clearly. I remember a one-eyed old man with a very long beard, and he wore a weapon on his hand like iron claws." Ung Long wore a mask and a helmet with huge horns, and that old man was very respectful towards him. Alliance Master Jia Cat keenly deduced the one-eyed man is likely Elder Bok Tong Tiet Ba, but he is the head of the Martial Arts Association's council in that position. Who would he need to be so respectful to? Tu Kui, think carefully. What was Ung Long's build like? Were there any other features the Martial Arts Association has a master? This is not a small matter and cannot be taken lightly. She began to try and remember that person was very tall, even taller than my father, and he spoke with a deep, booming voice. That's right. His eyes were yellow, even more special than my mother's. Prominent figures like Jiak Min and the Alliance Master were horrified. He frowned and said golden eyes only points to one person, but the build doesn't match. Moreover, he is definitely not that kind of person. Jiak Min also agreed. I don't believe it either. I've heard many discussions about him in the Martial Arts Association, and they were all about how to eliminate him. It seems there's more to these golden eyes. Lang Pong couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, who are you talking about?" The moment he finished speaking, the Alliance Master felt a chill, and the man couldn't hide his shock either. A voice cried out, "Senior, who are you calling Uncle?" And just like that, the topic was cut short. No one knew who the Alliance Master was talking about. As for Zhuang Vuong, he was being chased relentlessly and screamed, "If I die, you can go back to being a eunuch." The next day arrived, Jia Cat Hang bluntly cut him off. "Don't try to persuade me anymore. I want to follow my master." Alliance Master Jia Cat replied coldly, "I support you going out to travel. Besides, it's clear those people aren't evil." So the boy said, "I'm leaving." He didn't expect his son to be so heartless and shouted, "Stop. How much longer are you going to be angry with your father?" He gritted his teeth and retorted, "How much longer? Until you go down below and atone to my mother, of course." Alliance Master Jia Cat walked in with a furious expression, shouting, "Rebellious son, you are forbidden from mentioning your mother's matter again. Go with your brother Lang Pong." Jia Cat Hang didn't bother to turn his head. His eyes narrowed with impatience as he replied, "Don't waste your breath after I leave. No one will remember my mother anymore. Isn't that exactly what you want, father?" Hearing this, he was suddenly at a loss for words, unable to say anything more than "son." He waved his hand and said coldly as he left, "I'm going." Alliance Master Jia Cat roared again, "You get back here. Because of your mother's affair, you won't even learn martial arts. Going into the martial world is just seeking death. Don't you understand? Come back to me. Come back." This rebellious son, but his fury couldn't stop Jia Cat Hang's decision, so he could only stand there and sigh helplessly. Inside the quiet room, a secret door was opened by a pair of strong hands. Alliance Master Jia Cat approached the wall and lifted a painting, revealing a hidden cabinet behind it. He placed his hand on the cabinet door and pressed down firmly. A gap then appeared at the top. Alliance Master Jia Cat quickly opened the cabinet. Inside, two well-preserved books were gradually revealed. He picked them up and stood there in deep thought for a while. Outside the weather was very pleasant. A surprised voice spoke up. "Hey, why leave in such a hurry? Rest for a few more days before you go. It would be great to have a young master treating us to free food and drinks." Lang Pong replied frankly, "If it was for free food, I wouldn't have come out to roam the world. But we're out of money now, so things are a bit difficult. My family's bank doesn't have much of a presence here." His words stunned An Dan and Vu Kui, who said, "Your family in Jiangnam has a bank too." Then An Dan frowned and pointed forward, asking, "I've been meaning to ask you this whole time, is your surname Cao? By any chance, is your mother's surname Su as well?" This time, it was Lang Pong's turn to be surprised. How did you know?" Cao Long Pong said with an innocent face, "My father named me Cao Su and got a terrible beating from my mother for it." The two names Cao Thi Thuong and Su Jia immediately came to An Dan's mind. She and the person beside her yelled in disbelief, "You're the young master of the Su Jia Bank and the Cao Thi Thuong Merchant Guild." Seeing their intense reaction, he scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not." Lang Pong's words were like a splash of cold water, leaving them frozen. He calmly continued, "My older sister is the young master." Hearing that, the other two suddenly became excited again, shouting, "The fact that you don't care makes you even more admirable." After hearing that, Vu Kui and An Dan's limbs went limp as they said, "Even gods can't compare to the rich, wealthy people are so annoying." Lang Pong ignored their teasing and spoke seriously. "Shuang Vuong is in Tay Nin City of Zhuangchao, right?" Lang Pong said cheerfully, "We'll pass through Bao Trangpu to get some money. But before that, we should borrow some from Alliance leader Jia Cat." Later, he brought An Dan and Vu Kui to see Alliance leader Jia Cat. As soon as he heard the number Lang Pong mentioned, he widened his eyes and shouted 5,000 taels. "Brother Lang Pong, are you planning to start a rebellion? Even my entire Kiem Bin doesn't have that much silver." He asked back blankly, "Is 5,000 taels a lot?" The two beside him felt extremely embarrassed and kept bowing their heads in apology. "Please don't mind this rich second-generation kid." An Dan, forced to smile, held up 5 fingers and said, "If possible, 5 taels would be best. We might need to buy some medicinal herbs or weapons." Hearing that, Lang Pong couldn't help but chime in. That little, but he was immediately silenced by everyone. Alliance leader Jia Cat spoke to the three of them with some difficulty. "I don't have that much silver on me right now. I'll go get it for you when you're about to leave." His face was sorrowful as he continued, "I came to find you because I have another important matter to ask for your help with." With that, he took 2 books from his robes and said, "Please take these 2. Taking the 2 books he offered, Lang Pong asked doubtfully, "What are these?" "A sword manual like this is too precious. I can't accept it." Alliance leader Jia Cat said in a serious tone, "I know an expert like you wouldn't be interested in this kind of martial art, but this is very important to Hang Nhi. Because of some past events, he refuses to learn any so-called orthodox martial arts. I know he has been secretly cultivating the internal energy of the Trick Tui Kiem, hoping to one day successfully master demonic arts." An Dan, who had been bowing, suddenly looked up with interest since Lang Pong knew a lot about demonic arts. He frowned slightly, his voice becoming serious. "That's precisely the problem. The internal energy of the Trick Tui Kiem originated from the Vo Dang Ku Duong Tan Tien. Its internal energy is righteous and yang, and the meridians automatically protect the body." Lang Pong pointed behind him, about to interrupt. "That is." But Alliance leader Jia Cat continued, "He fundamentally cannot learn demonic martial." A familiar voice from behind startled Jia Cat Min Chu, who quickly turned around Hang Nhi. Jia Cat Hang stood there, his somber eyes gradually darkening. "No wonder you so readily gave me the cultivation manual. It was so I could never be like my mother." He frowned in surprise and hastily replied, "That's not it." His eyes grew increasingly dark. "Jia Cat Min Chu, you truly live up to the name Jia Cat. Your schemes are truly brilliant, not even making an exception for your own son. Does mother being from the demonic sect embarrass you that much?" Hearing this, Jia Cat Min Chu shouted in frustration, "Hang Nhi, that's not it." As the father and son faced off tensely, Lang Pong's group of 3 stood nearby, as if watching a play. Lin Lan put a hand on Lang Pong's shoulder and said, "A family feud. Over here." Vu Kui chimed in, "Wants a melon." Lang Pong accepted without hesitation, "Thanks." Jia Cat Min Chu shouted sternly, "What happened with your mother is not at all what you think, but I can't tell you right now." Lang Pong's group of 3 were munching on melon while enjoying the show. Jia Cat Hang refused to listen to his explanation and angrily shouted, "Bullshit. Aren't you just concerned about your reputation as the great leader of the Kiem Min? Sacrificing family for righteousness, you could even kill your own wife." This gossip was so juicy, the three onlookers were absolutely thrilled. Jia Cat Min Chu's face paled as he roared, "Shut up! How can you act like this in front of our guests?" After he spoke, he turned to them in embarrassment. "My apologies for this embarrassing display." But when he saw the three of them happily eating melon, he broke into a sweat. Lang Pong, still enjoying his melon, cheerfully shouted, "It's fine, please don't mind us." Just as he finished speaking, an arm reached out and pulled Jia Cat Min Chu back. "Don't you change the subject on me. Today I will leave the Kia Min, and from now on I will follow the demonic path." The father and son stared at each other, teeth clenched with killing intent flaring up. Grabbing his collar tightly, Jia Cat Hang said resolutely, "I will return my internal cultivation to you." Jia Cat Min Chu exclaimed in shock, "What?" Suddenly he moved his left foot back. The sound of it scraping against the ground was clear. Then, raising his right arm, he said, "I don't need this garbage internal energy." He couldn't believe his eyes, reaching out his hand and screaming in terror, "Don't!" Before he acted, 2 streams of tears flowed from Jia Cat Hang's eyes, his heart aching for his mother. With a flash of light, he closed his eyes as a thought formed in his mind. "I will not bring you shame, mother." He steeled himself and struck his own chest hard as Jia Cat Min Chu screamed, "Hang NHI!" But it seemed Jia Cat Hang's rudimentary skills were not enough to even injure himself, which left him ashamed and utterly confused. The other 3 burst into laughter, and An Dan chuckled in amusement. "Kid, you don't even know martial arts. What makes you think you can cripple your own internal energy?" Vu Kui covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and added, "Crippling your internal energy takes more than just slapping your chest." A look of relief appeared on Jia Cat Min Chu's sweaty face. "Thank goodness, thank goodness. Hang NHI, please calm down, we can talk about this slowly." Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "Crippling his internal energy and retraining in demonic arts isn't that simple." These words made Jia Cat Min Chu turn his head startled. Lin Lan stood up, pointing forward with a flourish, and said, "Lang Pong, go on." In the blink of an eye, Lang Pong appeared beside Jia Cat Hang and said, "I'll help this little brother loosen up his muscles and cripple his cultivation." Startled by Lang Pong's sudden approach, Jia Cat Hang stumbled back in panic. He was covered in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. His opponent's fist closed in, and a single punch launched Jia Cat Hang high into the air. He pulled both hands back, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Just endure it for a moment, this will be over quickly." Lang Pong yelled and unleashed a barrage of kicks at him. Jia Cat Hang's face showed confusion and fear as he called out, "Master." As soon as he spoke, the palm strike landed all, while Jia Cat Min Chu watched from the sidelines. His eyes wide and his jaw agape, he asked, "What in the world are you doing?" He replied nonchalantly, helping him cripple his internal energy. "He's Lang Pong's disciple, so we won't charge a fee for crippling his internal energy." Hearing this, he could no longer stay calm and questioned loudly, "What are you doing?" Crippling his internal energy will also damage his meridians. His dantian might be destroyed and his whole life will be ruined. Ang Dan replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Alliance leader, nothing will go wrong." Lang Pong is currently using the Yin-Win Palm Force of the Kui Dong Jiao to sever his meridians and break his energy circulation. With Lang Pong's power, as long as your son doesn't try to circulate his energy, the meridians will reconnect. Then An Dan gave a thumbs up and continued, "I will use the secret technique of our Dak Tien Kok to reconnect his meridians. I guarantee they'll be even better than before. We'll return to you a little brother who's stronger than a tiger." Just as An Dan finished speaking, Jia Cat Hang was knocked down, landing headfirst on the ground right behind her. Lang Pong's voice rang out, "An Dan, it's done." Facing the current awkward situation, An Dan hurriedly pulled the person beside her. Then she flashed a very confident smile and offered another recovery treatment to Puang Te Min Chu. "Just make sure to provide us with good food for the next few days, and not just ordinary meals." A million question marks seemed to pop up over Jia Cat Min Chu's head. Just what kind of people are you? Cat Hang lay motionless on the ground after being beaten. His eyes were dazed and his mouth was agape. After a while, he was taken for treatment. His pale face turned rosy again, and he even had a smile on his lips. He rolled over and slept soundly on the bed. Suddenly, Cat Hang's closed eyes snapped open, awakened by a sound from outside. Cat Hang sat up dazedly, and a soft female voice said, "You're awake." She continued, "Then let's begin. Learn the Kui Hua Bao Dien." The woman's chilling tone made his entire body stiffen. Cat Hang's face suddenly turned unnaturally pale. After a moment, he shouted in a panic, "What is this?" Cat Hang's terrified scream echoed throughout the room. The sound came from deep in his throat. Gradually, everything was swallowed by the darkness. His screams also faded away. Cat Hang finally woke up from the nightmare, his face drenched in sweat and his eyes wide with panic. He let out heavy breaths, thinking so it was a dream. Why do I look so weird? While Cat Hang was still trying to figure things out, a voice suddenly spoke from beside him. You. He was a bit startled and glanced at the person beside him, then asked in a strained voice, Who are you? The man didn't answer, only chuckling softly, his eyes sparkling with a strange delight. You're finally awake. Cat Hang glanced around, realizing the surroundings were completely unfamiliar, and a strong sense of unease grew within him. He couldn't help but yell, What the hell? Cat Hang immediately got a reply from the person in front of him. When border crossers are caught, they are immediately executed. The answer only made him more confused. How could I be sentenced to death? As soon as Cat Hang finished speaking, he was suddenly covered by a shadow. A fierce flame suddenly shot out, and he screamed in terror, It's a dragon! How could this fat four-legged snake be a dragon? Before long, Cat Hang groggily opened his eyes to find the scenery had changed again. A deep voice immediately rang in his ear. You're awake. Very good, the contract is complete. Before he could even recover his senses, he was terrified by these words and screamed, Contract my ass! Who are you now? Cat Hang struggled, but his whole body was bound tightly. The other person asked coldly. As Cat Hang looked up toward the source of the sound, he was covered in cold sweat, his mouth frozen, unable to speak. He pressed his lips tightly, held his breath, and lay back down as if trying to make himself invisible. From the gloomy darkness, a pair of ferocious eyes was watching Cat Hang. A chill went down his spine as he thought in terror, What in the world is going on? Master, save me! Master! He held his breath, pleading silently and hopelessly. Cutting to the real world, Lang Pong sat by the bed looking at Cat Hang's terribly contorted face with bewilderment. An Dan poked her head in from outside and asked loudly, I'm telling you, did you really break him? Cat Hang, on the bed, suddenly began to struggle violently, screaming monster. Lang Pong watched him and calmly rested his chin on his hand, replying, It's not that serious. When first practicing the Tien Ma Tu Tai Noi Fap, it's true there will be many hallucinations. Meanwhile, Cat Hang threw up his hands and screamed in panic, Coach. But I only practiced the inner demon part for a single session. Hearing Lang Pong's words, An Dan became visibly annoyed. That's for you. Hey, this technique of yours is suspicious from the name down to the execution. I can accept that the inner demon part assaults the spirit, but why do you have to use this medicine too? An Dan held the bowl of medicine, scolding Lang Pong relentlessly. This is the kind of stuff those mad monks from the western regions use. It wouldn't be a surprise if he goes crazy. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly. Now that you mention it, Lang Pong immediately recalled Gui Lao's warning. If you dare touch this stuff yourself, this old man will beat you to death. His expression suddenly changed. Master did say that I should never touch this stuff again. The moment Lang Pong finished speaking, An Dan landed a punch on him and yelled, And you still dared to teach this to him? You could have taught him anything else, like the Kan Kon Dai Nadi or the Haptin Dai Fap, which would have been much better. Even if you taught him the Koi Hoa Bao Dien, I could have figured out a way to handle it. The precious son of the Jia cat family has gone stupid and we have to flee again. What kind of hero does that make you? Just as she was about to give Lang Pong a thorough beating, someone suddenly arrived, Brother Lang Pong heroine An Dan. It's been 2 days. How is Hang Nai's divine art practice going? Alliance leader Jia Cat opened the door and walked in. Lang Pong and An Dan separated, one standing and the other sitting, as she acted like nothing had happened. He looked at the two of them, finding the scene a bit strange. What are you two doing? Lang Pong, trying to appear calm, answered, Oh, it's going pretty well. Cat Hang was born to practice demonic arts. An Dan covered Cat Hang's mouth, stopping him from saying anything strange, then turned to say, Alliance leader, there's no need to worry. With me taking care of him, his body will be fine. Hearing this, he felt much more relieved. That's good then. I won't bother you any further. My meager martial arts skills won't be of any help here. I'll leave it to you two, then goodbye. Alliance leader Jia Cat left with a smile. The door to the room closed. An undisguised joy lit up his face. Oh, this is great. Hang Nai is about to become a martial arts master in no time. Demonic arts are truly miraculous. Can one really master them just by sleeping? Maybe I should too. Alliance leader Jia Cat put his hands on his hips and looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Not long after Cat Hang finally woke up, Lang Pong used his internal energy to examine his body. An Dan held his arm to check his pulse. His eyes and pupils were also open for a thorough examination. He glanced at the serious face of the person across from him. Cat Hang finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, Hey, listen! I'm fine, just a little hungry. Vukui squeezed his mouth shut and said, Be quiet. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said seriously, "The doctor decides whether you're okay or not. But you are indeed just a little dehydrated and your pupils are slightly dilated." Dan, after checking Cat Hang's pulse, nodded in agreement. He consumed that, so it's normal for his pupils to be dilated. This pulse, though strange, is exceptionally strong. Could it be that he's really mastered the demonic art? Hearing this, Lang Pong enthusiastically confirmed he's mastered it. The internal energy of the Tien Ma Tu Tai Noi Fap is circulating naturally. Dan was very excited. So demonic arts are this magical you can master them by eating and sleeping. But Lang Pong shook his head. It's not like that. He followed the cultivation method to fall asleep and used herbs. Although he doesn't remember anything after waking up, I know the process was extremely arduous. Cat Hang said with some confusion, "It does feel like a long time has passed, but I don't remember anything at all. And someone kept calling me to move something." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound rang in his ears. Cat Hang whipped his head around and shouted in alarm, "Who is it?" Vu Kui pulled him back. "You scared me to death." Cat Hang sat on the bed looking around, his face filled with confusion. "Why do I hear someone talking?" Lang Pong and Dan stood aside, observing his actions and whispering to each other. Lang Pong guessed, "It seems there are side effects." Dan's expression immediately darkened. "Don't tell his father about this yet, understand? I knew a cultivation method that works through sleeping had to have a catch." He retorted weakly. "A moment ago you were saying how magical demonic arts are." 1 second he was normal. The next Cat Hang became dazed. Where am I?" Seeing this, Lang Pong grew even more worried. Dan stood beside him, arms crossed in thought, then came up with a plan. "We have to get him out of here before his father finds out." The next day, Lang Pong's group immediately prepared to leave. Dan cheerfully tossed a money pouch in her hand and said, "Alliance leader Jia Cat is quite understanding. He gave us 10 taels for our trouble. He also kept asking if crippling internal energy has any side effects." Lang Pong replied calmly, "He's just concerned about his son." Cat Hang took Tu Kui out early this morning. "Why aren't they back yet? We were supposed to leave this morning, and it's already lunchtime." "Could those two be?" Dan chimed in. "They're in the prime of their youth." Lang Pong said a little embarrassed, "I'm only 19 years old." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Never mind that even the alliance leader is about to call you big brother." Lang Pong didn't pay much mind to Dan's teasing. His eyes suddenly caught a familiar figure. It was Tu Kui. Vu Kui waved to them from a distance, with another person following behind her. They were walking this way. Seeing the fierce-looking person behind her, Lang Pong asked curtly, "Who's that?" Cat Hang let out a loud cry and then laughed joyfully. His face was beaming as he skipped along. Cat Hang suddenly leaped into the air, spinning a few times as if overjoyed about something. With wide eyes, he ran forward, shouting one word, "Freedom!" Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and chopped Cat Hang on the neck. He collapsed in mid-run from the blow. It was Lang Pong along with Dan and Vu Kui. "This brat is ruined, let's just kill and eat him." Later, Cat Hang was tied up securely, but his mind was still on the happy moment from before. Vu Kui led Cat Hang with one hand humming a song as they walked. Lang Pong asked, "Are you just going to keep him tied up like that?" Dan replied, "Let's keep him tied for now. The drug's effect probably hasn't worn off, so his mind is still hazy." Lang Pong worried, "I'm afraid others will see this and misunderstand." Dan said casually, "No matter how they misunderstand, the cause will definitely be you." Tears streamed down Lang Pong's face. "Can't you just keep those thoughts to yourself?" Dan smiled, "But lately I feel like I'm starting to grasp the secret of being a great hero. Maybe I won't be seen as a villain anymore." Dan feigned surprise. Seeing this, Lang Pong started crying again. "Your attempt at being perfunctory is way too obvious." Right after Lang Pong showed a determined expression, "I've decided I'm going to change my image and stop using demonic arts." He glanced at Dan. "I will become a true hero inside and out." Then he held out his hand to beg. "Give me 1,000 taels. I want to buy clothes and makeup." Hearing this, Dan was so furious he could spit blood. Later, a voice rang out, "I'm taking you to find your fortune for this. You'll have to pay extra." It was Cat Hang's voice. "That wretched woman is trying to trick us, isn't she?" Vu Kui shouted, "Cat Hang, shut your mouth." Cat Hang was still under the effect of the drug help. "The demonic cult is murdering and setting fires. Let me go. I have to kill that woman." Vu Kui struggled to drag Cat Hang away. "Just stop it. Don't cause any trouble." The scene shifts to 15 days later in the outskirts of Bak Tui. Dan wore a dissatisfied expression, remaining silent. Lang Pong appeared calm, also not saying a word. Ong Dan spoke up. He still hasn't given up. Hearing that, Lang Pong whined, why I was already so careful. He clutched the paper in his hand. Why is there even a wanted poster for me now? Ong Dan replied, why do you think don't you already know the answer in your heart? Lang Pong lowered his head. I never would have expected it. He was cut off by Cat. Hang, what are you looking at? Have you never seen the demonic cult before? He started yelling. Do you believe this young master will chop you to death? Lang Pong let out a sigh. Cat Hang continued, this place is under the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance. How could I let you demonic cultists run rampant? Suddenly, another voice startled Lang Pong. Get him. A member of the Martial Arts Alliance frowned. Which demonic cult is this daring to cause trouble in Bak Tui City? The person next to him reminded him, don't be careless. This person doesn't look easy to deal with. He prepared to draw his sword. The Martial Arts Alliance will absolutely not tolerate your misdeeds here. Both Cat Hang and Vokui were surprised and said in unison, the Martial Arts Alliance. Immediately after, Cat Hang gripped the sword at his waist. He drew it decisively. I'll use you to test out this young master's demonic arts. On the other side, the two members of the Martial Arts Alliance had also drawn their swords defensively. The surrounding people saw this and started whispering, the demonic cult run. What do we do now, Mommy? I'm scared. A mother patted her child's head to comfort him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There's no need to worry. From behind, a hand was placed on the mother's shoulder. The Martial Arts Alliance will absolutely protect everyone. The two members of the Martial Arts Alliance immediately recognized their captain. The captain walked forward. You thief from the demonic cult. He pointed forward. Today I'll make sure you don't leave here alive. The little boy held by his mother looked at the captain with a confused expression. The boy hesitated. Can we get someone else to save us? The mother replied, be good to bow. This is no time to be picky. Cat Hang drew his sword and with a determined look, charged straight at the Martial Arts Alliance captain. On the other side, the captain also held his sword ready. The two of them charged towards each other at the same time. The Martial Arts Alliance captain, with a sword in each hand, defeated Cat Hang with a single strike. The Martial Arts Alliance captain's face darkened when he saw how weak Cat Hang's abilities were. The two members of the Martial Arts Alliance were also frozen in shock. Even the little boy felt that Cat Hang was pathetic. On the side, Vokui covered her mouth, not daring to criticize him out loud. Cat Hang was helpless, feeling that he was too weak. Lang Pong sneered, so weak. Hearing that, An Dan shouted, what right do you have to mock him? He suddenly remembered, in my rush to leave, I forgot to teach him any moves, and got angry. Hurry up and go help. Lang Pong rushed over immediately. He began to channel his energy, and red streams of chi emanated from Lang Pong's body. Witnessing that scene, a young boy was scared. This guy is so terrifying. A voice replied, quiet down, you'll get us killed. Lang Pong overheard them and felt worried, thinking about how the townspeople were afraid of him. Lang Pong's palm was filled with wisps of red smoke. In an instant, he made it vanish and urged, what are you standing there gawking for? Lang Pong hesitated. I can't bring myself to do it. Right then, he had a panicked look on his face. What is happening? Suddenly, a cry caught the attention of An and Lang Pong. Just then, the captain poked Cat Hang in the stomach with his sword. With just a light poke, Cat Hang was sent flying backward. The captain of the Martial Arts Association was suspicious. His internal energy is clearly decent, yet he's this weak. He stepped forward. You must be plotting something. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Vukui ran out to stop him. We mean no harm. Please let us go. The Martial Arts Association captain sighed. Even if you say so, it makes no difference. And turned to look at Lang Pong. What is wrong with you? Do you want to watch him get beaten to death? Lang Pong heard him and didn't know what to say other than two words. I'm sorry. At that moment, Lang Pong's face darkened and questioned Lang Pong. What in the world is wrong with you? If you won't fight, you should at least help him get away. Lang Pong thought to himself, I'm sorry, I want to help too, but my body. Right then, his entire body felt as if it were frozen. He couldn't move. Lang Pong shut his eyes tight. Kui Lao, what should I do now? He remembered his childhood when he was with Kui Lao. What do I do now? Kui Lao asked Lang Pong while smoking his pipe. Let me ask you something. Why do you think demonic arts are called demonic arts? Lang Pong answered innocently. Maybe because they are the martial arts of the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Kui Lao nodded satisfied. He took his pipe and tapped it hard, knocking out the ash. Kui Lao explained, in this world there's no such thing as righteous or evil martial arts, only distinctions like yin and yang, or being domineering. Some practice martial arts for health, others for discipline. As he spoke, he gestured with his pipe, but any art used with the intent to kill is a killing technique. Then Kui Lao breathed a flame from his mouth to light his pipe. The pipe immediately lit up with small embers. Kui Lao said, "Did you notice? Just now, I used two different divine arts, one righteous and one evil." He elaborated, one was the Dulong Ki Ngu Tu of Grandmaster Vien Ma Teach Tran. The Grandmaster used this move to single-handedly fight 80 elite soldiers, instantly turning the tide of a losing battle against the Vien army. The other was the evil art Hoa Diep from the Ma Jiao Hoa Sha Jiao Tai Vuk of 100 years ago. 10 protectors of the Hoa Sha Jiao used this art to burn all 72 people in this village to ashes to congratulate their leader. But in my hands, it's just a trick to light a pipe. Every martial art I've taught you is stained with blood. The price your father first offered was certainly troublesome, but it wasn't enough for this old man to teach a child peerless, demonic arts. When these arts were created, they were pure martial studies, but because the minds of their practitioners were unsteady, they were led astray and became the demonic arts the world despises. But you are different. I believe you can become a peerless hero using these demonic arts to make a name for yourself, and I will slap the faces of everyone in the world, so that martial arts will no longer be divided between righteous and evil. The arts you have learned are extremely domineering. You must never waver, or you will be eternally damned. Remember, martial arts are not righteous or evil, only the human heart is clouded, so don't be misled by the ignorance of the world. Back in the present, Lang Pong smiled. Kui Lao, I'm sorry. It seems I've been away for too long and have forgotten your warnings. Little friend, you were wrong. He began to channel his energy, and a brilliant red aura started radiating from his body. I am the real hero. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, the child screamed in terror. The captain of the Martial Arts Association raised his sword menacingly. Little girl, move aside. Vu Kui spread her arms to protect Kak Hung. No, not unless you promise me you won't lay a hand on him. The captain of the Hyep Hoi Vo Lam warned, I don't want to fight a girl, but if you insist on stopping me. He yelled, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But Vu Kui paid no attention to what he said. She pulled back her hands and smiled. Fine, make your move. Seeing this, the captain of the Hyep Hoi Vo Lam was a little confused. If this one slash of mine lands, then... Suddenly, he noticed something and glanced aside. From a distance, a punch from Lang Pong came flying towards the Hyep Hoi Vo Lam captain. His punch was so powerful it sent the captain flying backward, blood gushing from his nose. At that moment, Lang Pong put on a smug expression. This is what justice is. Witnessing the scene, the people around scattered and fled. Now only Lang Pong and the motionless Hyep Hoi Vo Lam captain on the ground were left. Lang Pong looked around in confusion, not understanding why everyone had fled. Just then, An Dan ran over. Hey, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? You scared everyone away. What kind of great hero are you? Lang Pong's expression darkened, but Kui Lao clearly told me it was necessary. Ang Dan shouted, Kui Lao, my foot. Don't tell me you've really gone into cultivation deviation. Give me your hand. She checked Lang Pong's pulse. His pulse is this chaotic. Did something happen when you were just standing there, dazed? After hearing this, Lang Pong deflated, looking sorrowful. Then he tried to recall what Kui Lao had said. After thinking for a moment, Lang Pong was bewildered. Did Kui Lao really say that? Ang Dan looked serious. This is bad, your mental state really is. A loud explosion from behind caught An Dan's attention. The Hyep Hoi Vo Lam captain fired a signal flare for reinforcements. I've run into a master. He resolved himself. I can't let them harm the citizens before reinforcements arrive. I have to hold them here, no matter the cost. Ang Dan was furious. Are you kidding me? A Shuyan Van Tien. She turned to look at Vu Kui. These two idiots are completely zoned out. There's no one left to count on. An Dan cursed in frustration. Just then, a voice rang out from behind her. Slay the Ma Jiao, taste my blade. From behind, two members of the Hyep Hoi Vo Lam were rushing to attack An Dan. Ang Dan glanced over and frowned. What a pain. Then she immediately raised her hands in a defensive stance. As soon as they saw An Dan, the two of them started trembling. Don't you move. He shouted, don't move until our reinforcements arrive. An Dan took out 2 explosive pellets and threw them at them. Do you think I'm an idiot? The pellets exploded and thick smoke filled the air, causing the 2 men to panic. The Hyep Hoi Vo Lam captain sat on the ground exhausted. Damn it, it's poison. An Dan took out a few more explosive pellets. This is overkill for dealing with small fries like you. Suddenly from the bushes, someone threw explosive pellets at her. Ang Dan looked on in alarm. What is this? Dozens of lit explosive pellets rained down where she was standing. By the time An Dan realized the situation, it was too late. The next second, the spot where she stood erupted in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. A massive explosion erupted with sparks and crimson smoke billowing upwards. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed through the smoke. It was Vu Kui who had rushed in to pull Andan out of the explosion. Vu Kui moved with swift agility, carrying Andan out of the blaze. From the bushes, two mysterious masked people leaped out. They were holding lit firecrackers in their hands. Then they threw them continuously onto the ground below. The firecrackers whizzed towards Andan and Vu Kui. Andan shouted a warning, "Tiu Kui here, they come again." Vu Kui glanced back. "It's fine, I'll handle it." Then she used her sword to decisively slice a firecracker in half. Andan praised her. "Tiu Kui, you're really amazing." Vu Kui sighed. "Jia Cat Hang's saber is incredibly heavy." She turned her head and smiled. "Although my internal energy is weak, my physical techniques are decent." Andan said admiringly, "That's right, you even know not Duong Chi." Vu Kui gave a forced smile, not realizing two more firecrackers were heading for her from behind. A second later, the firecrackers exploded, and she couldn't react in time. A patch of Vu Kui's back was burned, and Andan cursed angrily. "You brutes don't know how to appreciate beauty." Vu Kui wiped the blood from her mouth. "Sister Andan, I'm fine. Get those two out of here first. We might not be their match." Andan stood up and stepped forward. "You take those two idiots and go first." Her eyes were filled with killing intent. "I'm going to show these guys a thing or two." Andan ripped off her outer garment with one hand. The power of Dak Tien Kok. She took out a vial of medicine. "First, I need to warm up." Andan flicked the cap off the vial with one finger. She drank the medicine with a tired expression, her face covered in sweat. After drinking it, Andan opened her mouth and let out a deep breath of relief. Her face was now flushed red, and her whole body was drenched in sweat. Andan was about to draw blood to add some more potent ingredients. In the distance, the group of mysterious masked people rushing toward her suddenly stopped, as if they smelled something. Then they suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Andan said smugly, "Ko Vuong Ngok mixed with Dak Tien Huyet, this fragrant sweat of mine is quite acceptable." In the blink of an eye, the masked people were no longer moving. The sight made the man from the Vo Lam Association freeze. "Is this poison?" He stammered with a trembling voice. Such a powerful method, what a terrifying woman. Andan stood like a statue completely soaked and let out a dry snort. As if all her strength was gone, she collapsed to the ground and yelled, "Kao Lang Pong, I'll get you back for this someday." Vu Kui looked worried, running over and calling out Sister An. "Dan, are you all right?" Angdan squinted and replied, "I'm okay. The medicine to accelerate sweating just made me a bit dehydrated." Her blood boiled as she spoke. "If it weren't for Lang Pong's clumsiness, and if that old monk hadn't taken the bag with all my poisons, I wouldn't be in such a pathetic state." One of the mysterious masked men moved slightly. He secretly pulled a signal flare from his pouch. With a pop, the signal flare shot into the sky. Angdan frowned and remarked, "They can still move. Their masks must have something to reduce the poison's effect." Then she yelled to remind everyone, "Let's go quickly, they have reinforcements coming." She instructed Jia, "Cat Hung, take your foolish master and go first. We'll follow behind." He agreed and immediately complied. Andan then tossed a medicinal pill to Vu Kui and instructed Tiu Kui, "Hold this in your mouth. It can temporarily reduce the effect of the poison around me." She held out her hand to her and said, "Help me up. We have to get out of here first. If more people arrive, we'll really have no way out." In the silence of the deep forest, the sound of fists and kicks whistling through the air echoed relentlessly. Jia Cat Hang was training diligently. Every strike was decisive. Cat Hang asked the little devil skeptically, "Can one really master the Kuam Ba Kat Trao this way?" Vu Kui stammered, "Maybe, probably, it seems it's possible you could master it." Hearing this, Cat Hang's face turned purple with rage. "If you don't know, then don't give me random instructions." She retorted without mercy, "Big brother Lang Fong suffered a cultivation deviation, yet you insist on learning this. And you still blame me. I won't teach you anymore." Cat Hang shouted helplessly, "Fine, fine, fine, I'll learn." Vu Kui's voice lowered. "I wonder how Master is doing." Worry was evident on her face. Sister Ann Dan had to take Big Brother Lang Fong to get medicine, and by close, they've been gone for 4 hours already. Could something have happened to them? Cat Hang growled, "How can you say something like that at a time like this? Now you've guaranteed something bad will happen." The scene shifts to a bustling street, people coming and going, the calls of vendors echoing endlessly. Andan scanned her surroundings, her heart burning with anxiety. She stood amidst the rushing crowd, trying to find any sign of Lang Pong. In the dense crowd, Andan struggled to squeeze through any small gap. Move aside a little. Do you all want to be poisoned to death? As she walked, she cursed out loud. The antidote costs money too, and after you're cured, you'll all be in trouble. This damn place has too many people, doesn't it? And I still have to nurse that nuisance through his cultivation deviation. The money I scammed from old Master Cat is nowhere near enough. At this point, she seemed to be going mad. Money, money, money. If it weren't for... Angdan clenched her fists and shouted, if it weren't for that unreliable bald old man. She suddenly stood motionless like a statue, her eyes glued to something that had just come into view. The heavens are just. As those words were spoken, her pupils widened to their absolute limit. It turned out that the person who caught Andan's attention was an old monk. She mumbled, "Oh heavens!" Someone exclaimed loudly, "Who has it ever spared?" Angdan charged aggressively towards the old man. "I've finally found you." The old monk was speaking tensely with a man. Someone shouted loudly, "Baldy!" All eyes were immediately drawn to where the sound came from. A man with a tense expression walked over, slapping the old monk hard on the shoulder and startling him into turning around. Andan was startled and quickly hid behind a nearby stall to observe. After hearing what was going on, she was filled with questions. The monk has been captured. The Hiep Hoi Vo Lam. Are they pretending to be the good guys, arresting someone from Tiu Lam in broad daylight? The man frowned and urged, "You demonic old monk, get moving." Curses echoed through the street. "Go die, old Baldy, it's the demonic monk." They've finally caught him. Angdan, drenched in sweat, thought to herself, so that's how it is. As expected of the Hiep Hoi Vo Lam, their specialty is manipulating public opinion. It makes sense with their influence. It's all too easy to slander someone. She finally understood. No wonder the passers-by were all whispering about me earlier. Even though my face was covered, my hair still aroused suspicion. Andan pushed herself. This won't do. I have to find Lang Fong quickly. Over with the old monk, he stared at someone in the crowd and asked in surprise, "Benefactor Lang Pong." The bustling crowd began shouting the name Lang Pong. The man with the eye patch standing nearby heard this as if he were struck by lightning. He fixed his gaze on the person the old monk had just questioned. Then he took out a wanted poster with the words "highly skilled in martial arts, extremely dangerous," to make a comparison. His eyes scanned down and immediately froze on the bolded words, "extremely dangerous." Every character seemed to be carved into his eyes like a knife, sending a chill down his spine. He immediately gulped and raised a hand to his eye. Then he moved the eye patch to his other eye and snorted coldly twice. The man closed his eyes and lamented, "Having only one eye really is more tiring. I'm even seeing illusions now. Well then, I'll let this eye rest a bit. Maybe I should just request a year of leave tomorrow." He urged the old monk, "Hurry up and go stop spouting nonsense." The old man kept rambling. "Benefactor Lang Fong, is that you? Benefactor Lang Fong." The man leading the way got annoyed, turned back, and yelled, "Keep moving." The city street was noisy with an endless stream of people coming and going, but there was no sign of Lang Pong. It made Andan's heart feel as if it were being squeezed with anxiety. I still can't see him. Without a sound, a masked man appeared silently right behind Andan. He, with his sunken eyes, uttered, "I've found you." She was frozen to the spot, unable to utter a single word. In the silence of a deep forest by the bank of a babbling stream, a tired figure was panting heavily. Cat Hang leaned against a tree and looked up complaining as if the sky were falling. "I'm dead tired. Why is the martial art you're teaching so exhausting?" Vukui lectured her. Practicing martial arts was never easy, especially a technique on the level of Ku Am Bak Kot Trao. She was bandaging her own wound as she continued to speak. Thien Ma Kong is an exception after all. Cat Hang mumbled, "The weather is getting hotter and hotter. I don't feel like training at all." Vukui replied, "You're just as..." A giant question mark appeared in Cat Hang's head when she didn't finish. Just as she turned her head toward her to ask why. Why did you stop halfway? She came face to face with a masked person who had suddenly appeared like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Vu Kui and Cat Hang were tied up tightly, sitting back to back. And the masked person stood with hands on their hips, expressing dissatisfaction every time they assign me these small fries. And then they say, "My job is easy, so they always cut my pay." Vu Kui and Cat Hang exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell are you talking about?" She smugly tossed her mask back. "If we were to really fight, not many of the masters at headquarters could even last a few rounds with me. They're totally looking down on female martial artists. If this keeps up, how am I supposed to get promoted, get a raise, and feed my little wolf pup?" Something caught her eye, causing the masked person to freeze mid-stride like a statue. Firm, sculpted muscles were revealed. She immediately feigned innocence, crying out, "An unmarried man and woman getting undressed. You two don't tell me you were just... Young people these days, have you no shame?" She pretended to cover her face in embarrassment, but still peeked through her fingers. The masked person glanced down at 3 swords on the ground and muttered, "Those are the weapons of those 2 experts. I heard they're both top-tier masters, so their weapons must be..." A greedy thought flashed through her mind. Then wouldn't they be worth a fortune? She reached out, thinking excitedly, "I won't have to scrape by next month. Let's check the big one first. You can't go wrong with its size." The masked person sneered and snatched up the sword. The glowing blade made her eyes widen in amazement. Without hesitation, she gave it a long, ecstatic lick. Then, in an instant, she tossed it away like a piece of rotten wood. The masked person then turned her attention to another sword. This one looks very cool. Her eyes widened again as the sword left its sheath. Then she gleefully gave the blade a professional lick. A moment later, her face turned pale as if poisoned, and she bent over retching violently. The metallic smell of blood is so strong. She excitedly strapped the sword to her body. It must have killed countless people, a true treasure among treasures. The masked person's gaze then fell upon the 3rd sword. There's one more. Golden edges, a jade body, openly expensive. This is clearly the style of the nouveau riche. She eagerly picked up the sword, feeling a tingling sensation in her hand. It was quite heavy. The masked person looked at the sword like an old flame. Such a large jade sword. She immediately gave the blade a long lick, as if savoring fine wine. It had a sweet scent like honey. However, a moment later her body went rigid. She lay face down, motionless, her face ashen, as if she had been drained of all blood. The sword slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The hilt struck a rock, causing a small ring to break off. It made a cracking sound like a bone being snapped. The ring broke off the hilt and splashed into the cold stream. The rushing water immediately swallowed it and carried it far away. Gusts of wind swept by, silently rustling the leaves. A sturdy rope was thrown out decisively. Cat Hang quickly strung up the masked person. Vu Kui frowned worriedly. "I say, will she really be all right hanging like that?" She clearly touched his sister An Dan's poisoned sword. The masked person's face was purple with bulging eyes. She looked like she was already dead. Cat Hang reassured her, "It's okay. Sister An Dan said it was just a graze, nothing serious. You see, she doesn't have any external wounds. The sword must have just grazed her." He laughed. "In this world, there can't be a pervert who would go so far as to lick a sword." With snot and drool running down her face, the masked person retorted, "You're the pervert, you with the curly hair showing off your body." Vu Kui agreed. "That's true. Let's hang her a bit higher, then it wouldn't be good if wild animals ate her." The masked person's face scrunched up. "Let me down, you wicked woman." "The rope is too tight. All the blood is rushing to my head. I'm about to pass out and die." Vu Kui exclaimed in shock. "Where are you even pulling that rope from?" The masked person was at her limit. "I can't take it anymore." Cat Hang said, "All right, I'll let her down and pull her up again." With that, he let go, letting her plummet to the ground. Vu Kui demanded, "Couldn't you have just walked the rope over there?" Cat Hang shrugged. "She just screamed right. She must have." Vu Kui shouted, "Are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Cat Hang replied while straining to pull the rope, "I heard you. Look at you getting all worked up. I just didn't think of it." Vu Kui scolded him. "It seems that demonic cultivation has messed up your brain." Annoyed, Cat Hang let go of the rope again and said, "If you're so smart, you do it." She was stunned by his action. "Are you actually an idiot?" Cat Hang insisted. She screamed she absolutely did. With that, he went and tied the rope tightly to a tree trunk. "I'll put a rock in her hand so when she wakes up, she can get down on her own." Vu Kui cautiously took out a piece of cloth, muttering, "I have to be very careful taking this sword. Even with the antidote powder applied, it's safer to keep a distance." She sighed in relief, thankful that nothing worse had happened. However, when she noticed a circle on the sword had vanished, her face darkened. Vu Kui frantically sprinkled antidote powder all over. Cat Hang was very confused. "What are you doing?" she explained. The sword fragments all fell into the lake. The moment he heard that, he rushed over to help, muttering over and over, "We're doomed." Inside the prison, screams echoed from one wall to another. The lock clanged shut the iron door, sealing them in, like they were being buried alive in a hell on earth. That person showed no signs of giving up, constantly pounding on the door. He roared with indignation, "Is anyone there? Let us out!" Andan was visibly annoyed. "It's deafeningly noisy. The one who locked you in hasn't gone far. Are you trying to call them back for another beating? Do people in the martial arts world lack common sense?" Jiak Nat, who was sitting across from her, replied, "That's right. Not every sect shares the same educational philosophy. Take us from the Tiulam, for example. We place great importance on culture and moral education. The Dat Ma Vian even provides educational services to the public each year for a fee. Before he could finish, he got a fist to his mouth, leaving him dizzy. Perfect. I'll send you to meet the Buddha myself, and you can ask him about all that nonsense. Jiak Nat was stunned. This old monk doesn't recall ever having a conflict with you. Andan challenged loudly. You old fake, go on, keep pretending. Sweating profusely, Jiak Nat pleaded his innocence. We were just having a conversation. We were even talking about education. Why did you suddenly resort to violence? My face is all swollen now. Ong Dan furiously yelled, "You damn bald monk, give me my money!" As they were speaking, the door creaked open. How could the Tu Lam produce a scoundrel like you? She flew into a rage, cursing 2 damned bald monks. A stunned Jiak Nat cried out, "Junior Marshal Uncle." The old monk was stunned for a moment upon seeing Jiak Nat, so you're still alive. Jiak Nat was equally surprised. Junior Marshal Uncle, why were you captured too? How are things at the Tu Lam? Andan interjected, stepping between them. You bald old men are so predictable. So your whole split with the Dao Fat Son was just for appearances. The old monk began to vent his long-held grievances. People in the martial world have such a rigid image of what a high monk should be. To maintain their fantasy, we have to have long beards and white eyebrows. Living under such immense pressure for so long, my hair just falls out on its own. For a moment, a somber mood fell over the prison cell. The others present had tears in their eyes, their expressions full of sympathy. The old monk put his head in his hands and continued, "That's why I've even considered returning to the secular world. My apologies, my apologies." Jiak Nat grasped his hand firmly and comforted him. "Marshal Uncle, you mustn't speak like that. Didn't you say you would follow the path of the Buddha for your whole life? You can't give up," the old monk said emotionally. "Your uncle was being foolish. I won't." Andan leaped up in anger, kicking the two of them apart. Who wants to watch this emotional drama between 2 old men? She grabbed them by their collars. "I'm not going to argue with you about money right now. In any case, it must be at the Martial Arts Association's place. You saw Lang Pong just now, right? Where is he now?" Jiak Nat asked blankly. "Who?" Angdan fixed her eyes on the old monk. Then she warned loudly, "Listen here for one of you two who gets out of this place. I will pluck your beard clean, strand by strand." The word struck Jiak Nat like a bolt of lightning, and he kept repeating the word pluck. The old monk lowered his head and patted his martial nephew's shoulder. "This must be hard on you." Jiak Nat was like a startled deer. Not hard, Martial Uncle. There's a hidden meaning in your words." The old monk closed his eyes and recounted, "This humble monk did indeed see Benefactor Lang Pong, and I even called out for help." Jiak Nat was suspicious. "Are you trying to trick me?" The old monk continued, "But Benefactor Lang Pong seemed to be in a trance. He couldn't hear me at all." Jiak Nat chimed in, "At least play rock, paper, scissors." The old monk immediately threw paper, beating Jiak Nat's rock. In the end, I saw a burly man in black clothes approach Benefactor Lang Pong. I don't know what happened after that. The people there began to gossip. Did something happen to Benefactor Lang Pong? He looked like he had something on his mind. Jiak Nat slumped his head against the wall and mumbled, "Is this my destiny?" The crowd sighed in despair. He's not just in trouble, he's probably dead. If he were here, this old iron door would have been opened long ago. Tears streamed down Jiak Nat's face. "Wasn't it just about my hair? Now even my beard suddenly wants to join Fat Son. Temple, their styles are all so fashionable. Buddha, what should I do and where should I go?" He suddenly stopped looking toward the door. Jiak Nat blurted out Buddha when he heard a noise from outside. The solid stone door of the cell creaked open. A sturdy hand gradually appeared through the gap. It turned out to be Lang Pong. He had destroyed the door with his bare hands. Jiak Nat looked up as if he were seeing the halos of all the Buddhas. He unconsciously exclaimed, "The Buddha has arrived." Andan asked curiously, "Are the 5 people who brought you here okay?" Lang Pong replied curtly, "Not very okay." Her face lit up when she heard this. "That's great. Does that mean you can fight?" He frowned in confusion. It wasn't me they fainted on their own. Their complexions looked terrible too. Speaking of which, Lang Pong suddenly remembered, "That's right. I found this where they fainted. It looks a bit familiar." Andan asked with anxious eyes, "What is it?" Lang Pong then took out the ring that had fallen from the sword broken by the masked man. "This." She was stunned for a moment, then her expression became extremely tense. "Where did you find it?" Andan's face turned pale as he described the scene. "By the river, and there were quite a few people lying motionless nearby. Their complexions didn't look too good either." She lowered her voice. "Lang Pong, let me ask, are you interested in joining the demonic sect, the kind that's good at taking people out?" He immediately refused the offer without any hesitation. Andan immediately sat down, hugged his leg, and begged loudly, "You have to help me. I think I've caused a huge disaster. Besides, no matter how I think about it, it's not my fault. If anyone's to blame, it's Tiu Kuei and Jia Cat Hang for helping me look after the sword. If it were you, people wouldn't say much even if they didn't forgive you. Jack Knot asked blankly, Martial Uncle, are they people you know? The old monk frowned and agreed, yes, I met them after I left the Tu Lam temple. Furthermore, I strongly suggest you get to know them too. After all, you can't restore Tu Lam just by chanting scriptures. Jack Knot then suggested, then what if we add tourism? The old monk was lost in thought for a long while. Then he replied, that's a matter for later, we'll talk when there are no outsiders around. Although Jack Knot was very confused, he politely agreed, yes, Martial Uncle. The old monk shot to his feet and commanded loudly, as for now, we will follow these two masters first. In these chaotic times, survival is the most important thing. Ong Dan had been begging non-stop this whole time. Can you? I'm begging you. In the end, Lang Pong, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts concessive, agreed with her. Fine, fine, fine. I agree with you. I've given up on being a great hero now anyway. Suddenly an arm reached out to stop them. Benefactor, there is no need for that. Ong Dan and Lang Pong froze on the spot, exclaiming in unison, huh? The old monk said sternly, Benefactor, your way of conduct is clear to all of us at Thieu Lam. If you are not a great hero, then this humble monk doesn't know who is. As for the image problem you're worried about, our Thieu Lam temple will stake the honor of our 100-year-old monastery to fully support you. Lang Pong stiffened unconsciously, repeating the words image problem. He suddenly roared his scream, echoing as if from the depths of hell. Lang Pong felt a chill run down his spine after learning the truth. So it really was your jade. Could something have happened to those people? He replied with a sharp, cold gaze. They're fine, actually. We're the ones in trouble. He quickly reassured her, don't worry, I'll handle any problems that come up. I'm fine now. Her face turned beet red as she corrected him. That's not the problem. He held out the jade bracelet and explained, the river water upstream smells of my antidote powder. She cursed those 2 idiots for being so hasty. He was fuming with anger. They dumped all of my antidote powder into the river. She slapped him across the face. I'm broke, I don't care anymore. I'll tie you up and demand a ransom of 10,000 from your family. Lang Pong calmly remarked, is that all you need? He immediately froze when the old monk called out, you 2 travelers, please come over here for a moment. The old monk clasped his hands and chanted, Amitabha Buddha, forgive my offense. I believe you are from the Martial Arts Association. The poison afflicting that lady is unavoidable. It's far too powerful. As soon as he finished, his junior, Martial Uncle, teased him, have you been chanting too many scriptures lately? He argued, can't you see the blade wounds on their bodies? Someone wondered, have you ever seen someone use a poison blade to slash people? The old monk replied, then I don't know, she must be from Dak Tien Kok. He immediately refuted, not even Ma Tien Kok could do this. Haven't you monks studied any science? Then she came closer to examine the wound. This wound wasn't made by a blade. A sharp bladeless point pierced the skin, directly tearing the flesh. Looking at the size of the wound, I think I know what it is. He frowned and concluded the weapon that caused this wound was an iron chain. The 2 old monks broke out in a cold sweat when they heard her say, people from the imperial court. He continued to deduce, the Cam YV haven't used iron chains for decades. For someone to still be using them now, it can only be them. Suddenly, from above, a person in black fell towards her with a cry, Huyet Yivi. Lang Pong reacted quickly, grabbing him by the collar. He turned back in shock and shouted the name Dang Van Pong. She was extremely curious. Why did you run all the way here? Van Fong was covered in injuries, forcing out each word, run quickly. Without a sound, some villain swung a blade and plunged it into his stomach. What's the rush? A sarcastic voice murmured, young Master Van Fong. The ground trembled violently, and dust filled the air as a group of people rushed past, like a pack of wild wolves hunting their prey. Zhuan Hoa lay motionless on the ground, gritting her teeth and swallowing the pain. Everyone was stunned. Why are even you here? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to tell them to run. Time and space rewound to last night, deep in the forest. The 2 of them walked and talked. Hey, what kind of person do you think the prince is? Why ask that are you into short, fat old men? Zhuan Hoa said, annoyed. Why can't you ever say anything nice? The prince saved me and was willing to take me in. I want to learn about his way of dealing with people. I can feel that you still respect the prince very much. Van Fong cautiously glanced around. Then he signaled for him to be quiet. Van Fong and Zhuan Hoa reflexively gripped the hilts of their swords. They deduced, so you've noticed too. It seems they're an expert with no intention of hiding. In the middle of the silent forest, a suspicious rustling sound suddenly broke the quiet. Van Fong said in a serious tone, Someone's coming. You seem eager to die, don't you? Speak who sent you. If you don't talk, I won't grant you an easy death." Before he could finish, the other man cut him off. "Van Fong, I didn't expect to run into you here." Van Fong's face went pale as he quickly recognized him. "You're Li Thi Kao." He was the Cam Yve Bak Tran Fusu, the sixth guard of the Huyet Yv Scarface Wolf Li Thi Kao. He sneered, "Your foul mouth is the same as when you were a child." Returning to the present, Li Thi Kao said in a loud, sarcastic tone, "Little young master, are you making friends with the Martial Arts Association? Now, your master will be very pleased." He spat contemptuously. "That's assuming they can even survive today." He shouted angrily, "Why does that filthy mouth of yours sound as grating as a eunuch's, and which of your dog eyes told you we were from the Martial Arts Association?" Li Thi Kao laughed sinisterly, rushing towards them while shouting, "What's it to me? I'll kill your entire family." Lang Pong's eyes went wide, and he stood frozen like a statue. Van Fong saw this and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Even if you can't fight back, you can at least dodge." The old monk appeared worried on the surface. Oh no, benefactor Lang Pong seems unwell, but inwardly he was overjoyed. "Excellent, it's my turn to save the reputation of Shao Lin Kung Fu." He channeled his internal energy and said in a low voice, "My lord, why must you make things difficult for a junior?" He was secretly wondering if he could get on Lang Pong's good side. He decisively raised his hand to block Pai Chu's weapon. "How about you exchange a few moves with this humble monk instead?" And he continued to think about his performance today. His bare hand clashed directly with Pai Chu's weapon. The old monk twisted his hand, sending Pai Chu spinning like a top. The man exclaimed in excitement, "You bald old man, your Niem Hoa Chi is not bad at all. I'm truly impressed." The old man's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The martial arts of Shaolin are vast and profound. This humble monk has only learned a small fraction. He thought to himself, it seems he's just a civil official. By now, the man had regained his balance and steadied himself. The old monk suggested, "Benefactor, how about you try this humble monk's palm technique?" The old man calculated in his mind, "Then I'll start with an even flashier move." With that thought, he seriously executed the Bat Nha Truong. A giant Buddha figure immediately appeared. He launched a palm strike at his opponent, his voice cold and challenging. "I will represent the Dharma and eliminate you." The palm's force whistled through the air, rushing forward as if to crush his opponent. Van Fong shouted a warning, "You old bald man, the Cam Yve is not a place for you to fight all by yourself." The old monk was momentarily bewildered, glancing at him. "What do you mean?" Pai Chu laughed sinisterly. "It means you're about to die." In a sharp tone, he commanded his subordinates, "Go." The moment he finished speaking, a group of men with arrows rushed forward, aiming straight for the old monk. Pitch-black arrows left their bowstrings whistling through the air. The wind howled terrifyingly, all of them aimed at the old, unmoving figure. His eyes widened in horror, and he repeatedly thought to himself, "I'm done for." Just as the arrows were about to seal the old monk's fate, a series of silk-thin threads suddenly flew out and blocked them. The old monk's heart skipped a beat, then he let out a sigh of relief. The arrows stopped just a few inches from the old man's face. Lang Pong's figure appeared, his eyes as sharp as a blade, his hand still gripping the roll of thread. The threads were as light as silk, yet as deadly as a blade, sending Pai Chu's soldiers to the afterlife in an instant. His eyes widened as he stared at his subordinates, only managing to stammer out a few words. "What is this?" A chill ran down Pai Chu's spine as he broke out in a sweat. A cultivator. Even the old monk couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too much." But he quickly dismissed the thought. "No, this is completely off the charts." Van Fong unconsciously touched his own wrist. Tightly bound to his wrist was a book. Van Fong suddenly shuddered. It turned out the book was titled O Thu Tap. He was slightly surprised. Is this thing really that powerful? At this moment, Pai Chu couldn't believe his eyes. It's impossible to fight back. How can a mortal fight against a deity? Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. He quickly made a decision. His only option was to escape. Then he immediately retreated backward. Run. But before he could get far, the invisible thread sliced across his neck without missing. Lang Pong said in a deep, arrogant voice, "Since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." With that, he tightened his grip on the thread in his hand. Then he yanked hard, pulling Pai Chu's subordinates towards him. Andan shouted in encouragement, "Go Lang Pong, finish them." Lang Pong's eyes flashed like two blades, a billowing, killing intent spreading from him. This made her extremely worried. That look in his eyes. Ang Dan frowned, sweat pouring down her face. This is bad. An undeniable sense of dread washed over her. Lang Pong has entered a state of chi deviation. Killing intent erupted from Lang Pong like a tidal wave, his gaze as sharp as a knife. An Dan quickly turned to the old monk master. I need you and your martial nephew to hold Lang Pong back. He's suffering from chi deviation. I'm going to see if I can find any Tiu Dao Bo De Tan. It's the only way I know to stop him. For that I have to thank that coward from La Pong Duong. However, the old monk she had just asked for help blushed and stammered, but I am the martial nephew. Ang Dan's urgent footsteps echoed down the empty street. With every step filled with urgency, she clenched her fists and rushed off like the wind, never looking back. Ang Dan suddenly felt something was strange. There wasn't a single person on the street. She deduced that it seemed quite a few members of the KAM-YV had arrived. The Martial Arts Association and the KAM-YV fighting is actually convenient for our escape, but that's only if I can find the Tiu Dao Bo De Tan. Ang Dan glanced around. Where is the pharmacy? A city this large has to have one. I'm just afraid that even if I find the pharmacy, I won't find the medicine. Is the master about to be killed by Lang Pong by now? Back where Lang Pong was, Jiak Nat and his martial uncle stood frozen in place, as if their pressure points were sealed. Jiak Nat spoke up, "Martial uncle, should we make a move?" The old man replied immediately, "It's fine, not yet." But Jiak Nat stammered, "But that female benefactor just now said." The old monk growled, "I know, but I don't see how the two of us just standing here is going to help." Jiak Nat then suggested, "Then let's call those other two to attack with us. The young people are probably good at fighting." The old monk grimaced and reluctantly agreed. Jiak Nat called out, "You two benefactors, how are your wounds?" If it's not an issue, the female benefactor from before asked for your help in restraining benefactor Lang Pong to prevent him from killing anyone and falling deeper into his chi deviation. Van Fong and Xuan Hoa refused his proposal in unison. As soon as they finished, Jiak Nat was overjoyed and loudly agreed. "Right, you two also find him terrifying, don't you? Benefactor An Dan is asking too much of people." This behavior left Van Fong and Xuan Hoa completely baffled. Van Fong whispered, "It seems this esteemed monk from Tiu Lam is afraid to die and wants to pass the buck to us juniors." Xuan Hoa agreed, "I'm going to go back and tell my mother." Upon hearing this, the old monk's face went pale, and he stood there speechless with his mouth agape. Sweat poured down his face. "My Tiu Lam is a renowned and righteous sect. How could we shirk our duties in a moment of crisis?" Jiak Nat hurriedly corrected him. "I clearly said we'd go up together. How is that shirking responsibility? Stop your sophistry." The old monk slapped him soundly across the face. If benefactor An Dan entrusted this great responsibility to Tiu Lam, then this old monk would carry it out even unto death. He clasped his hands and said solemnly, "You two benefactors, benefactor Lang Pong is a powerful martial artist, but he is on the verge of succumbing to chi deviation. We were entrusted by benefactor An Dan, and we must risk our lives to stop benefactor Lang Pong to prevent further tragedy. If you two are severely injured, you may stand aside and watch while this old man fights to the death." Van Fong and Xuan Hoa listened intently stunned. After hearing this, Jiak Nat also closed his eyes to reflect. Van Fong tightened his grip on his sword, gestured broadly, and yelled, "Are you kidding me? Leaving a matter like this to you Jianghu folk? I'd rather go eat crap." Xuan Hoa quickly picked up her sword as well. "The sect leader is right. How could we possibly stay out of this?" Van Fong said, "Leave this place to the Shuang Vuong Pu. You Jianghu riffraff can get lost on your own." Xuan Hoa smirked. "I'm with you, sect leader," Van Fong said with disdain. Damn it to be put in such a miserable state by that damn dog scheme. It's time to regain some face. On the surface, the old monk put on a noble facade. "Benefactor, why must you be so arrogant?" But inwardly, he was overjoyed to have been saved. The pharmacy on the street had been ransacked, its contents scattered everywhere. Ang Dan searched one cabinet after another. "You can't be serious. This wound ointment, not even the dregs are left. The people here are truly tough to be able to recover from illnesses by taking this kind of garbage. So this is why the Martial Arts Association wants to take over the world." As she was monologuing to herself, someone walked in. "Your current struggles are merely the last vestiges of suffering before the world finds peace." The masked man at the door spoke. "You and that friend of yours are very formidable, both rare talents in this world. Lord Ung Long knows everything you two have done. You both can be trusted with the bigger picture. Playing the villain for hundreds of years, aren't you bored?" An Dan declared boldly. "Take a good look. This is an apothecary, and I am the Dak Tien Ko." Spreading her arms wide, she shouted, "I have 10,000 ways to make you all die here." Ah, he burst out laughing after hearing that. "Young people are so impulsive, do we look that weak?" Ang Dan replied, "Then I'll make my move." The masked man stopped her. That won't be necessary for now. Let's not talk about this for now. You dealt with the cam YV, didn't you? You know the cam YV won't show you any mercy, right? Why make things so ugly? The cam YV wants to hunt you to the ends of the earth. Dan scoffed. What a joke. The cam YV are about to be beaten by Lang Pong. With that, she plopped down and continued searching. I don't have time to waste words on you. The cam YV are about to be beaten to death. The group stared dumbfounded as she spoke. Are you saying that formidable friend of mine is suffering from key deviation now? That high-ranking cam YV officer is about to be killed, and Lang Pong is about to lose control. You'll all be goners too. What are you standing around for? Help me find the Tu Dao Bodatan. The masked man, sweating bullets in his confusion, agreed immediately. He was unusually polite. May I ask what kind of medicine it is? I'm sorry, I can't read. Dan replied, Tu Dao Bodatan. I've told you several times I can't read. Get in here, everyone, and help me search. A soldier looked bewildered. What's going on? Aren't we here to kill people? The one next to him advised, Are you new here? This is great news. People like us are usually the first to get killed. It's best not to be seen when following a major character. It's really bad luck. Someone on the other side lamented, This trip has been anything but easy. Meanwhile, with Lang Pong, Tikao was knocked flat on his back. Lang Pong's clouded eyes made the surrounding atmosphere heavy. Tikao froze, his eyes filled with panic. He screamed for help. Van Fong, hurry and save me. I used to carry you when you were a child. Van Fong glared and challenged him. You dare bring that up? He leapt up, kicked Tikao away, and exposed him. You wanted to drag me off to be made a eunuch. Luckily for me, you didn't get your way. Zhuan Hoa asked in a teasing tone, Did he really not get his way? He then shouted. Lang Pong narrowed his eyes, shifting his target to Van Fong and Zhuan Hoa. He immediately lunged towards the two of them. Van Fong reacted quickly, blocking the blow while shouting, Here he comes! He gritted his teeth. This move again. Lang Pong's figure flashed past them like the wind. Just how fast must his movement technique be to move in an instant? He swung his leg, kicking both Van Fong and Zhuan Hoa in the stomach and sending them flying. Van Fong was shocked. He was clearly behind us, so how did he end up kicking us in the stomach? Zhuan Hoa, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, worthy of the sect leader's name, breaking our bones in just 3 strikes. He lay sprawled out face down on the ground in the most pathetic posture imaginable. As for Van Fong, he was sent tumbling backwards several times. He asked, Isn't he your sect leader? Your martial arts are the same. Don't you have any countermeasures? Zhuan Hoa, scraping along the ground, yelled with his mouth agape, If I had a countermeasure, I'd be the sect leader. Besides, I've never seen any of the techniques the sect leader is using. Van Fong, retracting his sword, said, He's not using techniques, he's just incredibly fast and strong. Zhuan Hoa gagged. The sect leader has disappeared again. Van Fong growled an order, Quickly channel your internal energy to your back or else. Before he could finish, Lang Pong was already beating up Zhuan Hoa. Or else what? Van Fong immediately denied it. This doesn't make sense. The old monk stood frozen. Don't lead him over there. The surrounding space suddenly grew cold from the dense killing intent radiating from Lang Pong. Before him was a sword stuck deep in the ground. He walked over and decisively grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then he spun it around skillfully, creating a bright arc. Zhuan Hoa was delighted. I know that stance. It's the Trui Han Luk Thiet I taught him. 3 steps 6. Blades, 1 blade for 1 soul. The blade has no wasted moves. Whoever is struck by this blade will surely die. He truly is the light of our sect. Van Fong was petrified on the spot, his heart pounding, unable to speak. He roared angrily, Is this something to be laughing about right now? Van Fong was fuming. Is this really the time for you to be proud? Is there any way to block him even for a bit? We can't just wait to die, right? Zhuan Hoa then performed a move and confidently told him, I certainly know how to parry this Luke Dao. However, his momentum quickly faded, but whether he can block a few strikes will depend on fate. In his eyes, there was only the image of Lang Pong rushing forward with his blade like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. His footsteps urgently stomped on the ground, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The opponent on the other side made a similar move, and the two sides clashed in a fierce confrontation. One of Zhuan Hoa's horns flew off, causing him to panic for a moment. A faint crack appeared on the blade in his hand. Lang Pong immediately closed in on him. He swung the blade in his hand powerfully, slashing straight at his opponent. After a cracking sound, Zhuan Hoa's sword crumbled like ashes in the wind. Van Fong shot forward like a flash of lightning and pulled him back. But in that instant, the blade cut through the air and struck his wrist, sending blood flying. Just the sword's energy alone left the opponent with no time to react. Lang Pong continued to charge forward. The blade in his hand drew a deadly arc, causing Van Fong to retreat in alarm. How can each strike be stronger than the last? He was knocked back by that terrifying power, exclaiming in fear, "This is bad." Van Fong felt a sharp pain. "I think my joint is dislocated." In his eyes, there was only the silhouette of Lang Pong rushing forward like the Grim Reaper. "There's one more strike, it's over for me this time." At that moment, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Benefactor, get out of the way, quickly!" It was Lao Hua Tuong. "This old monk will take this strike." He actually rushed straight towards the blade of Lang Pong. Van Fong's jaw dropped in shock. "Baldy, are you looking to die? This strike is even stronger than the previous 5. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand to block the blade's path. The old monk struggled as blood spurted out like water from a broken pipe. The blade in Lang Pong's hand continued its downward strike. The wall behind him exploded, sending dust flying everywhere. The cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision, and Van Fong quickly called out, "Baldy, are you still alive?" He replied with his eyes half closed, "Luckily, I'm still alive, but I can no longer fight." On Lang Pong's side, there was still no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Van Fong yelled in panic, "How is there still more?" At this moment, Lang Pong strode forward aggressively, his expression unchanged. With the sword gripped tightly in his hand, he channeled his internal energy, erupting with a fierce aura, preparing to deliver the final blow. Lang Pong put all his strength into his strike, and a powerful energy surged around him, exploding with killing intent. The sword energy exploded like a tsunami as he unleashed a final blow with earth-shattering power. His eyes were now ice-cold, burning with determination as he focused all his power into the ultimate slash. Instantly, an extremely powerful slash from the sword tore through the darkness, creating brilliant flashes of light, like streaks of lightning in the night. But surprisingly, Lang Pong's sword was stopped by an iron-clad hand. It was Bok Tong who was firmly holding his sword with just one hand. Bok Tong was quite surprised. The Tao arts of the Van Tuong Mon sect. It's been a long time since I've seen them. Bok Tong continued his assessment to have such power with only 7 strikes while in a state of chi deviation. He's no less impressive than that strange old man. Hearing Bok Tong's taunt, Lang Pong frowned in anger. Liu Tran was also quite surprised to see how powerful Bok Tong was. To block such a powerful strike with just one hand, Van Fong was also very surprised and astonished. As for Zhuan Hua, he shouted joyfully, "The sect leader is the best." Bok Tong slowly let go of Lang Pong's blade. Then he spoke, "If I let you keep slashing, I won't be able to block it. Let's end it here." With that, he clawed fiercely at Lang Pong's face. Caught by the sudden attack, Lang Pong couldn't react in time, but it seems Bok Tong had underestimated his opponent. He was then surprised to see his opponent's next move. Lang Pong quickly steadied himself into an attack stance. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. Bok Tong reflexively used his hand to block the sword before him. He laughed contemptuously. "I was careless to think one kick could finish you off." As he spoke, Bok Tong forcefully knocked Lang Pong's sword aside. "Against a master like you, I shouldn't have been playing around." Then he gripped the sword again, pulling it back forcefully. "Let's get a little more serious then." Bok Tong immediately attacked Lang Pong's face with his right hand, but luckily he reacted in time to the attack. But he didn't let him celebrate too soon, quickly pulling his hand back to prepare for the next attack. As fast as lightning, Bok Tong slammed Lang Pong's head into the ground. He restrained him by continuously pressing him down. But Lang Pong cleverly used his sword to pierce the ground for support and unexpectedly flipped himself over. Immediately, he slashed hard at Bok Tong's arm with his sword. He let out a painful roar as his iron-clad arm was torn apart by the slash. It scared him to death, thinking his arm had been chopped off. While his opponent was distracted, Lang Pong took the chance to jump back up. Bok Tong stared in bewilderment at his calm demeanor. Lang Pong continued to attack him with his sword. When he brought the blade down, a huge explosion erupted. Dust and sand filled the air, obscuring their vision. Bok Tong waited for a long while before he could clearly see Lang Pong's face, his eyes filled with killing intent. He swung his sword through the dust cloud as if tearing through layers of fabric, decisively announcing his position to his opponent. He now attacked, seriously determined to take him down this time. It ends now. But before he could even reach Lang Pong, Bok Tong was stunned because somehow the Lang Pong in front of him was now behind him. He tried to cover up his embarrassment. This was also within my expectations. Facing Lang Pong's attack, Bok Tong spoke. "It's true, a moment of carelessness can cost you your life in a fight." He immediately threw off his feathered cloak, revealing the weapon on his back. Looks like I won't be getting through today without breaking a sweat. Bok Tong got into his stance. Besides Lord Ung, long few people can make me feel the presence of death. Just then, An Dan ran over and hurriedly asked, "Why is there a birdman here?" He realized in a panic, "This mask, it's the one who captured me before. Lang Pong, get away." Before An Dan could finish his sentence, Bok Tong struck as fast as the wind with a single sharp slash. A cloud of dust cut off his words. In an instant, Lang Pong's sword was shattered by Bok Tong's strike, breaking into countless pieces. Witnessing that last slash, An Dan was so scared he got goosebumps. On the contrary, Bok Tong was still very interested in this fight, not hesitating to offer praise. "To be able to block my surprise attack even in a daze, your muscles are truly monstrous." Only now did An Dan dimly realize that Lang Pong's opponent was the great Bok Tong. Bok Tong broke out in a cold sweat when he saw him still trying to attack. He arrogantly charged at Lang Pong from behind. "If I wait for you to come to your senses, my chances of winning are less than 30%. Going for a quick victory, Bok Tong flared his feathers and dove like an eagle hunting its prey. Instantly, he landed a devastating kick to Lang Pong's face. Grasping the situation, he immediately raised the hilt of his broken sword to block Bok Tong's spear. He stepped back into a defensive stance. Bok Tong launched a rapid attack to pressure Lang Pong. "You can still barely block them, can't you, model?" After a moment, he stopped, switched to a different move, and challenged him while losing his senses. The destructive force is no less powerful. With that, Bok Tong swung his weapon with great force, creating an explosive blow that shook the heavens and earth. Lang Pong was thrown a full 10 meters away, but he wasn't done yet. He modified his weapon, turning the spear into a chain and spinning it like a cowboy roping a horse. Immediately, the iron chain flew straight towards him. The chain began to weave around Lang Pong's body. It wrapped around him several times, binding him tightly. Now, as if victory was certain, Bok Tong confidently said, "Go to hell." Lang Pong was in immense pain and couldn't move. He tensed up suddenly, realizing something was wrong with his body. It was as if Lang Pong could no longer control himself. The chain whipped him hard, making him scream in panic. "What is happening to me?" Meanwhile, at a clear stream in the forest, the calm surface of the water was disturbed by the sound of running footsteps. Vu Kui and Kak Hang were running in a hurry, and as she ran, she urged Kak Hang to speed up. Vu Kui said worriedly, "If we don't hurry, everyone in the city might be sent to heaven." But Kak Hang didn't think so. "I don't think we need to be in such a rush," he said hesitantly. "Look at the state of the town on our way here. We might already be too late." Vu Kui shouted angrily, "Shut your jinxing mouth." Then, after running for a while, they arrived. She asked, "This is the beginning of the town, isn't it?" Vu Kui's face showed clear worry and confusion. There was no one here, and it didn't feel right. She then ran around the house in front of them and called out a greeting, thinking she might find someone. However, before she could even get the words out, a horrifying scene appeared before their eyes. Witnessing the scene of a massacre, Kak Hang and Vu Kui were completely stunned. Everyone in the town had been assassinated. Every single person's face was filled with terror, as if they had seen something dreadful. Both Vu Kui and Kak Hang stared around in a daze. Vu Kui wondered they even draped a person over the roof. Just then, a noise echoed from the distance, catching their attention. Kak Hang said he thought he heard An Dan cursing at someone. Meanwhile, An Dan was also in a tense situation. She was loudly threatening the Birdman, "Let him go, or I'll pluck all your feathers and make soup out of you, believe it or not. See this Dak Tien Kak Diep Huyet Tan." She nervously opened the lid of the vial, trembling. "As soon as I pull this out, you'll all die. It's super potent." Bok Tong spoke up. "Isn't that just Bo de Tan exposed?" An Dan angrily threw the vial at him. Lang Pong had also woken up by now and called out An Dan's name. Bok Tong was a little annoyed to see Lang Pong awake. He rambled, "If it were just the two of us, that would be fine, but having this Lang Pong here is too much trouble. Isn't that right, Lord Lai Ti Nan?" As soon as he finished, Li Ti Nan suddenly appeared behind Bok Tong. An Dan frowned in surprise. Such a huge guy appeared without a sound. That's even more impressive than Lang Pong. Van Fong was also quite surprised and confused to see Ti Nan here. He suddenly became angry. "Were you also sent by that old eunuch to capture me?" Li Ti Nan smiled calmly. "Van Fong, long time no see. We are merely following Am Kong's orders to capture the traitors of the Heap Hoi Vo Lam." He smirked mockingly as he spoke. "But Am Kong did ask us to pass on a message to you. Remember to drink plenty of warm water." Bok Tong asked Li Ti Nan in confusion, "Does Am Kong want to hunt us to the last man?" The Nam Bak Tran Putu are both mobilized. Tinan patiently explained, Kong has wanted to eliminate you all for more than just a day or two. The Imperial Court has been busy with chaos on the borders and had no time to deal with you. We never expected you to grow to this extent, so we can no longer stand idly by. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and attacked Bok Tong. Lai Tinan handled it cleanly. In the blink of an eye, the man was gone. At this moment, Lang Pong staggered about his body, still wrapped in chains. Once that was done, Li Tinan ordered Van Fong, "Take your friends and go first. We'll catch up later when we have the chance. Don't get caught by Ti Kao. Again, that kid wants to fight you to the end." Van Fong immediately shot him a death glare. "Who said they were my friends? I couldn't care less about them." Lei Tinan just scoffed. "Stop pretending. You think I don't know you?" Van Fong was helpless and couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. Then he reached his hand out to Lang. "Fong, come on, let's go find a place to discuss how you're going to compensate me for the Hua An Kiem." Although Lang Pong wasn't fully conscious yet, he still groggily reached out his hand. Van Fong couldn't resist a few more snide remarks. "Don't worry, you're not the only freakishly strong person in this world." Suddenly, Vu Kui and Cat Hang ran over in a panic. Vu Kui was about to report some bad news, but An Dan cut him off. "First, let's get Lang Fong out of here. As for what you two wanted to tell me." As An Dan spoke, she took out half of a jade bracelet. Seeing this, the two of them froze solid. She then slowly uttered a short sentence. "We'll settle this score slowly later." An Dan's gaze turned colder as she spoke. The two of them, Vu Kui and Cat Hang, turned pale with fright. Without another word, An Dan turned and left, ignoring them. Van Fong was helping Lang Pong walk, but he didn't need it, and told him to help Zhuan Hoa instead. Van Fong was surprised that her name was Zhuan Hoa, and the woman suddenly startled her eyes wide. It seemed she had recognized An Dan's identity, and hurriedly began to plead. Lai Tinan turned to ask Bok Tong, "Everyone has left. Aren't you going to stop them, Mr. Bok Tong?" Bok Tong could only reply helplessly, "With this illness of mine, how could I dare act recklessly in front of the chief of the Huyit Wai The? If I were to die by your chains, it would at least make for a good story for future generations." Li Tinan was about to draw his weapon, but then he noticed someone nearby. The person stood from a distance and commented, "Bok Tong still dares to act like that. He'd better be careful or he'll die even faster than my old man." Seeing that person, Li Tinan sighed. "It looks like I won't be getting out of here clean today." Immediately after, a chaotic fight broke out, conveniently destroying several nearby houses in the process. Vu Kui and Cat Hang truly suspected they weren't fighting, but rather trying to demolish someone's house before moving away. Van Fong, who was helping Zhuan Hoa, found their expressions confusing. "Shouldn't you two be used to this by now?" Meanwhile, Lang Pong, the cause of all the problems, just looked on blankly, not understanding a thing. After hearing their story, Van Fong asked, "Are you all heading to the Shuang Vuong Pu?" "Well, that's perfect. We came out to investigate the Martial Arts Association here, and also to find you and take you to see Shuang Vuong." An Dan was surprised he knew who she was, not realizing she was so famous. Van Fong immediately laughed out loud, shattering her illusion. "You're overthinking it. I just mentioned to the prince that I thought you all could be useful." After that, this guy spent 3 days praising his great sect leader. An Dan wanted to know more. So she asked, "But what kind of person is Zhuang Vuong? We've heard some things that weren't very good. You followed him for a long time, right? I think your assessment would probably be the most reliable." Hearing this, Van Fong racked his brain for the right words to describe the prince. Of course, he's profound and inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shuang Vuong was chuckling as he read a book in his hand. "How interesting. Now that I have this book, all preparations are complete." He laughed as if he'd struck gold, holding a book on how to raise a cat. Just then, voices calling for Shuang Vuong could be heard all over the Shuang Vuong Pu. Everyone only heard that he wanted to go out for a while, but no one dared to ask for more details. Van Fong turned to instruct Lang Pong, "Go find the steward and get some money to buy some decent clothes." However, he politely refused. "There's no need. On the way here, I saw my family's money exchange shop. I'll just go exchange some spending money, and while I'm at it, I'll compensate you for whatever your sword is worth." Hearing him say that Van Fong didn't press the issue, forget it. This is the Hoa An Kiem forged by the famous craftsman Cao Lao Dong. I never expected you to actually be able to afford it anyway. An Dan immediately made an offer. "Stop wasting words. Is 5,000 taels enough? If not, we can add more." Lang Pong, however, felt this price wasn't right. It was made by a famous craftsman. How could a mere 5,000 taels be enough? Hearing the price of 5,000 taels, Van Fong fell silent for a moment. But he was reluctant and didn't dare ask for more, so he had to bite the bullet and accept it. Lang Pong was just waiting for him to say that and immediately told everyone to go get some spending money. When Vu Kui and Cat Hang heard him talk about getting money, they were stunned. But then they went to a place that looked like a bank to withdraw the money. The owner there suggested Young Master. The government has been in an uproar recently, so banknotes are basically useless. Therefore, it would be better to prepare some gold and silver fragments for the young master's travels in the martial world. Lang Pong thought it was a good idea and agreed immediately. After getting the money, the three of them went shopping, carrying 2 large chests filled with gold. Seeing them carry so much, an employee asked the manager, "Aren't you afraid the young master will be robbed with that much gold?" The owner just chuckled and asked, "Are you new here? The martial world is already lucky that the young master isn't the one doing the robbing. Besides, is that really a lot? Are you that poor?" Hearing this, the employee felt as if his ears had just been assaulted. After a while, the scene returns to the Suang Vuong manor. Van Fong instructed the people before him, "Your requests have been sent to the TNY workshop, and the clothes will be ready in a few days. Go to the back house to change into the manor's clothes and wait for the prince to return." But An Dan and Lang Pong paid no attention, only noticing how unbearably hot it was that day. Seeing them act like that, Van Fong found it incredibly annoying. Suddenly, someone rushed to the gate and called out, "Young master." A servant saw him causing a scene and stopped him. "What young master? This is an important part of the prince's manor. If you don't leave now, I won't be so polite." Van Fong frowned at the troublemaker. "The young master you're looking for is that mutt Lang Pong, isn't it?" When the man heard someone mention Lang Pong, he nodded eagerly. He fumbled around in the chest he was carrying and cheerfully pulled out a block of ice. "It's summertime, and I was worried the young master would be hot, so I brought him some ice." The moment everyone saw that block of ice, they were completely and utterly shocked. The scene changes to a figure walking slowly on a stone path. It was a girl in a neat, vibrantly colored outfit. She walked over to where Lang Pong was busy eating watermelon. An Dan asked him to go for a walk, saying she had something to talk about. Lang Pong froze for a moment when he saw how An Dan looked. He blankly asked who she was, not recognizing her. An Dan immediately got angry at his question. "I'm the white-haired An Dan, isn't it obvious? Are you face blind? What are all these weird clothes in these rich houses? Are you trying to die of heat stroke dressing so warmly in the middle of summer?" Seeing her like this, Lang Pong could only advise, "If you don't like it, you don't have to wear it. You're not the type to listen to others anyway." An Dan seemed a bit shy, but the maids in the prince's manor said this is the most fashionable style in the capital. "I've never worn anything like this. It actually looks quite normal." Then she blushed and turned to ask Lang Pong, "What do you think?" He didn't offer any real opinion, just a simple hum of acknowledgement. An Dan immediately got angry and kicked Lang Pong straight into the lake. Annoyed, she changed the subject to the main point, and An Dan became serious as she questioned him. "How much do you remember about what happened that day?" Lang Pong knew she was talking about his chi deviation, but An Dan already understood. "Actually, I know why that happened to you. Your appearance as a righteous hero is truly unconvincing, and of course the demonic arts are also a factor." Lang Pong could only reply sheepishly, "I don't want to be a righteous hero anymore." An Dan had to spell it out for him. "That doesn't solve the problem, does it? You've learned so many peerless demonic techniques you can't even cripple your own martial arts. Do you know why heroes from the righteous path never have a good outcome after learning demonic arts? It's because demonic arts are too extreme. Only someone in a near abnormal state of mind can wield them. The creators and users of demonic arts are all controlled by external forces. Moreover, the so-called righteous sects are always calculating their gains and losses. Their faith is fragile, so they can only be overtaken by the demonic arts. The demonic techniques you know are too many and too powerful. The moment you hesitate while channeling your power, countless streams of tyrannical internal energy will shred your meridians. Others who suffer chi deviation might only sustain severe damage to their vital energy, but you will certainly die. Therefore, from this day on, even if it means being a fraud, you must remain firm on your path. Become the king of the demonic sect." But Lang Pong was still reluctant, so An Dan tried to persuade him everything is still negotiable. "A demonic path hero, huh?" Hearing this, Lang Pong actually agreed. The scene shifts outside the manor where Duong Vuong had just returned and was shouting, "Someone come help me, I can't get down." Who could possibly stand an old carriage built this high? "Come help me take off my coat." The temperature difference between the border and here is huge. "Is there any news from Van Fong?" The subordinate reported that he had already returned. Duong Vuong was quite surprised. That fast, he must have been slacking off again, right? "Where is the person he captured? Did you not find them?" The subordinate reported back, "We found them. The guests have been staying in the manor these past few days." Although Duong Vuong was surprised, he was ready to meet his esteemed guests right away. Suddenly, a stranger appeared from behind and lunged to attack. "Your life is mine." The man made quick work of all the subordinates surrounding Duong Vuong, but when he looked again, he froze for a moment. The man never expected Duong Vuong to actually dodge the attack. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword without hesitation. Then he quickly drew the sharp sword, but before he could even draw a third of the blade, his hand was stopped by Lang Pong. He stood imposingly before him, leaving the attacker confused. Before he could even process what was happening, his collar was grabbed by Lang Pong. Vu Kui, standing nearby, commented lightly, "You are already dead." The man's expression under his hood grew even more panicked. In the blink of an eye, Lang Pong threw him into the air with one hand. The man's bones shattered as he was slammed onto the ground. An Dan and Vu Kui, who were watching, even winced for the guy. Then An Dan noticed that the language Vu Kui just used was a bit odd, but she just vaguely explained it was something her mother taught her. Inside the manor, Duong Vuong was now profusely thanking Lang Pong. The old man was hugging his leg without any shame at all. Van Fong had to run out and kick Duong Vuong to make the old man stand up. While those two were arguing heatedly, Vu Kui's expression didn't look too good. Seeing this, An Dan turned to confirm, "Is it him?" But she replied vaguely, "His eyes look very similar." Filled with killing intent, An Dan immediately asked, "So should we make a move directly?" But Vu Kui quickly spoke up to stop her. "It can't be him. His demeanor doesn't seem like that person's." Duong Vuong was also very serious about the information that someone else had golden eyes like him. He explained, "It is very strange my eye color is not from having mixed foreign blood. It's a congenital eye defect passed down from my mother." Lang Pong didn't even know such a condition existed. An Dan brought up an old acquaintance. "Do you remember that blind guy from the Tan Diep Hoi? He also had an eye condition just not the same as the prince's. This type of condition is usually hereditary and very rare, so there's a high probability that Lord Ung Long is a relative of the prince." "What was your mother's full name, and where was her family from?" Duong Vuong could only smile and scratch his head in embarrassment, because in truth, even he didn't know. An Dan turned to ask Van Fong brother, "Is this